Hey guys, figured we just hop back into our Three Houses playthrough. Still been having a lot of fun with this game. I've been really interested just with how much they're kind of changing things. Like, it is pretty crazy how much they've kind of taken the world base of Three Houses and just switched it around just to kind of see what all they can do. I guess it makes sense too, just because to begin with, you don't have, for example, Byleth just being a professor for the Three Houses from the start. I also still think it's really cool that we basically, even if it was for only like a chapter or two, it was a really short amount of time before the 2-year time skip. I still think it's really cool that there was like, they took the concept, instead of just making someone the same age as the students, the professor, they went ahead and made them a student as well, even again for, like, it was a really short time before time skip. But I figured we'd just go ahead and hop into the chapter now. I went ahead and did a couple random stages off stream. Like I was saying, I do a little bit of grinding just to make things go a little bit smoother on stream, because it already takes forever to do anything, I swear. But still really interested in what's about to happen, because it only took like one battle to beat back the Elmirans. We found out that Claude was the prince of that nation, all that kind of stuff, but here we go. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We started out at war with the Empire, now it's potentially the Knights and the Church of Saros and the Kingdom, sorry. But we're gonna have to see how this goes, because Claude clearly doesn't trust the Empire, even if they made a quote-unquote pact, but I'm interested to see if that means that potentially he doesn't go to war completely with Edelgard, if Edelgard doesn't have to, die. I wasn't the biggest Edelgard fan, but it's interesting to see if, potentially this isn't the end of her this time, just because I feel like she dies in pretty much every path except for hers, and if you don't side with the church, obviously. Like, I'm trying to remember for certain, but I know... No, I'm pretty sure she does. I know Claude can live if you don't choose his house, but aside from that, I'm not sure. But, yeah, let's just hop in. Let's defeat the Church of Saros army. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be fighting the Church of Saros for some while. And then we never actually full-on fought Dimitri, which is interesting, but... Persuade Constance, Persuade Happy, okay. We definitely need to take those. I believe if we go back through and do the story stages again, if we do struggle with the S rank, then we can just go ahead and actually... not worry about these here, but I think if we don't do them first things first, they might actually just die. So that's why I wanted to full clear. I don't know if you get these options regardless, but I know you get more strategy points and such if you full clear every area. That's why we've been doing that. But potentially we get 2 of the DLC characters here, which means we're only missing, I'm pretty sure his name is Yuri, the one with the purple hair. So we've got these 2, let's see. Increase your army's movement speed, that could be really cool. Anti-magic training, aside from this one. Let's just try the Fleetfoot here. But now we have the ability to get both of them persuaded. Our team isn't too far behind, I would say. Raphael definitely shouldn't be on this mission.
I'll do my best.
Oh, neither should Ignots. But I've slowly tried to level with XP and such, some units that could be used potentially as the backups, just so they're not terribly just weak. And then we've been recruiting units like Petra, we haven't messed around with at all, but she came at level 25. Very helpful, honestly. But we'll just have to see.
We should move before the Imperial army is wiped out.
I'm still trying to decide if I like this sword. So this sword, my next closest sword in terms of base power, or I think it's might in this game, to be fair, is 110, and this sword is 170. But the sword drains our HP every time we strike, like a devil weapon, from some of the older games, in exchange for some extra, I believe it's crit chance, which is really nice. It is. But it's really dangerous. I think it does stop doing that effect at like 50% health. Something like that. I know I've kind of looked at it a bit, tried to figure out what all it does while I did my extra stages. It is annoying, because if we leave Shez on their own, and then they run around, at 50% health, there's a chance they get in trouble. But we haven't actually had a huge issue with people full-on dying, so I don't think it'll be a problem. But we'll see.
We don't have to worry about attacks from the rear now.
Yeah, it's weird that we're actually helping the Empire now, though. Because seriously, we spent like the entire first part of the war dealing with Edelgard, who's, generally speaking, I would say the one who wants to pick a fight with everyone. Like, at least from my experience in Three Houses, that's what it always felt like, so... I think it's kind of interesting that they're turning the tables. I didn't really realize, I'm trying to remember the plot of Three Houses and everything. And I didn't realize that Claude had such a big problem with the Church of Saros. Like, I knew that Claude was a bit eccentric compared to the others. But, like, it's just interesting to see, like, it doesn't appear as though Dimitri just went full-on insane. as well. As compared to like what happened in Three Houses, which is really, really cool to see actually, just because for his character, I understand that they wanted to do maybe something that subverted expectations, but seeing Dimitri just go full on insane never really made a whole lot of sense to me because he was such a straightforward character. And then they had, like, I know they had the cutscene with like him literally smashing like a soldier's helmet, stuff like that. Oh crud. One sec. Oh, wrong button. I was gonna say, we need to order someone to help that Imperial Soldier real quick. We could send Petra up there. I don't know if we lose if the Imperial Soldier falls. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm worried about... I was sending Hilda over the fire too because I didn't know if they were going to take a bunch of damage just from sitting on it like they do in a lot of the other Warriors games. But it appears to be fine. But overall, yeah, I haven't been as big of a fan of the Wyvern Rider moveset in this game as I was in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. But, oh, can we not go through this gate? Okay. But I still think it's fine to have at least one flying unit. I had a really hard time. I know it's our Lord unit for the playthrough, but I have a really hard time with Claude's moveset. I think I might need to just give it another try, and maybe it'll grow on me at that point. But just running around with the bow wielder on a Wyvern felt really, really strange to me, honestly. But let's see. I don't think we can go straight out there. Okay, I thought that was the Imperial Soldier we needed to rescue, so I thought that's where we needed to do. If that gate did... oh, unless that gate just opened. Alright, let's hop into this fight, shall we? Did it? Oh, okay. I'm confused. It looked like that gate opened, the Imperial Soldiers ran through, and then they left. But there's Catherine. Like I've been mentioning, the 4 favorite characters I had, for like romance options or whatnot, were Lysithea, Shamir, Catherine, and Dorothy. We haven't seen Dorothy at all. I just have to assume she's somewhere in the Empire, though. But, I don't know, I think I just kind of like the more wholesome. I guess Shamir's backstory is kind of sad, but I really liked, like, the wholesome interactions and such. And I didn't have a time to, like, do... Like, in Awakening, I've done most of the characters' romance paths. Fates, I did quite a few as well. Although it has been a long time. Three Houses has been a good, like, year or two at least since I played. And I only did basically a playthrough of each of the 4 base paths. So I really don't know a whole lot about all the extra romance paths and such. And past my first playthrough, in which I married Dorothy anyways, you could literally just, like, recruit practically everyone except a few specific units, so it didn't make a difference. But let's see, who is closest? Is there anyone close to this messenger right here? I should probably just send Hilda that way, actually.
Yeah, let's do this.
Or I could... oh no, Lysithea's down there, in that case.
Leave it to me.
But yeah, Claude is no longer... Actually, I forgot about that. So Claude, because we were working his way towards his Master Seal class, I thought we had to master each class a little bit before we moved on, or at least to some extent, from my understanding. It doesn't seem like there's a % chance to fail like there's in the original Three Houses, which is nice. But this is his Tier 3 class. Same with us, we're using a Swordmaster class on Chez until we can get the Master Seals to go ahead and upgrade to the... I think it's called Asura. But I really like the dual-wield moveset, so I'm really looking forward to getting back to that. So we'll just have to see. But I don't anticipate it being too crazy. Let's say, so Chez is taking care of that one. Let's have Hilda move to the further one away. Have Shamir move here. But ideally, I mean, like I said, I really like Shamir, but I do think eventually it would probably be good to transition off her to Claude. If I can just get used to his moveset. And I'm still not entirely sure how I want to do the weapons. Because, for example, Hilda's got her signature weapon from very, very early on. But I genuinely can't decide if I think that is really good. Because it has a lot of durability, and its might isn't terrible. But when you consider that, like, we have a literal 170 might weapon that, even if it drains its health on Chez, and even, like, the other two, I believe, have weapons over 100 might. Maybe Shamir, I think Shamir's might have actually been somewhere in the 70s. But I do believe Lysithea has a pretty upgraded killer tome. Very difficult to kind of decide what I want to do. That is a pretty hefty amount of lava damage, okay. Not the worst in the world. but it's definitely way more noticeable in the first Warriors. In the first Warriors, there was just like a constant tick, but it was a very, very small constant tick. Whereas in this game, it does appear to actually, you know, hurt pretty bad. Which makes sense, it's lava, but just wasn't really expecting it. Hopefully we don't have to fight this soldier on the lava. I don't know if that kind of... I know off-screen damage shouldn't be able to kill you in these games, because they don't want your units to just, you know, usually heal over while you're not controlling them. But I feel like you can probably take a lot of damage doing it. So, we'll see. Alright, but there's that, and then... Okay, yeah, these guys, Shamir and Hilda had basically already taken those forts on their own. So let's see.
We need to get out there and help the Imperial Army, or it'll be too late.
I hear you, but capturing the strongholds takes priority. Make sure everyone knows that.
Did just take the stronghold, so hopefully, you know, not an issue from here on out. Oh, Catherine is actually here. Oh. I kind of hope Catherine doesn't die in this path. Based on... Well, Randolph's gone. That is unfortunate. Not a whole lot I could have done about that. To be fair, I can't remember... The person that Ferdinand ditched in the fight with the Empire also just died, like, instantly. I don't know if we really let them die, Catherine. But, I was surprised that Shamir was able to join us just kind of on this path here. But based on the way things are going... Oh, is that... No, that's Constance. I thought that was the, Kingdom's pink-haired, like, crazy lady that everybody hates from that playthrough. Yeah, that's happy. Okay, so we get 2 mages here. That's interesting. We probably just have to defeat them both though to recruit them, as always. I still am so sure that eventually they're going to subvert expectations, and there's going to be a character that we actually don't want to defeat, because it'll mess them up. Because you would imagine, like, even if we've considered the option to convince them, you know, to join us, persuade them is the option, I think, you would still think that beating on them super hard wouldn't be a good option. But who knows, honestly. Oh, crud. Okay, hopefully that still persuaded Constance. I hope we didn't accidentally murder her too fast. There we go. We might have to restart the mission if that didn't count. Because I know we can go back and do, like, S-Ray and go back for some of the other stuff. Oh, okay. Did that... I'm genuinely a little bit worried about that, because we... Okay, if we get dialogue for Constance here, we're good. Die? Okay, we recruited Happy. Okay, I think we're good. It's because we, I think we killed Constance right as we did the persuade option. By sacrificing? Yeah, to be fair, that's kind of how the Empire rolls. But that too, yeah. I know Claude doesn't trust the Empire, but that is pretty messed up. Did we not? Wait, I'm confused. Hold up. Oh, she wasn't down. Okay. I genuinely thought we accidentally murdered Constance before we hit the persuade option. And I was going to say, that is really awkward. But we're good, we're good. But yeah, I didn't really take Claude for that kind of leader either. I was thinking initially as we hopped into this fight that this was just the plan. But with the way everyone else is acting, maybe Claude just is sacrificing the Empire. He's trying to whittle them down as we help them defeat the Kingdom. I don't know. If that is the case, it is a little bit messed up. But to be fair, I mean, you also have to consider how long we just spent defending the Alliance/Federation from the Empire. But, yeah, I don't know. And to be fair, too, did we lock the gate behind the Empire soldiers that ran into the center? Or did they just run in there by themselves? Because I was going to follow them in there, and we saw the gate close back up. So, I really don't know what's going on. Interesting. Oh, okay, we just have to defeat Catherine. I don't think we should be sending Hilda to do this. Oh, unless Catherine... If Catherine's in the bottom right and we're going for the... whoever this is, we might be okay. Never mind, this is Catherine. I was gonna say, I don't think we should send an axe wielder on a wyvern to fight a sword wielder, but it might be okay. I really like Catherine's sword, though.
I'll take as many of you Federation cowards with me as I can.
Yeah, to be fair, when people like the Empire said that, it didn't sting so bad. But when... not just because it's Catherine, but when the Knights say that, and the members of the Saros Church, when they really, in this timeline, I don't think have done anything wrong. We just kind of turn on them alongside the... you know, alongside the Empire. Kind of messed up. Especially with how... though, to be fair, I know, as Claude mentioned, Claude specifically does say that the kingdom had subjugated, I think it was, parts of the Alliance back when the Empire first invaded them. So, who knows? I mean, that's one of those, it's also not the same people. I don't know if you can necessarily hold them accountable for that in the current day and age. But... yeah. I have an idea, though, that we're not just going to see one battle with Catherine. She disappears. But the downside is, I've been wondering, though, who all you can recruit. I don't know who you can recruit on which paths. But I'd have to imagine that if Catherine's playable, she's definitely not playable on the Empire. Shamir, just given the way she's played through in this game, might be. But I'm 100% certain you can't play Catherine on the Empire. Because you usually can't play the Knights on the full-on Empire route. So the question then becomes, will we be able to play her on the Knights route? And will we ever recruit her on this Alliance route? Because with the way things are going, I have a really hard time believing that we're going to make peace with the anyone from the Monastery, really. Except maybe, I don't know, like technically alliace, but alliace is with Jeralt's band. If he's even playable.
Never let you lay a finger on
Oh, does she just full on die here?
with those filthy hands.
Oh. Oh. That was the main mission, so we couldn't do anything about it. That's really sad. That's really sad. I was waiting like this entire playthrough to see her, and here we were wondering if we could recruit her, and she just keeled over and died.
Your Majesty, it appears that none
Oh.
of the church's soldiers have survived the battle.
Well, that's disappointing.
What about our allies?
The Federation troops sustained minimal casualties. However, the Imperial forces appear to have been wiped out. That includes
Well,
General Randolph.
I'm
That's
sorry to hear that.
unfortunate.
Tell everyone to start
Yeah, I
getting
don't
things
know.
together.
Claude is starting to take a seemingly dark path with his strategies. I get that it's war. I get that a lot of stuff's happened.
Enemy made it off the battlefield alive.
But
From a tactical standpoint,
yeah.
that's an ideal outcome.
I'm genuinely really sad.
At least it's
We've been doing this path for like 12 hours now, I
still
think.
leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth.
On stream, plus a little bit of grinding off stream.
Even so, the only way to
And we
is
finally see Catherine, and she dies in one battle.
now that I've taken this
And the
risk,
issue is, if it's a main mission objective, I don't think there's any way to get around it.
not after what I've already done.
I mean, I could look it up, but before we save, ideally. Fire Emblem Three Hopes. Can you save Catherine? Golden Wildfire. I just want to know, because I get the feeling you probably can't. But the thing was, there was also... Yeah, I just... You know what? We might save on a separate save file, and I'll come back later. I don't know how many save files they give you. I'm assuming it's at least one for each path. Did we already save? I didn't think we... Wait. Ah, that's a little bit sad. Well, we got her sword. I really don't think you probably can save her, though, based on... There's constant happy. It's just, I'm thinking, because there was another objective in the bottom right-hand corner
What happened out there?
that we really
You
didn't
told
do,
those Imperial
but...
troops to die. Was that your plan all along?
I wanted to win that battle with as few casualties on our side as possible.
What are the choices? Well, he baited the... To be fair, I'm sure he doesn't have a whole lot of mercy for them.
Options. handle it?
Yeah, she doesn't. Everyone's gonna be really mad about it, but
We can't risk losing
Yeah.
even one of our capable commanders, no matter how unlikely that might be.
But that kind
but
of
we're
leader
definitely
of
starting to hit that kind of
loyalty.
moral gray
He
area.
signed that pact. Wasn't he supposed to be our ally?
That too, he did sign a
I see the
literal.
value in sacrificing lives that we might have been able to save.
And this is coming from a mercenary.
Different from
Like,
nobles who just throw
jeez.
mercenary lives to the wind. Am I gonna be next?
Of course not. I could never replace you. Please, you've got to understand that.
You should listen to what your commander is saying, Your Majesty.
yeah, pretty much everyone's
Everyone else
really
feels
mad
the
about
same
that.
way, myself included.
I can kind of get from his standpoint. He's like, the Empire just invaded us. We did sign a pact, but like, if it's in a way, you know, if it's between any of my people and the members of the Empire, that's, you know, the trade-off he's willing to make. But, and I get what he's saying here, you know, what good is fighting the war if you're gonna lose? But he, yeah, everyone's gonna want him to believe in them.
Don't you agree, kid?
But yeah, that's rough.
You need to have more faith in us.
Because to be fair, I get it. Like, his plan, especially with the whole, like, betrayal thing they did, quote-unquote betrayal thing,
We're all a team.
with getting the pincer attack on Ferdinand's army and everything was smart. It was pretty cool and all, but still pretty rough.
Give it some thought, but I can't guarantee I'll arrive at the answer
Hmm.
you want me to. I'm going to follow the path I believe in. That's what I set out to do as king. Let's just make sure Randolph's remains get back
Yeah.
to the Empire for a proper burial.
Okay, so what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna save on another save file here. And I'm gonna go back on my own time and see if I can save her. I suppose it does look like we have quite a number of save files too, more than just one for each like path. And we'll just start saving on the second save file, because I'm genuinely curious to see if we went to that bottom right objective. Because that's why I went to the top, was because I was like, oh, okay, that's probably, if it's another enemy, it's a different enemy. But that might have been the chance to spare Catherine and then recruit her, you know? And if that is, and I find out later, I'm going to be kind of sad. But this playthrough, she's gone. But I do have a really hard time imagining that she would join us on the Empire playthrough. And the way things are sounding, she probably joins you on the Knights. I'd have to imagine when, like, Rhea and everyone goes with Dimitri and the Empire, I'd have to imagine that's the point.
Why
At which
have you
point that'll
like
happen.
this?
Lady Flesh, please. You must get a hold of yourself.
Do we know who this is? I don't remember anyone named
My
Flesh.
brother.
Okay, what's
How
Randolph's
did this
sister?
happen?
Lord Randolph fought bravely against Thunder Catherine. He managed to
Yeah.
create an opening for the Federation army to swoop in and rout the Church's forces. It was a crushing victory.
The
For the
Federation.
Federation, that is.
What? You were there? But the Federation said there were no survivors from the Imperial Army.
Ooh. That strategy backfired
When it
then.
became clear what transpired, Lord Randolph bid me, and only me, to escape with my life. He did this so I could tell you, Lady Flesh, how his death
came to pass.
He did?
So does he know that we kind of betrayed him?
King of Leicester
Yeah.
used us as decoys.
That
He
is
failed to seek
unfortunate.
Victory by leaving us for slaughter. When I think of how tragic it is that Lord Randolph should be cut
Yikes.
down in the prime of his life.
He was left to be slaughtered?
Yeah.
What they've done? I swear to you, dear brother, I will not let them get away with this. Please, I implore you, gather what soldiers you can.
Oh, is
Skilled
she about to
mercenaries
lead
too,
a like a
anyone you can
death
find.
attack on?
I will empty our vaults, borrow money from the count.
Yeah, they're about to lead an
whatever
attack
it
on
takes
us.
to pay them.
But Lady Flesh, whatever.
That would single. I mean, to be fair, we kind of just
For
betrayed them.
revenge against the King of
This is
Kings.
single-handedly gonna break the
I will
armistice,
have his
though.
head.
Understood.
This is one of those
I will
like.
make the
I get where
arrangements
she's
at
coming
once.
from. Really, I do. I think everybody can. But
That was almost
oh, he's trying to
easy.
manipulate him towards that. But breaking the armistice of your own empire, like even if she somehow succeeded,
Feeling any better?
is that I don't know. Oh hey, it's Jeralt and Byleth now.
I'm still not used to this new look of yours.
Yeah, so it was after Sylphis temporarily possessed Byleth that her hair changed instead of it being the time skip.
Sure hope that's the case.
So, oh, we're about to fight them again. Okay.
We're going up against the Alliance again. They're called the Federation now. Well, you know what I
Yeah.
mean. To be honest,
I'm really glad that Jeralt's alive, though.
about this one.
It was one of like the super tragic deaths, though. Apparently, Three Hopes wants to give us a ton of tragic deaths in just this single path, so I can only imagine if this isn't the saddest path, what the saddest path would be, you know?
Meaning to give you this. Never used to be
Because a lot of them
without
are.
it. 'Cause
Oh,
of the
interesting.
dream.
So if she doesn't have her fancy like chainish sword from
Swords like this
the Three Houses
captains
playthrough,
of the Knights of Saros.
then she got a sword like the captain of the Knights of Saros. Interesting.
That's right. Alliace mentioned
That's
she
really
used to
cool.
serve
I wonder what happened to that sword,
That
because
was a
clearly
long
we're
time
not going to
ago.
wield it.
I don't plan on swinging
So-
this sword ever again.
We'll have to see.
But are you sure you want to give it away? It must be quite special
Hmm.
to you.
I'd be happiest seeing you get some use
Yeah.
out of it.
Spoken like a true dad.
I'll do that.
Be good to it, all right?
That has me a little bit concerned because it really does make me think that we're about to fight Byleth and Jeralt again.
Been a while since
And
we
things are
last
getting
met.
intense. So,
wasn't sure
I don't know.
there'd ever be another roundtable conference again.
It's still a good way to pool our
Yeah.
information, right? Much easier than trying to hunt each of you down individually.
But yeah, I mean, I get why the Empire's mad about that army especially. Like, I get all of it.
Should us calm
But at the same time, you can also get where Claude's coming from. Especially since even if they signed an armistice, these are the people that just literally tore through his lands completely unprovoked. And then Edelgard gave him the excuse of, no, we were invited.
Okay,
Like-
Raphael, maybe hold back a little. Let's
Pretty
check in with how
interesting.
things stand across the Federation. Any shifts in public opinion?
For the moment, at least,
After
remains
that
unchanged.
fight, you best hope the truth doesn't get out.
Despite our declaration of war on Lady Rhea and the Central Church, the individual churches in our cities and villages have remained
That's
calm.
interesting.
So long as services continue as they always have, we
Yeah.
may not see any particular unrest among the common folk.
I would have thought it would have been a bigger issue, but
Territory. My father
seems to be
didn't try
okay.
Sugarcoat the news when he announced it to our people. But surprisingly, there haven't been any signs of disorder.
The same goes for Goneril territory. If anything, things seem more stable now than before.
Oh, that's
why
good.
I'm able to keep fighting alongside all of you.
This is also true of Egmont territory.
I guess no one in Leicester is all that upset about Lady Rhea becoming our enemy then.
Well, to be
I
fair,
doubt most commoners would even recognize Rhea.
Yeah.
So I guess it makes sense they wouldn't care too much about her.
Then it seems we've avoided the worst case scenario. All that work from the Eastern Church must have really paid off.
The Eastern
Hmm.
Church?
It's the branch of the Church of Saros that covers the Leicester region. They don't have much of a presence compared to the Western Church, but their bishop is a really upstanding individual. The bishop
Interesting.
advised the regional priests to respond calmly to the news, so they wouldn't cause panic in their congregations. All things
Oh.
considered, it looks like continuing our war against the Central Church and Fargus won't be a problem.
So we're really going after the kingdom, huh?
It's our best
Yeah.
hope of ending this war quickly while maintaining our independence.
I
To be clear, I'm not suggesting we burn our way
the issue
through
is too,
Fargus, pillaging
if we're
everything in sight.
if we've quote unquote signed an armistice with the Empire, and I get the Empire at this point just wants to destroy the Church in general, and so does Claude. You'd think we could just sign a what's hard, because if nothing else, I don't think Dimitri's going to abandon Rhea at this point. So finding a way to kind of fix all this stuff, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
To rely on your friends a little.
Don't mock me, Judith. I've depended on
There
all
you
these
go.
fine people this whole time. I just
That's
figured
what Claude
I'd be
says, but
paying
Claude's
equal
definitely
courtesy to
like,
my friends. If anyone has any thoughts
Interesting.
about my methods, I'm all ears. I
Major
need your
help
help
here.
here.
The issue is even if we speak up and have him not use the Empire's bait again, the damage is already somewhat done, you know? Lives that have been taken can't be brought back. That's why,
Well, I guess if you need our help that
unless it's a video game, but,
who
you know,
am I to say no? And what do you think?
interesting. You know, I would generally say this, but this one time, I'm gonna say this, just because we are
You
mercenary.
need someone to bust down a door. I've got you covered. But I'm not sure about the wisdom part.
How many times must I tell you?
That's fine, Arvel. I'm not gonna tell anybody about you.
You know what? On second thought, I might have a bit of that stuff I can share too.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then, without further ado, let's figure out our next move.
The time
Interesting.
has come to put my intellect to good use. You will be the mouthpiece.
Don't
Yeah,
get
sure,
too
Arvel.
carried away, yeah?
They're not expecting much from me here.
Yeah. To be fair, we've kind of antagonized Arvel every time he's tried to offer us advice, which is pretty funny, in my opinion. But, oh gosh, it's really bothering me. I kind of want to just... Tell you what, let's replay that mission real quick. Oh, it looks like it's another single mission chapter. That's interesting. Because we saved on a different save file. Let's go ahead and back up real quick. Oh, we have our battle suggestions. I genuinely want to see if we do that other objective first, if we can save Catherine. It'll waste like 20 minutes. Maybe a little bit of time, but it's fine. Slightly increase the class experience gained when training a sword. I'm not worried about training experience. Training experience. Okay, it's training experience no matter what. I think right now, we technically... Let's just do swords, I don't know. We don't use lances very often, so it's either swords or bows here. And it might offer us the ability to do another one. Oh, new exam seals. Okay, so we can get our master seals here. That's what we were trying to figure out on the last kind of section, was if it was possible to... Yeah, we just said, okay. Was if it was possible to get Master Seal in the last chapter. It does appear as though, even though it tells us that we have that new class as of last chapter, maybe it really is just the current chapter. But here we go. Let's do this one more time. It shouldn't take too long. The save should be right before we go into battle anyways. I really got to know if we can actually just spare Catherine, because I am 100% certain she won't join us if we join the Empire, because it's generally how it's gone. Can we skip this? Oh, okay, we can. So let's just see. Because like I was saying, when we got to that last part was us versus Catherine. And let's persuade Constance and Happy. We'll do the same thing just because if we can rescue her, we're going to stick on this save file. But there was a mission like somewhere down here to do something. And that was the only reason why I was thinking maybe, just maybe, there's another option. I kind of doubt it. But, because we are, you know, at the end of the day, we are still technically sided with the Empire. But let's just see. Just because, again, she's one of my favorite characters. I actually don't think she was that popular to my knowledge, which always surprised me. I know Shamir was really popular. But, I don't know, like, and I've mentioned this to friends, like, design-wise, because I was talking with friends, like, what kind of archetypes, what kind of designs do they really, really like in things like anime and games, and I mentioned to my friends, I really like the design of, like, the angel aesthetic. I used to play a lot of, like, MTG with some friends, and I really love the angel aesthetic in games such as that. I also really like the aesthetic of knights. I don't know if that's just super, like, regular, but it's been some of the things that I've always really liked in games and anime and such, so I really like Catherine, personally. But I don't know... I really don't think we can save Randolph, though. I don't feel like that's going to happen. But... And to be fair, Randolph I don't think was part of the army that attacked the Alliance. So you could argue that he wasn't really to blame. But at the same time, you know... You can't really blame anyone except those in charge. The weird thing is, too, Edelgard genuinely doesn't seem as, like, crazy, in a sense, as she does in the original Three Houses games. It almost, to me, felt like Hubert actually was part of the one doing a lot of the manipulation. Which I think was always the case to some extent. Just not to, like, the way it felt, it really kind of felt like Edelgard was still aware of what was going on. But in Three Houses, I don't know, it was just a different feel. Like, she was aware of what was going on, but she was very much, like, supporting all of the violence and everything that the Empire was causing. Whereas here... I don't know. I have a really hard time with Hubert. I don't know if it's just me, but... sometimes, some characters just get under your skin, you know? But here we go. We got these assassins. So I want to see. The worst part is, so I feel like if we do let Catherine get away, and she doesn't join us straight off, which it's hard to imagine that we'd get 3 characters all at once, you know? Because we do still get Constance and Happy here. It's hard to imagine that she would join us right now, if we spared her. In which case, my question would be, does she just run away and then we fight her again later? Because at that point, you know, don't know if it makes a huge difference. But here's all the Imperial soldiers. Yeah, see, they just run straight out there, and I don't think we can even help them. Because we see that, yeah, the gate closes instantly. That's pretty upsetting, though. Like, again, you can kind of tell where both sides are coming from, including whoever it is that's, like, super, super angry about what happened. Like, I get it. That's her brother, everything that happened. You know, and clearly the other dude there was just trying to instigate, which is also really interesting. Makes a lot of sense for the Empire, but, you know, I think that there's people like that in all three of the nations in this game, to be fair. I can't remember her name. I just know there's the pink-haired lady in the Kingdom playthrough that everyone just despises. So, we'll see. I wonder, it doesn't seem necessarily like they're taking off-field damage when I'm not controlling them on the lava, given how much damage we take when we just run through a single one of those lava pits. But, like I said, I gotta know if we can save Catherine. If not, I'm just gonna back out and then immediately go to our other save file. But it just makes me sad if she really does finally appear, and then we kill her after one fight, and then she never shows up on this path again. Because like I said, we are doing the Empire next. That was my plan. I've just never been a huge fan of most of the Kingdom. Although, again, the Kingdom's definitely taking a much different stance in this game. So, maybe we'll change our mind by the time we end this playthrough. But overall, like, I just really have a hard time seeing any of the knights, really. Except maybe Shamir, given the stance, again, she's kind of taken here. Being playable in any kind of sense on the Empire playthrough. That's just not really how Three Houses did it. And I can't imagine just story-wise that that's really how they're going to do it here. Go.
Right now, we need to get a move on and capture those strongholds.
To be fair, in this case, unless we were actually the ones who lowered the gates behind them, it's not like we could have gone and helped them on our own will. Although I get the feeling maybe Claude was the one who lowered that gate. Which is pretty rough, honestly. There's everyone behind us. Let's go take care of them. Yeah, you can see with the special sword we have, I can't really tell if we're doing less damage. But we are definitely not losing a bunch of health from attacking once we drop below about 50%. So, that's good.
I hear you, but capturing the strongholds takes priority. Make sure everyone knows that.
Alrighty, let's keep going. Just surprise attack on Randolph. Yeah.
I see. Not a problem. You've made your choice, Randolph.
Yeah, she like one-shots him though. That's crazy. You'd think he'd put up a bit more of a fight, but like I said, we did kind of just dump him and the Imperial soldiers in there. There just wasn't enough time. That's really easy to say. You know, yeah, once you've already let your allies die. Catherine is recruiting the traitor. Okay. Well, we still have to take care of Constance. I'm happy, yeah.
I will proceed swiftly to Catherine's aid.
Was the DLC house really associated with the Church of Saros? I know their symbol was like gray, and so is like the Church of Saros. I just didn't think that was the case. Let's not fight them until we get the opportunity to convince them, because that was pretty awkward. I really thought we'd accidentally killed Constance, and if we'd done that, we would have had to restart the battle too.
If we can convince some of them to surrender, we'll reduce our number of casualties.
I don't think she's a knight. She might surrender if we talk to her.
Every time I push that strategy button, I always accidentally switch to the next character. Yeah, see, he's saying we can't let a single one get away, but... Okay, no, it is a side mission to seize all the strongholds, so I really don't think we can save Catherine. That's really sad. Yeah, okay, so the forts do light up. but I think it is just... Dang it. That makes me really sad. Jeez.
Maybe let me go. I'd really rather not sigh if I can avoid it.
I didn't think that tornado was gonna hit me. Oops. I thought I could stand behind the archer and be fine. Oh boy, okay. Let's still go ahead and capture her before and just see what it does. Yeah, and see the thing is, this has ought to be pretty, you know, jarring to Shez and anyone who's not... Basically everyone in the Alliance, but you have to consider, like, Shez is still very much a mercenary. Much as they think that Claude cares for them and everything. It's still gotta be like... You kind of ditch the people that you just made an alliance with at a moment's notice, you know? Is that gonna happen to me? Is that gonna happen to everyone else? That's gotta be the thought that goes through everyone's mind. So, pretty rough. Do we have the key? We don't have the key. It's in the center. Oh, there's so many units here, like, jeez. Let's take down these two. Oh, hit constant? Jeez, okay. Yeah, Lysithea, like, her light attack especially seems to do so much damage, and, like, the crazy thing is, he has 120 with her current weapon. I'm pretty sure it's a killer tome. She has 120 durability to her weapon. It's, like, insane.
Why not join us? We'll treat you right.
I don't remember Constance having a dream, but I don't remember. I mean, I only did the whole DLC thing once after it was, like, brought back, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we got the side. I was really hoping that maybe if we did every side mission or something like that, which we technically didn't do last time, it'd be like, oh, perfect. We'll let him go. That is...
Why don't we just stop? You dying here won't accomplish anything, right?
Interesting.
You got me there.
Yeah.
I guess I'll do what you ask. You did beat me after all.
Interesting.
What a mess I've gotten myself into. We'll just have to buckle down and prepare for a fight.
Okay. Victory conditions have changed. Defeat Catherine. Dang it. Okay. We're gonna exit out. We'll still have a save file right there in case I do find out later. Maybe there is some way. Really does not appear to be the case. That makes me really, really sad, actually. I had really, really hoped that we could save her. But I guess it does make sense, too, because we are currently at war with the Church of Seros. That is upsetting. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that she's actually in the game, because we hadn't seen anything about her until just now in this path, but that makes me really, really think that she's maybe, if she's playable, she's only playable in, if you side with Dimitri. But, yeah, it took like 15 minutes. Bit of a waste of time for that side track, but if we could have rescued her, it would have been so worth it, you know? That's my thought. This is the thing with these games especially, is like, what's the point if you can't go out of your way to try and save your favorite characters? We didn't succeed, but, you know. Alright, well, back in this, we could do a couple of support conversations. I've just tried not to do them all at once because I know it gets really, really boring really, really fast. We've only actually maxed out our conversation with these two. Let's do Hilda's A conversation. And then we'll kind of be on our way.
Hilda, did you get hurt at all?
Nope, I'm totally.
Because the A conversations are post-Federation forming, that's why we couldn't do them at first.
Me too. But it was touch and go for a moment there.
Hmm.
Make sure you're not
This isn't really a fitting conversation for this last battle.
That what it seemed like? I didn't think I was pushing myself at all.
I
Oh, now we're having the opposite conversation. The first two were Hilda being really concerned about the way we fight, and now it's us kind of cautioning her.
What can I say? When I saw you up there, I
Oh,
couldn't
that's
help
sweet.
but chase after you. Despite all that stuff I said, I guess I do still worry.
But I
Mhm.
thought worrying about people like me was a waste of time.
Well, that's what I thought. But it turns
Okay.
out you and my brother are different after all.
So what you're saying is...
She doesn't think we're as strong as I think friends and family... Well, I would have said I can't protect myself as well as Holst can.
myself as well as Holst can?
To be fair, though, Holst has protected himself on the front lines for, like,
Yourself. If
years and
anything,
years.
you've only grown tougher
We
since
technically have to as a mercenary, but...
Look at it this way. I can
Hmm.
cheer for you till I'm blue in the face, but if I'm stuck all the way in the back,
Oh,
you won't
okay.
even notice.
That's fair.
And I'd lose track of you in all the commotion.
Yeah, I guess that's what would happen.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
So,
she is also on a
I'll cheer
wyvern.
for you if I don't get up close.
I feel like that kind of
But
changes it.
you weren't cheering. You were actually participating in the battle.
It's pretty
Hey,
funny.
it's not my fault there were so many enemies up there. They
Hmm.
forced my hand. I'd have been in danger if I hadn't fought back. I get the feeling
Okay.
that you have some kind of problem with me being so close by.
I don't think that's it so much as... Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but you know.
Yeah.
Now there's a vague answer if I've ever heard one.
Hmm.
Aren't you happy you get to witness all my valiant deeds up close?
I'm not sure happy's the
Hilda's
right word.
character growth in Three Hopes is very, very... it makes sense, but it's very, very similar to what it is in Three Houses in the whole, like... She really doesn't want to be at the front lines,
Can't think of anyone I'd rather
but
help
she's kind of
than
realizing that that's not always possible, especially when you're in a war, no matter what kingdom you're with. But I'm genuinely trying to remember. I think Holst might have been mentioned in Three Houses. I'd have to go back through and play it again, really to remember, or at least look it up. But I really don't remember... If Holst existed in Three Houses, I'm pretty certain he wasn't playable.
Exactly.
Though again, I could be just completely wrong. That's always a possibility.
Up to you to make sure I'm perfectly safe during battles.
Well, that's fair. I'm not... That's a little bit too mean for me.
But aren't you supposed to be cheering me on so I don't die?
I can't just say no to that, but...
And in exchange,
Hmm?
you protect me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just a typical you watch my back, I'll watch yours type of deal.
Get all that encouragement for free, don't you think?
Right, if
Sure.
you say so.
Let's go with that,
I've
Hilda.
lost the thread of this conversation.
That's okay. The point is, we just gotta stick together and keep doing our best.
That's generally a good thought process, I would say, though. Oh, I guess we're doing a Claude conversation, too. I think this is just B. Hi, Claude.
Hey there. Got time for a little chat?
I do, but don't you kind
I just don't like sitting here and listening to all the support conversations all at once, since it doesn't appear to be super pivotal. I get that it's supposed to increase, like, your pair-up chance and stuff, but on the normal fights, it's not like you're really relying on the pair-up, and then in the main fights, I haven't been doing it either, you know? I guess we could pair up with the other units we have active, but I'd rather just have 3 or 4 units on every stage, running around doing something I can switch to if I need to, than pairing them up for, you know, a little bit of affinity. The duo attack is nice, but I still just don't feel like it's worth it in this game. Which is kind of funny because outside of, like, affinity farming...
Oh, right, the thing.
Yeah, that's what I do. Just pretend. But
Are you sure?
outside of, like, the affinity farming in Warriors, which you had to do for certain mats to get, like, extra upgrades for your crests and such, which isn't the case here, as far as I can tell. It wasn't actually that important to pair up, honestly.
Yeah, I did say that.
So the fact that it's even less important it feels to pair up here is interesting.
Whatever that is.
Alliance.
Oh, maybe this was the A rank, because he's talking about... If we're talking about the Federation, I thought it had to be A rank, so... Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we hadn't done the B rank conversation with Claude yet.
You're a strange one, you know that?
Hmm.
I find myself actually wanting to open up to you. It's probably because you don't seem to have any strings attached.
That's interesting.
Makes it easy to talk.
Maybe... Oh, no strings to that. Maybe that's why he opened up to Byleth as well. Who knows?
All my life, I've
It doesn't appear as though there's, like, an S rank option for anyone in Three Hopes, which kind of makes sense given everything. But, yeah, it was weird too, because Three Houses did the S rank thing very differently than, like, Awakening did and Fates did, but that's because there wasn't, like, a Children units, there wasn't a, you know, time warping Outrealms like there was in Fates, or the Future Children coming back with Lucina like there was in Awakening. So I think it made sense contextually, for Three Houses to do the full-on S-rank romance option the way they did. But it just was always, it was very different. So, it's interesting. Because we basically just got a cutscene with whoever we chose to be with at the end.
Left to face the world all alone after they kicked you out, huh?
It's pretty sad.
The whole time, yeah.
Yeah, Shez.
Mercenary. The groups
Yeah.
I joined didn't last for long, so I ended
Yeah,
up
poor
drifting
Shez.
from one place to the next.
They definitely had a rough childhood, clearly. Like, because you have to consider Byleth was always a mercenary as well, but Byleth had Jeralt. Even in Three Houses up until what happens with Jeralt happens, Byleth still had Jeralt the entire time they were a mercenary. Whereas Shez kind of bounced from place to place. I know we spent like 6 months on our own with Arvel, before we were found with the start of like Garrett Mach and the Three Heirs. So, just kind of sad, honestly. But I get the feeling we're about to have another confrontation. That was B rank. So apparently his B rank also talks about the Federation. Oh, interesting. So his B rank talks about the Federation. His A rank is also locked behind something else. That's interesting. I didn't even realize that. Well, let's go ahead and head off to our shopkeep real quick. Get our master seals. I think even if we're not using him, we should try and get Claude's first as well as ours. We can only get 2 here. That's fine. Just because they're, I mean, we obviously want the master rank classes on everyone that we use. But it doesn't feel quite right not having Claude on his super fancy class, unless we can't do it. Oh, wait, no, we need the building materials. I didn't even think about that. I don't think we have any of the match yet. We need lavish build material and elite training material. There is a chance we can exchange for them at the supply master, but I don't think we had that many smithing stones. So it might not be possible. Okay, we can get lavish right now. We can't get 10 of each. That's going to cost 110 for the lavish building materials. And then the elite training gear is going to cost. So we need 220 smithing stones. We could get close to that, but we'd have to give up pretty much everything, which I don't want to do here. So we'll just go ahead and do a couple of the stages. I'd have to imagine we're going to get some starting now. And maybe we'll get some extra master seals and such for our main characters too, which could be cool. As far as forging weapons, I wanted to make sure that we could forge the extra ones because we had like some of the special steels and stuff. So for the... Who had a weapon? The Blessed Bow is maxed out. No, Blessed Bow cost mithril. If they started out. No, the Killer Tome was finished. Blessed Bow's a no. That our sword's maxed out, which just leaves Hilda's axe, which also... Okay, we don't have what we need. We need Umbral Steel and Mithril for their super specific ones. I'm actually going to save my training points then for once we get the materials to go to Master Seal. So let's do our kitchen thing here. Might as well cook a meal real quick. We can do some chores to get people's affinity up. If we can improve weapon durability, we could do this. I don't really mind what all we use, honestly, but... Ooh, none of it. Never mind. None of our main characters are here. Warrior gauge. We'll try this maybe. Okay, perfect. I was gonna say I don't mind as long as we have at least one unit that we actually use for the cooking thing. It doesn't have to be both though.
I can tell you were trying to make some.
Hey.
Thanks. It's nice to.
Yeah. It is crazy though that this game is so much bigger in file size than the original like Three Houses, because I'm pretty sure it was quite a bit bigger. But there's a lot of detail clearly, and that's the thing with this game versus like Fates, where Fates made it be a completely separate game, is everything's packed into just one game. This is, we've already played a good amount, and that's only one of the 3 paths, and that's assuming none of the paths split, which is still very much a possibility. So, let me see. Where is... Okay, we need to raise Shamir. And... I guess we use Holst a lot as backup. Holst is pretty strong. Nice, perfect. Alrighty. Okay, we have a new reward. Good, that's good. Where is... Okay. Shamir. Have we already done something with Shamir here? Okay. Lysithia then. I guess we'll bring along... I wonder what level Constance is. Because the units that we've been recruiting have come at pretty high levels, to the point that they're basically the next most useful thing, or person to use as backup. So, I think we pretty much, yeah. Might as well do the 2 new units then for a start, and then we will figure stuff out after that. I'd like to save a couple extra points though, just in case. I mean, we didn't end up using them last time, but I don't think it's necessary to use every single one. See what reward this is. Might just be, it's an ambrosia. Yeah, I kind of want to just get into some extra fights here, but I do think it's gonna be. Wait, no, actually, wasn't this a single? Hold on. First off, I didn't remember what this was. Increased defense. We're gonna increase, because I know Lysithia's defense is really low. HP, you know, we'll give one to Shez just because Shez goes down to... It goes down to 50% HP with our current weapon. But we're not always going to have that weapon. But let me just double check here, because I think this might have been another single fight chapter. In which case, the paralog battle. We have a couple extra paralogs we could do. Level 33 enemies, we're strong enough to do that. Another Master Seal. So we probably can't go to Master this chapter unless we give a ton of our mats up, because we needed 220 smithing stones to get all the mats we needed to go to Master Seal. Right now we only had like 80 something. We could grind out other stages, but I kind of want to just hop into this. So if it is a single chapter story, we should use all the training points. We should use all of the I mean, we should just make use of everything, you know? No sense in wasting it if we're not actually going to. Let's pop out Shamir and Marianne and put in Constance and Happy, though. Perfect. And, you know, we'll pop out Linhart and put in Shamir, because why not? They're both mastered. But ideally, we're going to be putting... I mean, it just helps for later, because we're ideally going to put Shamir at her master class, too. So, we'll see how this goes. It's nice not having to worry about the requirements, like having to raise, I don't know, writing skill and such for everyone's master skill and stuff like that. That was always annoying. So, I really like that they changed that. Just the chance to fail, too, because then you'd end up... I would honestly, if I had over, like, a 50% chance to succeed in getting a new class, I would just go for it. And it resulted in me wasting a lot of resources, but it was just one of those, like, really didn't feel like waiting on it type of things. So, if we really struggle on this next stage, though, I guess we could, at that point... Oh, we hadn't done anything with Hilda. But if we really struggle with this next stage, we can go ahead and just dump, like, all of our resources into smithing stones, try and get our master classes. But I don't anticipate that being an issue. It should be fine. And I guess we could just take a couple random people and just because this is another single fight chapter, which makes me wonder if something crazy is about to happen. But we're about to find out. Can't think of anything else we really need to do here, so let's hop into the fight. We could do the paralogs again, but I'm not worried about it. It's a level 33 mission, and all of our main cast is at least level 40. Okay, here we go. Alright, chapter 10. I still have no idea how many chapters there are in each path. I didn't think at first it was going to be like 20 plus like it was in the original Warriors. But with the length of time we've been playing and such, it kind of feels like maybe there are.
Fargus is a region with a strong tradition of knighthood. I expect to fear some opposition.
I'd expect so.
Are you scared, Lawrence?
Dimitri kind of mentioned at a short time last stream, at some point I think that there was a bit of a lack of resources in Fargus. But still kind of scary.
You never know where the enemy's scouts could be hiding.
Yeah.
Still a ways off from the border. I think we can
we'll see.
relax for the moment.
You're going to war. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're going to war. I don't think you can just be glad. That was really fast to prove that point. Oh, okay, so we're immediately fighting.
Randolph.
Ow!
That boy must hate you so much he came back from beyond the grave to haunt you.
No, it's his sister.
You mean as
Oh no.
ghost? Oh,
It's okay, Lysithia. We did bait him into dying, but it's fine. I don't imagine it's an actual ghost.
Randolph's family figured out what happened.
That's exactly what happened. Look at Ches being smart.
Well, if that's the case, I doubt they'd be interested in hearing my excuses. We can't afford to exhaust ourselves here.
Yeah.
Steady on, everyone.
Okay, I was thinking this isn't the single battle I was thinking was gonna happen. Like, it was very obvious when we were fighting Almyra that it was just gonna be a fight against the Almyran army.
Seriously?
But, oh,
You can't
interesting.
drag me off to sleep like this when the battle's about to start.
Yeah, that's not good.
We need to talk.
Why?
Do you remember the warning I once gave you?
Ooh, which one?
I've been struck by a similar premonition.
Something feels wrong, very wrong.
Something feels wrong. Very
I think the only thing wrong is that Arvel and Sothis are like the only two characters that appear in people's... Oh no, yeah. Mine's like this though.
hard to say.
Are we fighting the Ashen Demon here? Did they hire? I know she said like empty the copper, spend everything we can so we can get revenge here, but...
If the Ashen Demon does appear on the battlefield today, I fear we will witness something terrible, an act far more dangerous than we previously imagined.
Whatever's happening, I'm just gonna have to stop it.
I mean, I know Byleth's supposed to be playable, so I would imagine Byleth, while characters is playable on every path. It wouldn't make sense if that wasn't the case. So, maybe this is where... I just feel like there's surely another battle or two with Byleth. Drive back the Imperial Army. Yeah, so we're fighting them. Your action in this battle will greatly impact... Oh. Okay, well, there's Yuri. They weren't kidding. Okay. So, assign an armored unit to protect a target. To restore ability. Give the Swordbreaker ability to Stronghold Captains. So we can strengthen our Stronghold Captains or assign an armored unit. I'm going to go armored unit, but if we have to redo the stage, anti-sword training would also be really good. Okay, let's get our setup up and save, because it did just say our actions here will strongly influence the story, which makes me think that this is potentially where... Because at first I was thinking, okay, this is probably going to be a low-stakes battle, you know? I wasn't thinking anything of it. If what we do here strongly affects the outcome of the story, that does make me believe that potentially there is a chance that this is the fight where we decide whether Byleth lives or dies, because we just directly mentioned them. And we've already found out that characters can die if we don't recruit them. That's really what I'm thinking is going on here. I might be wrong, but we're going to redo this fight until... If that is the case, we're going to redo the last fight until it happens. Because I don't want to accidentally kill Byleth. But that's the only thing I can think of. Because it did specifically just pull us aside and tell us that. It just feels a little bit... It feels a little bit early. Because... I really thought that there was going to be other stuff going on, I guess. And it seems like a weird, like, battlefield to be here, but... If Byleth appears, that's got to be what it is. Maybe it's sparing this girl. That could be the other... Oh, that could be it too. Maybe it's because we, you know, baited her brother into dying, and she's super angry about it. Maybe the action is whether or not we do make peace with the Empire. That's my guess. It's either that or Byleth. Because we were directionally just mentioned Byleth by Arvel. And we were... I mean, we obviously know what happened with this girl's brother. So, in my opinion, it's got to be one of the two. I could just be straight up wrong. There's a very high chance that I'm just straight up wrong. But where's Claude? We're going to have a couple of the basic units that we can't control defend Claude. Worst comes to worst, we use our Shadow Step thing back to hop back to him. We are also going to, I think, clear out all these little extra camps if we can. Just to clear a bit of a path for... Yeah, we defeated the Warlock. Just to make sure that they don't just go straight for Claude. Your army open the gates near side. Yeah. Oh, I missed. Oops. I keep thinking that's gonna... Dang it. I keep thinking those are gonna auto-target, and then they don't, and I just miss, and it's the most awkward thing in the world. I guess we could just... I don't know. I keep trying to decide if I want to pair up with the extra units here. For the extra benefit of, like, the attacks and such. But... Which button is it? Oh, it's XY. I've been trying to figure out why I can't get that to work. It's because I was trying to do the same buttons as in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. Even though it's told it has told us, I just keep messing it up. But that's why when I was switching and I was immediately going to light attack and doing stuff like that, I was pairing and unpairing and such. It's because it's left bumper Y, not left bumper left on the D-pad. That's really awkward. So these are the strongholds. We have to, oh, we only have 2 minutes to do this. Okay. In that case, I'm going to send Lysithea back to this one. Let's send Shmir up to this one. We'll take control of Shez. Make our way over there. This is really, really interesting, though, like... Because, again, you gotta consider the repercussions. They're obviously very, very angry, but when your Empire signed an armistice, I get that we kind of instigated it with what happened. But by all means, it could still be a mistake. It could still be a number of things that kind of happened. So, just going off on your own, like... pretty difficult, especially since if they'd spoken to Edelgard about this, even in times of war, I have a feeling Edelgard probably would have been like, hey, you know, we need to get to the bottom of this. But again, I can also understand why Randolph's sister wouldn't be exactly in the most rational state of mind, given what happened. And it's easier as like a third-person perspective when we saw that guy being like, haha, the plan is going exactly as we thought. To kind of know that, which to be fair, I don't think he was necessarily lying. I kind of feel like we did do exactly what he said. But when he says the plan is going exactly, you know, it's easy as a third person to be like, oh, maybe he's just trying to instigate something. But again, in their position, I get it. I do. But we should be able to do this with time to spare for this. Quickly get information on the enemy. Okay, Alliace is here. Okay, they are here. Maybe it's both. I don't know at this point. To beat Alliace to get information on the enemy. Okay, well, Shamir's the only one who's even remotely close to him. Oh, we have to defeat them. Alliace in the time limit as well. Tell me that this is a... It's not, dang it. I couldn't tell if that was yellow or light brown. Ooh, I don't know if I can do this in time. Actually, we might be a little bit too slow. We already knew he left this knights, didn't we? Let's call Shez up here. We need to take out Alliace in time here. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy that Alliace left to join Jeralt's band of mercenaries, because he was already like on really, really good terms with him in the base story. It's a little bit of a shocker, sure, but arguably I don't think it's that crazy. We have like 20 seconds to beat him down, though. We should be okay. I'm glad I called Shez over here, because I don't think Shamir could have done it in time. But let's get over to Hilda. Hilda's fighting a ton of enemies here. Interesting. Okay, Alliace is gone. Interesting. No. We got information on them, okay. That's something. Ooh. See, we didn't get the option to recruit Byleth, though. That's what makes me think that, or persuade Byleth, or Jeralt, or Alliace. Though I don't know if Alliace will be playable, or Jeralt. No, I think Jeralt's supposed to be. I don't know about Alliace, though. The issue is, I have no idea if this is the mission where you recruit them, but it just, when they say your actions here will strongly influence the story, that's like the type of thing like when it told us we were splitting between the church and Edelgard, you know? That was a big decision. So I really don't know. But I'm still wondering, like, I still think that surely there's an enemy that the way we recruit them, or quote-unquote enemy, that the way we recruit them is by not fighting them. I swear. Like, that's got to be the case, right, at some point. Because, oh my gosh, did Claude just run off on his own? Do I still have, okay, I do still have a couple side units guarding him. We're going to send holes too. We have 3 of our basic units protecting Claude. Oh, hey, it's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. Yuri Leclerc.
I suppose I'll have to earn that advance they paid.
Yeah. Hold on, let's not beat up Yuri before we persuade him. That really did scare me with Constance. I was like, did I just make a really stupid mistake? There we go. I didn't mean to switch characters, so okay. Oh. Do I have an A-bar? Okay. Alright, well, if nothing else, we know we can recruit Yuri pretty... That didn't do damage. What? I'm confused. We shouldn't need it, but that's weird. We have Awakening as well on Shez. We can use that if we have to fight Byleth. Okay, Yuri. Hey, Balthus is yelling at him. I guess I would prefer not to get butchered. I wonder, can you not persuade Yuri if you don't have Balthus then? Or is that just a line that happens to show up if you... Well, actually, was it an option to persuade? I don't even remember. It's been a while. That would be my next question. Is if we didn't have Balthus, is it going to be like a Tiki Bantu type thing? Or if you don't have one, you can't recruit the other?
She's here to avenge her brother.
Yeah. Okay, so Claude knows exactly what's going on here. That's good, because it is the consequence of his own actions. Jeez. That's an awakening thing. Is there anyone else here? Oh, no, she's fighting someone. I really like the weapon skills. It just stinks that you can't use them as much as you want. Alright, well, let's help Claude reach the destination. We've captured basically every fort we can on this side. I'm actually going to have... Who is that? Lysithea? Start taking care of some of these enemies. Just so that we don't have to worry about it at all later. I don't know if we're going to have to capture all forts at some point or anything like that, but... Might as well have them split up to some extent. Feel like that's generally advisable. Okay, Claude's here.
There's the Ashen Demon. Let's hope they take the bait.
Okay. Are we trying to bait her into another fort again? Because to be fair, that didn't really work last time.
I charged too far ahead. This is so dangerous. I need to fall back.
Really?
That's the King of Leicester. Do not let him escape.
Is she actually on the battlefield?
Even if this works, I don't want to engage yet. You all covered?
Okay, so we gotta cover Claude. Good to know. I have like 3 units protecting Claude and I'm here, so let's just take this stronghold, start working on it. Avoid engaging Arya and help Claude retreat safely. Okay. Everybody who's up here, go on Claude. Avoid engaging Claude. Yeah, let's not engage Claude. Arya. Or I guess it's Byleth. See, that's... I do get it. That's like, no need to fight. Do we not have to fight her here?
This is our chance to slay the Ashen Demon.
Oh, this is totally the choice. I'm not gonna kill her, Arvel. This is... Yeah, no, Claude's saying don't. Yeah, Claude is saying don't fight her. And Arvel is saying to fight her. I'm not gonna do that. I unironically, I'm not gonna fight Byleth if I don't have to. I don't want to kill her. The problem is we might have to help Claude outpace Byleth, which might be a bit more of an issue, because I get the feeling if she finds him, not going to be a choice. So we need everyone here to forcefully allow Claude to retreat, I think. Yeah, it's very clearly a choice between listening to Arvel and listening to Claude. But at the end of the day, I cannot imagine that... And at worst comes to worst, we just redo the stage. But I can't imagine that the answer, if we want to recruit Byleth, is to fight Byleth here. That sounds like a terrible life decision. So let's just help him defeat the Swordmasters on his way. This would be a really good time to have a Lancer, admittedly. Or a Lance user. But we haven't trained any of them, and I think we still only have... what is it? Lorenz and Leonie. So... we'll just have to make do with what we have. Luckily, it doesn't appear as though Byleth is advancing very fast. Mycen? Okay. Who is Mycen? Random affiliation. Interesting. Oh, isn't this the general that was talking to Edelgard at some point? I think that might be. To be fair, they're still probably plotting behind the scenes to get rid of the alliance to some extent. But we're also kind of doing the same thing, so you can't really hold them at fault for that. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, worst comes to worst, we realize we were wrong, and we just, we'll have them take forts so they don't... I don't want anyone fighting Byleth. That's just not the goal here. We defeated Mycen, okay. But if we have to do it again because we have to actually fight Byleth, so be it. But I get the gut feeling that if we want to recruit Byleth, the answer is not to kill Byleth here. You know? It just doesn't make much sense to me. Alright, well, we're successfully kind of outpacing Byleth right now. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to switch to anyone else, though. We'll just keep giving orders to, like, Hilda and Lysithea, have them take forts, in case that's a win condition. Because it very well still could be. A lot of times it is. But... until then, let's stick with Claude, make sure he keeps moving at a good pace so that Byleth doesn't catch up to him. and be on our way. Come on, Claude. No one else is here. I need you to move. Claude's bow looks really fancy. It has like the same edge design as like Catherine's and Hilda's axe and such. I don't really remember that being the case. I just realized too, we got Thunderbrand. Maybe we can equip it. Because at this point, I'm pretty convinced we couldn't save Catherine. That might be better than our current sword, and it might not drain our health. So we'll see that. The problem is, it's probably going to be one of those swords that takes really fancy materials to upgrade. Shamir. Oh, guys, you got to get out of there. Follow Claude. Follow Claude. Uh-oh.
But if you get in my way, I will cut you down.
Did one of them not move in time? Okay, well, Claude got here. Okay. We protected Claude. Is she just going to follow us down here?
I was worried I was going to get a sword in my back. Hey, Judith, is everything ready?
It's been ready.
I feel like,
Block the entrances.
genuinely, I think it would have been easier to just straight up attack Byleth, to be fair, so... I feel like that was the right course of action. Did we just trap her in there? I feel kind of bad if we have to kill Flesh, though. Flesh? Is that how you pronounce it? Fleshy? Fletch? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. We aren't messing with them. Oh, the Ashen Demon's gone. Okay. I'm gonna use Lysithia and Hilda here, I think, too. Yep, defeat Flesh. Okay. Well, if it's between defeating Flesh and it's defeating Byleth, I think we know exactly who I'm going to choose. Oh, she's retreating back to... Okay. I get the feeling then... Do we have to... Ooh. Yeah, let's hurry. I think the answer is we need to beat Flesh before Byleth gets back to her. This seems like a much more difficult path than just murdering Byleth. But like I said, it just... When they give you the message, your actions here will drastically affect the story. I'm going to take that seriously, like... And so I'm going to try and not kill Byleth at all costs. Because I want to recruit Byleth. That's my thought here. Now, I don't know if we can actually avoid getting rid of Flesh here, but... Fletch... I know they pronounce it, I just can't think of the name. But... If it's between those two, you know... I mean, I've got my choice. So, I'm sorry. That ought to do it, though. I'm gonna be real sad, though, if it turns out we were actually supposed to, quote-unquote, kill Byleth, and it was just like, you beat him back and they retreated. But I feel like... Did that end the fight? That did end the fight, okay. Oh, we did straight up murder her, okay. I'm not sure that was a choice, because I get the feeling even if we defeated Byleth first, probably would have still had to defeat her, too. Just a thought. It just wouldn't have been Byleth trying to reach her in time. Okay, well, we're about to find out. Not much we can do now. Where was Jeralt this entire time? Yeah, see? I think we did it right. I think we actually did just recruit Byleth.
Looks like we have no choice.
Maybe. I don't know.
Geralt's mercenaries have surrendered. That wraps up this battle.
I'm gonna be really happy if we did that first try and made the right decision, because usually I don't. So, there's that. Hi, Jeralt.
You rolled right over us and took out our employer.
Sure did.
I know when it's time to raise the white flag.
Wait.
Okay.
You're giving up?
She's just super surprised.
Many times, only to be bested at every turn.
Maybe as a whole, but Byleth definitely kicked the crud out of us every single time we fought, to be fair.
It's not easy finding new clients in
Interesting.
the best of times. And no matter how good our
I really think maybe we did...
none of it matters if we can't actually win. At this rate,
Is this actually where we recruit them? I'm like really happy. I think we successfully did it first try.
In that case, can I interest you in a contract with the Leicester
Sick.
Federation?
I think we did it.
You want to hire us?
Sure.
I know we've been at each other's throats since before this federation was even a thing. But you're mercenaries. You were only fighting to hold up your end of the deal with the Empire, right? And now that your employer is gone, you're free to serve whichever side you please. There's no dishonor in working for a new client.
Yeah, you should join us. I mean, by now we all know firsthand how strong you are.
This is true.
And sure, there might be some folks here and there who have reservations about you fighting on our side.
I mean, if anyone has a reservation, you'd think it'd be Shez, since they, you know, murdered their entire mercenary group that we started with.
I doubt the Empire will have any jobs for us after all of this.
That too. Yeah.
Time for a fresh start.
I agree.
Perfect. I can't believe we actually did it first try. So the answer really was not to attack Byleth there, I think.
I've already made my decision.
On the plus side too, we do have an extra save file right before the Catherine fight, which is one battle because this was a one battle chapter. So if we do have to go back and do the other route, if that does change things, we have a save file right there. Obscure.
That's a good one.
Do I just have dad humor? I'm not that old, but I feel like I love puns like that. Alliace and Jeralt like them, and nobody else does. She just doesn't say anything.
Just tell us when we start. I'll go
right now?
group and smooth things over. You two, stay here.
I feel a little bit bad that we did kill Flesh, because we did kind of get her brother murdered. But that's one of those situations where in wartime, I don't think it was going to go any other real, you know, positive way.
I guess we better tell the troops about our new friends here.
Yeah. Arvel's not happy about it. I don't care if you're not happy about it, Arvel. We didn't defeat enough enemies. That's fine. We still got the Master Seal. Fetters of Dromi. What are Fetters of Dromi? Okay. We probably just need... Honestly, we did defeated like 1,400 some enemies there. I would assume it was probably 1,500. That or 2k. But what I really want is our Master Seal upgrades. So we'll work on that. Yeah. Silverheart. That's interesting. We got Yuri. We got Jeralt. Alloys too? Okay, maybe not. I knew Byleth was playable. I thought Jeralt was player. I had no idea if Alloys was.
I can't believe we're going to be fighting together. I'm so...
Oh, the memes are coming back between Leonie and Jeralt.
All right, let's just keep those tears in check, Leonie. There's no need to
make a scene.
Why is Leonie crying?
Apparently, that mercenary.
Yeah, I was gonna say she really looks up to him.
She hasn't seen him for years.
Oh, and you must be the famed Ashen.
You don't have to call him the Ashen Demon. That's kind of mean, actually.
I'm so glad
It's one of those, like, if they really like that... Why do they keep saying so? It's weird seeing these people treat Byleth like a complete stranger, too. It genuinely is.
Would you mind demonstrating your power for me later?
I'm curious to see if it's crest related. Was it crest related? I actually don't remember.
And hey, if you ever need a lifting buddy, you just let me know.
As you can see,
But it's one of those things, do they take pride in being known as the Ashen Demon because they're such a powerful mercenary? Or, yeah, it feels strange, because in another lifetime... Yeah, that's crazy. Like, even if they weren't the Professor, even if they didn't meet them early on, saving their lives with Jeralt, which in this timeline, Geralt's still alive, so that's great. But they still kind of gravitate towards Byleth. That's so cool.
Pleasure's all ours. Isn't that right, kid?
It looks like everyone's happy to have them on board.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess I had nothing to
It's
worry
crazy.
about
It's like a
after.
completely different timeline where they never met, and yet everyone still gets along.
Sister.
With all due apologies to Randolph's sister, didn't we murder her?
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd my favorite mercenary go?
Shez just disappeared. Probably because Arvel's about to throw a hissy fit. Arvel is not going to be happy about what happened here. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah.
I know you've only been giving me your powers because you want me to beat the Ashen Demon.
Don't worry about it.
It's for the best.
For the best, right?
Oh, I'm surprised they're actually acquiescing to our thought.
Everything seems to be right as rain.
Like, what could possibly hurt? Having them with us, yeah.
The Ashen Demon was the...
I hope you're right.
They're a huge fighting force.
What's wrong? Feeling lost now that you don't have an enemy to
Chase
chase
him,
around the
okay.
countryside?
Yeah, this has been our life goal for, like, years. I would say pretty much. I don't know if that's actually what they're feeling, but we've been chasing them for years and years. You know? Because there was the 2-year time skip, there was the 6 months after they killed our initial band, there's all the time we've been fighting since the Federation, before the Federation was formed, afterwards. That's true as well, but, you know, like, it's been years by this point that Shez has been trying to surpass the Ashen Demon, Byleth trying to figure things out. So, interesting. I'm less worried about Arvel now, though, than I am about Sothis, because Sothis did try to take over. Like, Arvel wanted us to beat Byleth, obviously, pretty badly, but Arvel's kind of changed, I don't know, their mind. I don't know what Arvel is, but Arvel's kind of changed their mind now that we've kind of made this peace, whereas I don't think that Sothis has yet. We don't know. Sothis did temporarily possess Byleth and try to murder us.
The Federation reaffirms
Their alliance with okay.
the Empire.
Guess we'll just have to push that under the rug and mention it later if it comes up.
Seeing that Fargus is readying for battle, Claude plans for a short
To be fair, even though we did bait them, I think if Claude explained to Edelgard would be mad. But Edelgard being Edelgard, I think she'd actually kind of understand where he's coming from. And that, like, he let them go and fight Catherine, we were going to go around and fight everything else. The big downside is that we shut the gate to the center on the Empire soldiers. That was a little bit suspicious, but, you know. It's weird seeing older Dimitri without, like, an eye patch and such.
Indeed. I think it's safe to say that
Hey, it's some of the people from the... Is it Blue Lions household that we haven't seen all playthrough? That was kind of the benefit of the whole Academy Days thing, though, is you got to meet everyone, at least even in battle, just temporarily, at least a couple times. Run around the monastery, meet them. Whereas when we went to the time skip, after like 2 or 3 chapters, we didn't really get that chance.
I would not be so optimistic. Not after what happened in Aeon. If you recall, the Knights of Seros were completely wiped out.
Yes, it was a terrible loss.
Yeah.
We didn't even have time to send reinforcements.
If he says that, that really does make me think, because we didn't get the notification about things drastically changing the story or at all. And so if that voice line's there, I don't think we could have saved Catherine, even more so. Which makes me sad.
I see.
Hmm.
You believe the Federation may have had a hand in the matter.
Yeah. It is still really weird seeing older Dimitri without like the eye patch and the super long hair, but
previously wished to defect to our side, but have since reversed their
the positions, yeah.
Perhaps their sudden change of heart can be attributed to this incident as well.
If only we'd been able to welcome those houses to the kingdom. We would have a slight
Yeah, I'm sure you would have, but at the end of the day,
The church initially acted as an intermediary.
you know, I don't think Claude's excuse of like the kingdom once tried to subjugate parts of the Alliance in the past is really a great excuse for it. But in terms of what's good for the Alliance / Federation, I really do think that our current position, it makes sense to have an armistice with the Empire. I don't know if they necessarily need to make a treaty that caused them to also have to attack the kingdom. When we could have potentially just talked it out with Dimitri and been like, look, we just want the church dissolved. I don't even know if that would have necessarily required Rhea, like Sedith, to die. I don't know if Sedith's gonna die, if Rhea's gonna die. We could have just been like, look, you gotta stop or you gotta leave. Something like that. But I don't know. Definitely difficult. Because again, at this point, I don't think, from what I've seen so far of this path, I don't think Dimitri would abandon Rhea or the Knights. Especially since they're currently one of the biggest, like, military benefits they have in addition to their own.
When we're beset by enemies to the east, west,
even north. Poor Dimitri. I think it'd be cool to see if we actually can get like a 3-way peace treaty. Obviously, we're about to go into war with the kingdom, but we thought we were going to go into war with the Empire for a short bit. Things kind of turned out okay, even if it's an uneasy peace. If the story ends with us kind of making amends with everyone and not having multiple kingdoms just be destroyed, that'd be awesome. It's this far north. Yeah.
They sure weren't. A certain somebody's suggestion to take the unexpected route was right on target.
Interesting.
Technically speaking, it was my suggestion.
Yeah, but they don't know you exist,
I
Orville.
was just talking off the top of my head. I didn't think we'd actually be able to invade by sea.
Maybe it was
Yeah.
off the top of your head, but I considered a myriad of options.
What does he want us to do? Tell him the voice inside our head that takes the appearance of a weird-looking, like, white being with red eyes, you know? With white hair and everything. Just told us?
All I had to do was secure an official order from the king. None of our merchants would dare disobey that.
Interesting. So the king of, yeah, the king of Elmira does support us then.
Convince isn't exactly the word I'd use.
Oh.
I merely placed the
Really?
at an early hour.
That makes a lot of sense as to why, what was his name, Shahid, the other prince, was able to do all of what he did.
It sounds to me like he had no idea what he was signing.
Yeah.
We just borrowed a few boats for a bit.
And let's
Oh,
not forget all
Nadir.
the assistance Margrave Edmund gave us either.
That's right.
Edmund just seems to have, like, is he the one that was funding everything? Because he seems to have, like, just infinite wealth.
Father was able to help. Shortened though it was, I can't say my stomach enjoyed the trip.
Oh, poor Lysithea.
You're all as relaxed as ever. But let's get back on task. Our plan's working so far, but we've
Yeah, we still got a lot to do.
I just hope our little invitation was accepted.
That's fair.
The Shrine forces saw our movements just as we planned. They've been inspired to strike, and soon, I expect. It's possible they're already marching on Gautier territory.
If that's the case, then we can't afford to stand around talking about it.
I wonder if we're gonna fight like dragon form of Rhea or something. I'm really curious.
Territory and strike Ferdiad, the kingdom's capital.
I wonder if Rhea knows too that Sothis is inside of Byleth at this point. Because I remember in Three Houses she was a big part of like why Jeralt led the monastery. Everything that happened there. Which really does make me wonder if she's still aware of that fact. Or if she's not. And if she's not, why is she not, you know? Pretty crazy. Right, time to look up the battle suggestions. I don't know what weapon Jeralt uses, actually. Alright, acquire materials to expand the Tactics Academy. The Marketplace. I'm not worried about bonds right now. I think it'll be cool to see what kind of bond we could make with Byleth here, if it's possible. But expanding the Marketplace or the Tactics Academy? We'll do the Tactics Academy.
One step at a time.
Okay, we got combat manuals. I don't know if that was necessary, but... yeah. I'm genuinely curious. Can we get any kind of... Ooh, we can. Oh, I'm really curious, and we might have to start using Byleth and Jeralt. Like I said, Arya is just a name that I always use for female characters, and then I use my own gamertag for that character. But... for Shez, I mean. Let's do our regular errands, hop into some fights. I still want to get those Master Seal classes. But... fills the agreement to start it. That's interesting. We haven't been using Awakening. What I dislike about Awakening is that you don't start out with it, and that's always really annoyed me. I mean, sorry, is you can't not... completely wrong thing to say. You don't have the ability to switch off of it. Once you use it, you're basically tied into using an ability at the end of it. That's the same thing as the original Fire Emblem Warriors. Which kind of makes sense, but it's still kind of annoying. Let's see what they have to say.
This is one of my favorites. Thank you. Someone knows my weakness. Thanks.
Nice. Let me see real quick what weapons they use. So she uses the Knight Captain's sword. That's 130 might at the start. Wow, okay. He uses a lance. Yeah, both of these two are actually pretty strong. Now we have a semi-competent lance user. I might invest into these two a bit, actually. Holy Knight Silverheart. What else could we give him? Knowledge Gem. Charming, Dexterity. Give her a Strength Ring. I don't know if we have another Strength Ring for Jeralt. We'll just give him a shield, maybe? Interesting, interesting. Okay, let me see what I can do with Catherine's sword, though, real quick. Since we kind of, you know, just murdered her and took it. Oh. Choose 4-point strike when wielding it. Could we have recruited Catherine? Oh, okay. We're not going to use that, but the unit does not have a crest. So if someone who has it, this, I don't know if they have a crest. Who has a crest here? Yuri has a crest, right? So if I were to switch Yuri over to using Thunderbrand. Oh, it didn't give us the same statement. Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. I just didn't see another way that we could have saved Catherine. Like, I really don't think we could have. But the more and more it gives us stuff like that, I'm like, well, it gave us Thunderbrand. Could we have?
Care to make yourself useful?
I'm gonna be so sad if I find out later that I could have. So Byleth likes doing this. Shamir again, why not? But I'm excited that we were actually able to recruit them. That is what I wanted, so pretty neat.
Care to make yourself useful?
Interesting, okay. So Shamir. Do Lysithia, and I guess we'll keep raising the affinity with people that we don't use a whole lot. Or the newer characters, at least, because we didn't get Constance that long ago.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Alrighty. And then, as always, I think we'll leave 2 points. I know we get some as we go. But, hey, we got perfect there. Just to make sure. And again, I want to save some of our training points for once we actually have the new classes to go, but we do have Jeralt and Byleth here. So let's take out these two. Put in Jeralt and Byleth. And we'll do a few points here. We'll do like 3.
Can I take a nap yet?
Okay, you know what? We'll just do successful training. Forget it. Okay, that used 4 points. That's fine. Oh.
Not gonna.
Expo. Interesting. Okay.
Time to work you into shape.
Yeah, we just can't do it until we get these mats. Normally we'll get some off the map here. If not, we can work on buying them eventually. I just would rather find some of them so we don't have to burn through all of our smithing stones, if ideally possible. That allows. Oh yeah, that allows us to finally do that. Need lavish building materials. Okay. Really to get a 3rd warrior gauge could be good. We actually need to go to the. Let's go here. We need to go to the Tactics Academy. We need to go to a few other things as well. Like the, I mean blacksmith, not... Blacksmith here, see what we can do with their weapons. Where is it? Okay, I can't do anything with this, but it is a base 130 power. It takes mithril, okay. It is a base 130 power. I don't think it's that necessary. Base 80 power here. Luckily, this just requires smithing stones. That'll take Jeralt up to 110 strength as well. Not too bad. Perfect. We need to go to the Tactics Instructor.
My instruction comes at a high price.
Oh, enhance unique tactic ability. In order to attack.
Another trick
Order
up the
to
old
attack.
sleeve.
I bet this'll come in handy.
Orange off up and up my screen.
Glad I haven't been wasting my time. I'll put this to
Looks like it's basically when ordered to attack and when ordered to defend for most of these ones on the unique tactical ability. Which is interesting.
That should come in handy.
There we go. This is where most of our gold's probably gonna go.
I feel like I've taken hold of something.
Yeah, honestly, I might just start using Byleth now. We'll see. I don't necessarily want to be running 2 sword users all the time. But now we have a competent lance user in Jeralt, which is like a big improvement considering we didn't have one before.
I can use this.
And we have a
Don't neglect your daily
little bit
studies.
here. Okay, let's hop into some of the filler battles here.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Should be pretty interesting. Alright. So battles to the far left. New paralog. I mean, let's look at the paralogs real quick. 33, 36, 27, 30. Like, the issue with a lot of these paralogs is that we really haven't... We really haven't leveled a lot of... Like, this one is going to be rough. It's a level 30, and we haven't leveled any of these 3 past. Like, I think the highest is level 17, the other 2 are, like, level 7. Shamir's obviously leveled, but Leonie is not. Claude is leveled. These 2 are semi-leveled. So some of those shouldn't be too bad. We'll work on those. Eventually, we'll probably just spend gold, level those up. Figure that out then. I just want to see where we can get building materials. So there's 2 if we go here. 2 if we go here, okay. 34, 34. Yeah, let's go. Do we have any dialogue for moving this way? We don't. Okay. Gain control of all strongholds. So, I'm still going to use Shez, obviously. I'm still going to use Lysithia. I'm going to replace Hilda as a mounted unit for Jeralt, and I'm going to replace Shamir with Byleth for now.
Stay focused.
Don't know if we'll keep that setup, but that way we still have a mounted unit, even if it's not a flyer. And now we do have like a full cast of at least 8 units that we will potentially use, because we also have Claude, we also have Marianne, a few other units, Holst on backup, in addition to these 4, and Shamir, and sorry, Hilda, who we just took off the field. I'm just genuinely curious to see how their moveset is. What is our... Oh. Wait, what does that do? Stop time. A follow-up attack will trigger it with time restarts based on moderate damage. Oh, okay. So basically we attack while we stop time. Rack up some free damage, it looks like. And then when we... That's actually really cool. That's really, really cool. The warriors and rescue the sniper. Okay. I'm gonna send Jeralt over to the sniper. You know, we'll send Lysithea there too. And then Byleth and Shez will just start taking forts. Oh, that's cool. So we have a tome ability as well as a sword ability. That does make sense given how Byleth used to fight. That's just really cool. I already really like Byleth's character though. That's super neat. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we have a wind attack and a stab attack. Okay. Jeralt seems pretty good too. I'm really good I recruited these two. Shez is fine. It's because they go down to 50% health. Literally the only reason it's going to tell me that every like 5 seconds. But overall, yeah, I'm really satisfied with these new units. I was using Hilda since the start, but the issue was I really wasn't like actively enjoying playing as Hilda. But I felt like I needed a mounted unit. I kind of like playing as Jeralt here, honestly. And then Shamir, I was using Shamir mostly because I liked Shamir. Whereas here, I actually really like the playstyle of both Byleth and Jeralt already. Like, it's immediately, I kind of like it, so. Now we maybe have a new team of 4. But you have to consider, like, through this playthrough, we've really focused heavily on using Lysithea and Shez. So if we have 4 units actively that we'll use a lot, then we could back up with Claude, Hilda, Shamir, and, I don't know for the 4th one. But basically that's, the full 8 units that we were talking about wanting. So that we could deploy them actively on the story maps. Looks like Lysithea's closest to the bishop, potentially. Ow. Yeah, it's really good that both of them started pretty strong. We didn't have the gold to level them up anymore. But despite that, they're keeping up pretty well. Where's Lysithea? Interesting. But yeah, I'd wondered if they were gonna what they were gonna do with Byleth's character. She doesn't have the fancy sword anymore, you know? I mean, how could she? Oh, that's no, thank goodness. I don't know if that's gonna hit everyone. Well, it definitely didn't hit that warrior back there, I'll tell you that much. Hit these guys though. I still don't get why a member of the church is always just like, it tastes more bitter than blackest coffee. That just seems like such a random thing to say. I don't know if we defeated enough units is my concern right now. Because it does appear as though the requirements for number of enemies defeated have been slowly going up as we go across, which makes sense. But like that last stage, it was a long stage to be fair, but we defeated about 1,400 and a half, I think, enemies, and it was still only an A tier. So to get that S rank reward, we obviously needed to kill just a little bit more. Where is that enemy going? Well, let's just start taking on a few extra enemies. There we go. I do think that... Who's here with Lysithea? Okay, it's Byleth. So Jeralt and Shez are the ones up here. Take care of the general. Shez also has this. But yeah, I'm really glad too that we have a really good Lancer that we like now. Because to be fair, I hadn't really tried Leonie or not Ferdinand, Lorenz. But having someone usable on every part of the weapon triangle is nice. It's going to be a little weird now that we're running double sword. But I don't really mind. If worse comes to worse, we also have a tome user. That's kind of the fix-all situation, I feel. But without an axe, we could have a hard time fighting lances. It'll be fine. 4 and 2, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would secure first by Jeralt. Mage Knight's Ploy. I wonder if Byleth is already at her Master Tier class. That would make sense to me, but I don't know if that's actually the case. So, let's see what happens here. Alright, activity points, yeah. Oh, cutscene.
The Sreng army aims to strike.
Yeah.
But we just drove them back a few months ago.
I do feel kind of bad for Dimitri here. He's basically going through what we were going through when the Empire was attacking, but now it's the entirety of the Empire, and the Alliance, and the Almirans. So, pretty rough, but...
Even so, we can ill afford any interference with the Margrave's work.
Interesting.
It's been almost 14 years.
Hey, it's
since
Rodrigue.
King Lambert and I
I do
fought
remember
the
this
Sword
guy.
armies together.
Just by face, I don't remember what all he did in the story of Three Houses, but I do remember that guy.
They've learned that Fargus is in crisis. They would jump at the chance
Interesting.
to take advantage of it.
Oh, they have another. Ooh.
Who informed them of our current difficulties?
Probably one of your enemies. It would make sense to.
We've got a problem.
What is it, Felix?
The Federation army has invaded Fraldaria's territory.
Interesting.
They're marching westward as we speak.
The Federation? But how?
Oh.
I thought our eastern border was sufficiently
Didn't we come in from the north, though? Oh, no, we did come in from the east. We just took the ships from a different angle.
When does Leicester have a navy capable of transporting a full army?
We don't.
I'd like to know. But whatever the answer, they're here now.
No matter
Yeah.
how big the ships, there are always limits to how large a seaborne invasion can be.
That's true.
That's
which means they'll want to
fair.
avoid any unnecessary conflict. I would expect
I don't know if we have the ability to make our return trip, though.
So they're going for the
Because, I mean, Nadir said we did just borrow some ships. But are they going to stay there and wait for us, you know? Or are we going to have to march back through the border?
We'll go home and get ready to intercept them.
Your Majesty,
Interesting.
I ask that you permit me leave to do the same. As the former lord of Fraldaria's territory, I cannot turn a blind eye to these interlopers.
I'm sorry, Rodrigue.
I will send you some of my personal soldiers as reinforcements. Just promise me you'll both come back alive.
Understood. Well, I guess that's not us, but you know. If we don't have to kill them, I don't want to. I don't know who all will be able to recruit from the kingdom, though, in all honesty. Well, we got quite a few mats there. The Almira mercenaries, okay. Raise their level of our axes. I mean, eventually it's nice to have just the main character be able to use whatever they want. I'm not too concerned about that now. So Hilda, I think Hilda's... Oh, it's their combat art level. Still probably Hilda. Diamond axe goes up, okay. Doesn't seem that you can level those combat arts a whole lot unless I haven't found the menu to do it. Which is entirely possible. How many mats do we have? I know we just got lavish building materials. We have enough lavish building materials. Do we have the... Ooh, we might actually... Okay, yeah. And we can go through a few support conversations here. We got one with Byleth there. Because I'm genuinely just curious to see what the conversation between Shez and Byleth is. Because Byleth did murder a lot of their friends.
Allow me to assist with any
Training grounds.
regarding the facility.
Come on. Yeah, perfect. That's probably the only upgrade we can do. Yeah, because the Tactics Academy, I think, also required the same mats. That's fine. Time to go get our master classes on a few of our important units. What we've been waiting for quite some time, actually. Where is it? Asura. Perfect. We lose 1 speed, not a big deal. I've been waiting to get our dual wielding back. Oh, that's sick. Yep, okay. Now then, the other big one is... We're gonna go with Claude, just because even if we don't use him, we've used him as a support unit. And he does have a very special class. Barbosa. That doesn't really... I still don't know what kind of mount that is to this day. Right, Lysithea to a Gremory, that's fine. All forms of magic. Makes sense. A rank and tones, okay. My question was, though, let's double check and make sure they surely... Yeah, so he comes in at his Holy Knight Master tier class. She comes in as a Silverheart. What? Mortal Savant. Does Byleth not have a special class? Because Silverheart appears to be an intermediate level class. So added with a sword and boasting talent with magic. Sword is greatly fearless. Okay, so she still has a basic ability to cast magic, but she is still only a sword unit, so theoretically, it should make a difference if we do this. As far as I understand. Unused combat arts. Let me just see, though. Fire Sweep Grounder. Oh, okay, so if we switch off that, we don't get the ability to use the tome. That's fine. Can she go to a master tier class, or does she have to... Oh, we don't have any extra master seals. Okay. I don't know. See, I always kept Byleth in the Three Houses base game on her, like, regular class instead of going to a quote-unquote master class. But I think what I'm going to do here is actually probably take her to Enlightened one. Wielder of Magic, has high strength overall. That does sound like it'd be her special class. So, we'll do that. Next Master Seal will go to her. We'll also want to get Master Seals on Hilda. But our main three are there. Jeralt was already there. How much gold do we have for level ups? That's basically all of our gold, but we shouldn't have any other immediate upgrades we need to do. And we'll probably level up Jeralt. We'll level up our backup units as well. But let's do a couple of support conversations, why not, before we jump into the rest of the battle. I want to see really, really badly what... Oh, they don't have a conversation. Interesting. That's a little bit disappointing. Unless we have to unlock it. In that case, let's do Marianne's. Alright, hi Marianne.
Oh, hello. Are you on your way to get something to eat?
Oh yeah, that's what it was. We, kind of chased her off. I felt really bad about that.
Shall we go together then?
No, she's gotten over it then.
I wonder what they've cooked up for us today.
Yeah. I feel really bad for Marianne though.
Satisfying. Pretty nice getting such tasty meals all the time, huh?
I agree.
Especially as a mercenary.
The meal was lovely.
Sure, that's a really nice change.
Finish your meat again. It's kind of a waste, you know.
Is she a vegetarian? I have no idea.
I ate a lot of the vegetables, so you can have it.
Hey, if you're offering. Wait a minute. Haven't we had this conversation before?
Yep.
I think we have.
Did something happen to you, Marianne? You seem
good.
more relaxed today. In a good way, of course.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Nothing in particular. But I made a decision. I'm not going to worry about whether I bring misfortune to others or not.
That's
I've
good.
been a part of this army for a while now, and I've worked closely with everyone in it. And nothing terrible has happened to anyone as a result of being around me.
Well, of course nothing bad's happened.
Yeah.
I'm still a bit anxious about everything, but I decided to adopt a more easygoing attitude. I'd like to emulate you in your nonchalant demeanor. How you can just move through the world without a care.
I think that's a little bit more difficult for a noble to do than a mercenary, but yeah, that's fair.
I'm okay with that. I say if you want to talk to people, then talk to them.
Gonna be alone and do that. Whatever makes you happy, you know. I feel as long as it doesn't directly, you know, harm anyone else, you might as well just be yourself. Be happy.
Yes, I think so too. But I fear my adoptive father might chastise me again if I say...
I disagree. I don't think you need to worry about that. And maybe that's what... I don't remember much about her adoptive father if we ever meet him in the game. But... You know, I think that her being more confident might be exactly what they're hoping for.
Definitely somewhat sociable. More
Yeah.
so even.
And I think that's what Marianne did say was
I'd like to think it will be.
what, you know, she was criticized for.
I mean, I guess I don't really know what kind of guy your father is.
Sometimes I think you say whatever pops into your head without thinking. I suppose that's
Yeah.
what I like about you, isn't it?
Very straightforward.
I can already tell I'm going to learn a lot from you.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't think anybody just literally says whatever. I get into trouble for that a lot, though. Or I'll just, be like, I'm just gonna say it. Doesn't always go so well. Let's see what Lysithea and... Do one more here, and then we'll get back to some fights.
As I told you before, I do not have a crest.
Oh, Marianne doesn't have a
Why
crest?
do you insist on hiding it? It can only mean your crest is somehow...
Oh, it's a crest scholar. What happened to, I wonder what happened to the teachers. Are they also? Aside from, oh, what's his name?
What were you saying about crest?
Is Yuritsa? I assume Yuritsa's still in the Empire, but...
I studied
why can't I remember their names? Hanneman and...
extremely relevant to my interests.
Oh, it'll come to me in a sec. But I wonder if they're also with the church in the kingdom. Hanneman and,
Unfounded platitudes will
See, I always know everyone's name until I try to think of them.
don't want. I might not look it, but I'm a general in this army.
Yeah.
Well, we were just finishing our conversation.
You don't need to be rude.
Thank you, Lysithea. Think
Huh?
nothing of it. I stepped in of my own accord.
I wonder what everyone's rank is in the army.
You appear to hold a secret or two.
If Lysithea is a general and Marianne maybe isn't, you'd still imagine everyone from the Officers Academy is, you know, like an officer.
We all have things we
There's
prefer
that.
to keep hidden.
But it looked like these two only had one conversation too, so this probably is like a very open and closed like conversation.
What? So if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to
Oh
ask.
yeah.
We secret keepers need to hold strong with each other after all.
Mhm.
Oh, and I'm not saying this because I pity you, but you clearly find your secret painful.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe I've been a bit too harsh on you in the past.
Oh no, you haven't been harsh at all. I'm merely envious of how strong and level-headed you always appear.
Unless there appears to be ghosts,
Never would have guessed
or if you insult her height, or her age. Even though I think she's only like a year younger than everyone else, and at this point everyone's an adult, so there's that, but, you know.
Still, perhaps you would be willing to hear mine one day? I feel
Maybe.
like being around you gives me the courage to finally set it free.
I would be happy to hear you out, and also to help rectify the situation if possible.
Oh, that's nice.
I know quite a bit about Crest's scholarship. That fool talking to you earlier couldn't hold a candle to me.
Thank you, Lysithea. I already feel a little bit braver.
That's really wholesome.
I'm offering you the full might of my assistance. I hope you can do better than a little.
I mean a lot.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to feel a lot braver.
Well, you don't need to intimidate her about it, but yeah. That was actually pretty wholesome. Yeah, we obviously still have more. It always feels like, to be fair, like there's a lot more conversations than there actually are. Because you have to consider, if I have, like, say, one conversation between Shez and Claude, it's going to show up a bubble on each. So for all we know, it's only a few. Because, like, with Shez, we have Holst and Claude, apparently. Oh, so maybe Claude has Lysithea. I believe Lysithea is on the other one. Yeah, we'll go through them a bit at a time, though. I just, like I said, I really hate to just sit here and read through them over and over. I get really bored doing that. We'll do one more chore real quick to erase some morale. But I also want to... Did we erase Jeralt's? Apparently we did not. Okay. Equals 2. But I just hate to sit there and listen through every single one, because it takes forever. I also considered just holding them all until the end and then just sitting there and watching them, but that would have been really boring. So, and this way we slowly get some of the benefits if we do ever pair up stuff like that. So, not too shabby. But I'm really glad we have our master classes now. That's really cool. Let's do... This one has the most resources. Brave Lance. That's probably an upgrade for... ooh, another Master Seal. We need that. Really, really badly. It's the S rank award, so we'll see. Shouldn't be too bad, though. But... This is the squad I'm going to roll with for now. I think it's nice to have at least one mounted unit, but I also think movement isn't nearly as much an issue in this game as it used to be. There have been a few stages where, like, yeah, it was really nice to have a flyer, yeah, it was really nice to have a mounted unit. Worst comes to worst, though, we can always shadow step back. It's not like we don't have opportunities like that. As I said, yeah. I was gonna say, that's an armor knight. Fencing on the first checkpoint, okay. That miss? Oh, crud. It's that light attack's the one that really messes up the armored enemies. Wait, what? Is it just guarding? I'm confused. I want to push this knight back into the other ones. And then... Okay, whatever. I was going to say then use the A attack. Oh, it changed the attack when we went to a new class. That's really cool. It's no longer like a bunch of different elements. It's just light and dark. That's still really, really neat, honestly. I do eventually want to find a better weapon for Shez, though, so that they're not just losing half their health every time they do anything. But that's a problem for another time. Yeah, we no longer have the ability to cast, which I thought that was really cool. That said, I'm not too concerned about it. It was just a singular skill. Once we switch to the special one, like if we get the Master Seal here, we'll go back and change their class real quick, and that should do it, I think. If I do that, then... That is a weird ability. I'm gonna have to use that, but that's actually really cool that they do still do the time stop from Sothis. Interesting. Alright, well, let's drive him back. Yeah, for being quite a few levels down on everyone else, Jeralt and Byleth are still very, very powerful, which is good to see. Oh, that's wholesome. Words can't express how glad I am that that Jeralt's still alive. It's just so nice. Because it was just such a tragic death, like, with Kronia and everything. And then Kronia immediately dies afterwards too, like, it was one of those just, what was the point? It'd have been someone if if Kronia ended up being like one of the super big bats, you know? And that was like why they were the one to take out Jeralt. That would have been one thing. Beat the summoner. Where's the summoner? Is the summoner all the way up there? How would I possibly get up there and defeat them in 30 seconds? Even if I had a flying unit here instead of... What? Yeah, I shouldn't have stopped to kill that bandit, actually. I don't know if I can make it there in time to stop the summoner, unless we'd already had someone marching up there. No. Does the time still freeze while we use A? I don't know if this will one-shot, because Geralt's only level 33. Oh. Did that actually just work? Hey, sick. I can't believe that worked. If that A attack had one-shot and frozen time on the timer while it was going down, that wouldn't have worked. Oh, Felix is here. Hi, Felix. I kind of thought this was going to be like a big fight. I don't know why he's here already. You could just be happy. No, that's easier said than done, but you know, you don't have to be so grumpy. Oh, I'm so happy that we have the dual sword back though after so many chapters. It just looks so cool. I don't think it actually makes a huge difference gameplay-wise, I just think it looks cool. And actually, the swords match up really well. Like our special sword and then the other one we have, just color scheme-wise. Let's make sure that we defeat enough units here, because I'd really hate to fail another S rank, especially one for Master Seal, just because we didn't defeat enough units. Alright, then. So we just have to defeat Felix. I'm just gonna take out a bunch of the regular rank and file soldiers as we go, I think. And then we'll make our way to Felix, and hopefully that's enough enemies. Because it's not like it has to be a huge amount, I'd imagine, just because this is one of the, you know, basic stages.
This might actually be fun if I'm fighting you.
Does Felix know, no Shez? I wonder if, like, how well known Shez is in the other kingdoms. Obviously, we're known to some extent in the Empire, to a pretty good extent in the Alliance in this playthrough. But does the kingdom actually know about us? Oh, I really thought that was going to cancel that. Oops. You also can't heal in the middle of animations like this. If you press the buttons, you used to be able to just heal whenever you wanted. Oh, where did he go? He's in the corner. Okay. He should die if we can break his guard here. Or if we just whittle him down. Yeah, it's crazy how fast we lose health from our the sword we're using this effect. It's still just like the most powerful weapon we have in terms of just sheer might though. So I've just been doing it, but yeah, come on. Break the guard, there we go. That ought to do it. Perfect, okay. Yeah, I'm a little surprised Felix showed up here. I can't imagine that's like the actual Felix fight. Maybe it's just one of those, like, they're pulling the same kind of guerrilla warfare tactics we did, where he's gonna attack here for a bit and then pull back. But we did get our S rank here, which is nice. Nice. Alright. Perfect. Oh, we got 2 Master Seals. Perfect. In that case, we can level up probably either Hilda or Shamir as well. Probably Hilda. Training points. I guess we can access this. I'm still gonna do every single fight. It just seems like the best idea. Increase the amount of bonus experience. Okay. I mean, we've already acquired the materials from our first tactic, so I can't imagine it actually matters. Oh, and Byleth wants to go on an expedition. Perfect. I have no idea what the answers would be, and I'm not gonna look it up. I just wasn't planning on doing it. No. Okay. Extra serving spots. Combat engine reinforcements. There we go. Okay, nice. Return to camp. But I'm not planning on looking up, but I have actually no idea what Byleth's responses would be, because we were Byleth in the other game, you know? I've gotten like 2 out of 3 on most of our attempts on the expeditions, but we still haven't done a perfect one, so there's no way I'm going to do it perfect here, but, you know. What do we got here? So, a 3rd warrior gauge. That could be really good, actually. The problem is we don't earn it fast enough, I feel, to have a full 3 most of the time, but sure. We'll do that, and then... Oh, okay. Reaches threshold. Allows stats to be increased beyond their limit at the... Ooh. Interesting. We need to acquire a lot of gold now.
Let me know if I may be of further.
Let's head to the training master first. The problem is farming gold on like redoing stages is actually really slow as well. I found that out during my personal grinding sessions. It's pretty bad. The required class. Oh, we do have the Master Sword Master. Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't sure because by the time we've gotten to Advanced, by the time we got to Master, we'd already so long ago mastered the previous required class that it wasn't even an issue. But that's good to know. Alright, Wyvern Lord Hilda. Train up. I mean, she's in the training point. She's already gotten 1 of the stars. She'll get there. I just didn't know that's how that worked. But let's go on our expedition real quick. I didn't even know Arvel was there, actually. This is why we saved some of our action points. Something wrong? Yeah, that's fair. I feel really bad just because nobody really knows Byleth in this timeline. It's kind of sad, actually. Does Byleth like fishing?
This is nice.
They really like fishing. That's genuinely kind of funny, given how much you fish to begin with. Let's raise we have 15 owl feathers. Jeez. Like, that's why I stopped buying all of the mats, because we have so many materials. If we wanted to just quickly raise someone's affinity, that it really doesn't matter. But we need gold to now do all our Tactics Academy stuff. We need gold to... Yeah. Let's go to the waterfront. We need gold to catch up Jeralt and Byleth on levels. We need gold for weapons. We need gold for all sorts of stuff right now. That's really what it boils down to. We might have some bullion to sell. I don't actually know, though. Hi, Byleth.
It's always good to have a source of water nearby.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see how we do here.
I hope all our allies survive this war.
Yeah. That's not the answer.
Okay.
Yep, we'll pull through. There we go.
You're easy to fight for.
Your friends are intuitive. I'm gonna say Arya is better. Aha! Do we do another talk? Let's do another talk.
Naturally to the sword
From the first moment I held one. Say it was pure luck that I won. Yeah, right?
No.
Oh. I thought we were gonna say that was pure luck that I won, but maybe that wasn't. Oops. Well, we were close. Now we know. Alright, onward. Couple more battles. Let's keep pushing through. Brave Lands. Well, that'll solve some of the gold issues. That will do it. Defeat 500 enemies? Okay. Perfect. Let's get into it.
Fight starts now.
Yeah, I guess you could... I mean, you could change... the player character can always do... Apparently anyone just about can do any class. Which is cool and all, if you work on their mastery and such, but I'm just not worried about it. That's kind of why I was like, well, at the beginning maybe we are wasting the whole training points by staying in specific classes, but I just didn't think I was going to use it. We charged for a really long time there. But yeah, when we get that free critical chance though from the sword we're using, it's really nice. It's just like this sword that we have on Shez does a lot of damage. It just hurts a lot. Because you're basically just guaranteed to be at 50% health. Which, you know, hasn't been an issue so far. It's going to tell us they're in trouble, but they're fine. If we can get a sword that's relatively close in power, that won't have that effect, that probably will do it eventually. Just because it's going to be less of a headache for me. But I'm not super worried about it. They still do plenty well on their own with that sword. And we've been leveling up our healing items too now I think about it. We should get better healing items in a bit. Yeah, we should actually be using Byleth a little bit more here if we want to get to their masterclass. I'd like to play some more with Jeralt actually. I really liked Jeralt's kit. With the tornado as well as the just quick stabs. But Byleth is the one that we need to master their class. I don't remember if you actually get it a little bit faster by using them actively. We also get more MVP experience too, so that'll level up one of these two if we use them more. So that's it's probably advisable to be using one of these two the most. We do still have the charge attack. It's interesting though that when we do the charge attack on Byleth, it's just a, oh no, it is the same thing. I was about to say, it just had to be fully charged. For a second there, I wasn't so sure. Okay, she has a fiery tornado. Interesting. I wonder if fire's like the element that they immediately associate with Byleth, because I actually have no idea. I really like the time stop ability though, it's sick. I'm just gonna let it time down and see how long it'll go, honestly. I think it just time stops everyone that's an enemy, and then it does an extra burst at the end, from my understanding. So it's basically just a free moment to do as much damage as possible. That's a crazy long amount of freezing, though. That's a super powerful ability. If I'd known that was going to be a thing, I might have actually saved my special ability thing that I give to Lysithea for Byleth. Because at this point, as far as units that I'd like to eventually maybe do the special bond with, it would be obviously our 4 favorites in Byleth. But we only have 3 paths unless it splits, so we'll see. And like I said, I'm pretty sure if Catherine's playable, it's only Knights. There's that path. We haven't even seen Dorothy yet. We've obviously already done Lysithea's. Shamir, I have no idea with Shamir. With the way they've portrayed Shamir, it almost makes me think that Shamir might be playable in, if not every path, at least 2 of them. Just because she really does not seem to care. But I'm so surprised. I really thought they were going to do the same thing with her and just pair her up with Catherine for everything. It's what they did in the base game. It's what she kind of became known for. And then they were just kind of like, yeah, no. Not the case anymore. These strongholds, huh? See, the problem with these stages is I actually don't know if there's going to be another... Like here, we'll send a couple people to take this stronghold. Just because I don't know, or we'll do this, okay. Just because I don't know, usually there's a step. It's not like the original Fire Emblem Warriors, where it was usually just a base, you know, this is just the only one you'll find. A lot of times it feels like, I'm sorry, the only objective you'll find. A lot of times it does feel like there's more objectives than just the one. So, pretty interesting. You're fine. Yeah, that's a decent extra chunk of damage. Like, Byleth's ability is really, really good. It feels like to me. Yeah, let's keep using her. See if we can get her the MVP. See if we can't get her to get some that extra experience. So we did pay for that tactic here. We didn't pay for it, but you know what I mean. We have the tactic on this map for the MVP getting extra experience. So I don't see why we shouldn't just make use of it. Pretty neat, though. Pretty neat.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Really close to defeating 500 enemies, aren't we? Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's the enemy commander. Who's the closest? It's Lysithea. Have her head that way then. Oh, is there not an entrance to this hall? No, I think we're good. Sometimes these rooms literally just don't have an entrance on a certain way, and it's really annoying. Did she just say that to Byleth? Because if that isn't irony, I don't know what is. Feel bad for whoever made an enemy of you. The person who made the biggest enemy of them. Jeez. Ugh. That's that didn't feel like a huge, like, noticeably larger chunk in. That, wow, we only maybe need to do one more stage then. Before we can upgrade to Masters. That would be nice. Alrighty. I'm glad saving's quick in this game too, because I just always have the habit of saving every single time, even if we don't need to. Okay, we're building materials. Yeah, sure, you can. I wasn't actually going to go back to town, but our supplies are full. And we do probably need to be clearing that out whenever possible. Just doesn't make sense to waste those when it only takes a couple seconds to go down there. I am just going to collect the supplies probably. Then... Oh, wrong button. Collect the supplies. And be on our way. See what facility we can expand, but... I just want to do all the side battles before we really go into our full-on let's get into everything, see what we can do. Shtick again, because I feel like we do that a lot and it wastes a lot of time. Really increases the might gain, yeah. Perfect. Getting more might is always very, very helpful from the blacksmith. It's made some big differences. It's made less of a difference on the stuff that we can't immediately, like, upgrade. Like the ones that require the orichalcum, stuff like that. That's obviously a bit more of an issue. But it's still helpful. 1, 2, looks like we have 3 fights to do. Just tear through those real quick. Until unless Byleth masters their class right here too. Because we obviously want to get them working on her, wait, what? What are the... You can only take male units in this battle. Ah! Well, that's annoying. Because I don't think we have 4 male units that are quite ready to do that. Let's do this then. And then we'll head back to town, see what we can make of that, because it's not been on purpose, it's just been the units that I like playing. I really do like Jeralt. We can take Jeralt, Claude, his brother, why can't I ever remember his name off the top of my head? Host. We can take Jeralt, Claude, Host, and maybe, I don't know, Balthus, just off the top of my head. So we have things we can work with. What is the goal here? I just see a ton of enemies. Beat the thieves and the kingdoms. That's very non-specific. There's 12, okay. That is a lot of enemies. Well, everyone should be set on attack. I don't think I need to order anyone to attack specifically. Oh, right, we need to switch to, yeah. Had already forgotten. Let's get that experience on our Byleth here. But we need some gold. We can maybe upgrade so that our main team has multiple bars as well. Oh, that message is going to be the death of me, I swear. Until we get a new sword. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure if we're going to get a special sword for Shez. I was kind of hoping that would be the case. I get that they're just normal kind of mercenary. But they also have Arvel, even if no one knows about Arvel. So you'd think, you know... But again, they haven't really done anything with Byleth's special sword, but we do have Catherine's special sword, we have all that stuff. But, who knows? In all honesty though, if I were to find out, like, I don't know, tomorrow or tonight, that you could save Catherine on this path, I would totally just off-stream get back to this point. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's a bit of a sore spot for me when I have to kill my favorite characters. I don't know if that's the case for anyone else, but... I really did go back though. We did every side mission. We tried to do anything else. The issue I found is that when it's the main mission, I'm not sure there's a way to do it, you know? If it was a side mission, if it was something potentially that seemed optional, that didn't seem optional. And Dimitri had a dialogue line about it afterwards too. I just didn't expect that on the Alliance/Federation path. I expected it on the Empire path. I really did. But it's not this path. Makes me kind of sad. But it's cool that this game doesn't, like... I thought it was going to have like a history mode and that was going to be the end game. It's going to be weird though because if there's no history mode and it is just the paths, there's not really going to be a way to just be like, okay, well now I can take every unit I've ever gotten and play them, you know? Because there are units that are specific to certain paths. So I don't know how that's going to work, but... Byleth's time stop ability also does not have a long cooldown for what it does. It doesn't do the most damage, I would say, by itself, because it does that little bit of refract-like damage. After, like, based on how much damage you do or something like that, it said. But you also have to consider, they're completely still and they can't do anything during that time. Which is kind of insane. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I just realized, do we have to defend our base in this mission? I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention when they told us that. The Ether General, huh? That is a very bright design compared to the other designs we've had on enemies so far. Hold on. I'm going to send somebody back to the base. I feel like, just in case. Oh, not her. Since she's the one we've been taking here. Jeralt can get back there pretty fast. I'm just so used to the other warriors where, like, if you ever let your base fall in history mode especially, you lose. It didn't appear to be the case in the story mode. But to be fair, with all the extra battles, that might just be the equivalent of story mode here. Because we seriously have so many extra battles. Hopefully that hits all the enemies there. Yeah, we're good. I didn't expect Lysithia's magic to change at Master Class for her A. Because like Shez is just the same as the other dual wielding class. So I guess I didn't think that was going to be the case. It's neat looking though. Like I remember mentioning so many times, like it's so cool that Lysithia has the whole deal where she can basically just use whatever magic she wants. That was pretty neat, honestly. We'll see how this goes. Interesting. Yeah, Jeralt's moveset does not feel like, I really wasn't a fan of the mounted units in the original Warriors. Like, we occasionally played Elise because Elise had a really, really high, I think it was luck, and was really good at clearing specific stages. But I didn't really like playing Elise either. It was one of those cases where, like, it just happened to align well with what we needed. But at the same time, I really like the Wyvern characters in the original one, and I don't like them in this game, so... It's just interesting how things like that can change. We might have accidentally given Shez the MVP here, which is fine. But, eh. Wait, where's it going? Come back. Come back. General. Please. Oh, I just realized we have a side quest to, and it's fine. We had a side quest to defeat 200 enemies in a given amount of time. Not a big deal. We might have actually not gotten an S rank now that I think about it because we didn't kill enough enemies. Ah, well. Like I always say, we can just come back and do it later. Never mind, we're good. We don't have... I mean, we have some bullions. Okay, perfect. Alright. It's nice that we get smithing stones like every stage too. Because if we didn't, it'd be a real pain to try and collect them all. 1,000 gold's nice, okay. Who wants to go into an expedition? Not really. Yeah. Lysithia's magic is about to go through the roof. It already was. I don't have exotic spices, so we can't make that trade. I can go see if we can buy that though. Because exotic spices for 3 master seals, if we can buy it at the gift shop, would totally be worth it. Alright. First off, let's check this, because that does potentially affect what we can. Can't do Tactics Academy? Okay, it doesn't, but... Alright, so we can get use of elixirs. That's... Genuinely, recovering HP hasn't been a huge issue. In fact, I kind of want to do more uses. Because the only one who's really in danger of that tends to be... It tends to be Shez. And I think Shez, it's more just needing to be able to use it constantly whenever they get into danger. Because of the way they're fighting. Since they do tend to lose like all their HP, well, half their HP naturally.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Clear that out so we don't have to worry about it later. Shopkeep. So we needed the exotic spices.
Carry a little of everything here.
Also we have... Yeah, we had 10k sitting in bullion here. Alright, exotic spices. Do they not sell them? Okay, well... I mean, we can just buy 2 Master Seals. That's unfortunate. I don't know how we get exotic spices if that's not how. So, I'm not gonna worry about it, honestly. But here we go, we've got... Wrong person. Yeah, here it is. It's gotta be Enlightened one. It's the fancy class. I would have to imagine. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Now then, so we need... Balthus is level 20. Oh, Yuri's level 33, so we have options. Maybe we level up Holst to Immortal Savants. He actually loses strength here. That's interesting. Trickster. It actually seems like no matter what he does, in terms of being on foot, we'll just do Mortal Savant. Fine. It's a little weird to me that he loses strength for going to his master class. Oh, Marianne, we haven't... To be fair, we haven't used Marianne a whole lot. Who else do we have that we... Hilda's there, Claude is there, we're there. Actually, Marianne, yeah, why not? Can't possibly hurt. She's one of the units we use as like a, Oh, I didn't want to switch manually. Okay.
With proper training,
Need to train.
work you into shape.
Perfect, okay.
With proper training,
Alright, on to battle. Let's do the, yeah, we have to do that next. It'll be sketchy. This one right here. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Because we do still have Jeralt. Jeralt's probably who we're going to rely on a lot. I'm just annoyed when we have quests like this too, because then I have to change everyone back later. But Claude. I want to see if it'll let me take Shezin. Actually, if I take... Okay, no it doesn't. I was curious. If I could, cheese it. Holst's still probably stronger than Yuri. Nope, okay. Okay, that's what... So in the old Warriors, it counted Robin and Corrin as both no matter what. Because they were the, player characters. But to be fair, you could also change it back and forth. Whereas you can't do that here. So... That's unfortunate. I think we'll probably use Holst or Jeralt for most of the time, though. So we're fighting pirates, huh? Yeah, Holst isn't too weak, but Tell me that took him out. Really? That's concerning. Perfect, okay. Right, let's take control of Jeralt and just got stuck on the wall. Just start sweeping everyone we can. Yeah, I mean, he does noticeably more damage than even Holst does. Let everyone else kind of do their own thing. Yeah, he has a really cool moveset, like, honestly. I do wonder if that Brave Lance, when upgraded, will be better than the Silver Lance. And it's not like anyone else uses a lance, so it's pretty much for Jeralt. Do we have to defend this base here? Beat the bandits before the... Oh. It's unfortunate that we just used our A skill here. That would have been a perfect time to have it. It worked out. Yeah, that's the nice thing about fighting groups of, like, health bar enemies. Is if you break one of their guards, the rest of them just crumble. Drop the tonic, okay. Alright, 8 more enemies. 7 more after this one. Yeah, it's crazy how, like, powerful some of the units that we're picking up just now are compared to the units that we've had the entire time. I get that they have to, you know, come in and match some of those units potentially. But, like, we still have a cute couple, like, I don't know, level 7 characters. That's why we are doing one of those paralogs. So, defeat the demonic beast. Well, Host is currently dealing with that. I'll worry about it in a bit. Actually, I should just... Well, I was gonna say I should... wait, bar. I wasn't sure if it was worth it. It would have been worth it before we wasted weapon durability. It's still probably worth it.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
He doesn't have the quick little spin attack that a lot of the Cavaliers have while they're sprinting. But it also feels like sprint DPS is just generally not quite as good as it used to be. Because, like, the Cavaliers, or magic units on horseback, used to, in the original Fire and Wars, you would light attack as you sprinted, and they would just do a big twirl, and it was actually really good crowd control. Not as good as the Wyvern Knights, but they also took out... The Wyvern Knights still have a slam in this game, but it is, like, notably worse. It's nowhere near as good. I feel like we probably need at least 500 KOs for S rank, which is why I'm just gonna... We also do want to defeat the demonic beast, but I kind of doubt that defeating this last captain here is actually... Oh, no, that's claiming victory. And I guess we'll leave Jeralt here and see if Holst can actually take care of this. I'm not targeted on the right thing. Oh, this is gonna take a hot second. Is Holst the only one here? Oh, ow. Well, I didn't think about this, but... So, it also has an armor break for Lance, Fist, and Wind Magic. Well, that's not exactly ideal. Let's try and defeat this demonic beast, though. It's probably worth it. Pull over here. If it has a weakness to Lance, it'd probably be good to have Jeralt over here, especially since Jeralt is our strongest unit on the field right now. But, by the way, what does... Attacking moderately fills the unique, and when it's full, percent temporarily increased speed. Okay, that's what I thought. It's basically just a buff. Almost feels like fighting as Ryoma from Fates, actually. Basically, you just attack, fill the gauge. When the gauge is going, you just have a bunch of extra damaging attacks. Yeah, without Jeralt here, it's actually kind of painful to do this. I just want to use Holst until I get his A ability, launch that off, and then I was going to switch to Claude. He doesn't have a weakness to bows here, but so maybe that's not the right... I don't know. Because Yuri, I think, also uses a sword, so... There we go. Switch to Claude. Oh, Claude had ability too, that's really convenient. Wonder if Yuri does. That did not do that much damage. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't even realize we'd guard broken there. Oh, he did the... Is that wind magic thing? Perfect. That worked out well. Honestly, this stage hasn't been as painful as I thought it was going to be because we have so many recruited characters. Because we had Jeralt, we had Claude already invested into a little bit. Holst has just kind of been there the entire time, and then we had Yuri. Like, we had pretty decent units to work with. If this stage had appeared with this requirement earlier, it would have been pretty bad. But, as things stand, not a huge issue. Perfect. I will take it. Words of the Land. Rest rank. Speed carrot. I still don't think speed is equivalent to moon speed. I'm not entirely sure what it does. There's a lot that I've kind of just skipped over and not paid enough attention to, in all honesty. On chapter 11. I'd like to do a couple more chapters, maybe. As always, we'll probably stop right before a chapter. I feel like that's just a good stopping point, because then we have an entire old chapter to farm.
What do you think?
And there's no risk of me accidentally, you know, skipping forward. Is the prayer ring the one? The issue is Shez has... You cannot dodge during this battle. Really? Okay. The issue is Shez has Lysithia's special thing. But I was hoping maybe there's like some kind of regeneration type thing. I feel like that's pretty common in games like this, but I don't know if there actually is. Let's see. So Jeralt can stay. This is Claude. Oops. Bring her in. Switch out host 4. Where is she? There we go. Make sure that we have the right team. Lysithia, Jeralt, Byleth. Perfect. I'm glad we were able to... I do think Jeralt for Hilda was a good trade. Shamir, I don't think we... To be honest, I don't think Shamir is maybe the best unit to be raising the entire time. Oh, we can't. Oh, this is going to make moving so much more slow. That's really annoying just because we use it to help with movement speed. But that's neat. Yeah, apparently Byleth's big thing is fire magic here. I mean, it's not like taking damage has been a huge issue. That's not what I'm worried about with not being able to dodge. It's the fact that I really like the dodge to get some extra movement. That's the only reason, because I think it's going to be annoying. Oops. I could have probably used that to get a special attack off. I'm glad it doesn't just spam that notification like it does before. It would have made this weapon literally unusable for me. Because I swear the older one, if you were at like 3/4 health or below, it would spam that like every 10 to 15 seconds. And it was so annoying. It used to make me so irritated. We should probably have people actually attacking strongholds here. There we go. Have Lysithia attack that one. Have Jeralt attack that one. We'll let Shez do whatever they want though. The bishop is in trouble. What? Bishop. Oh, they're in that stronghold. Okay, in that case, let's take care of Lysithia. Or control Lysithia. In that case, let's have... There's not a unit she has to protect there. Let's have her go there. Just in case there is another enemy. Oh my gosh. See, I want to dodge towards them because it makes it a little bit easier. But that's not an option here. Okay. Down here. Alright. Yeah, I actually really like this class too. The whole... I didn't know if Byleth... Like, I have no idea if Byleth ever had the whole, like, flame motif going on for her kit. But I think it's really, really cool the way they did it. And it's something that, like, I was a little worried she was going to be too much of, like, a carbon copy of, you know, Shez, which would have defeated the purpose of having two protagonists. But I think they actually did a really good job of separating their playstyles out. So, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, the restriction for not being able to dodge isn't that detrimental. It's just annoying. I mean, I'm sure you've seen how much I like to just dodge, attack, dodge, attack, dodge, attack. Not to dodge damage, just because I like the moveset of doing it. It's not exactly an option here. There we go, though. We rescued everyone. More commanders there? Okay. I don't think we defeated nearly enough enemies here is the issue. And I really don't want to do a stage like this again. Well, nothing to it but to do it, I suppose. If we have to come back, we'll come back. Because we've only defeated 300 enemies here. That doesn't seem like it's enough to me. In fact, I'd then do some damage here. Maybe we'll take out the sniper here. Then switch off for a bit, have someone else defeat some enemies, and then come back. Yeah, I like that. Because I'd have to imagine it can't be. With a stage like this, maybe it's not more than like 400-ish enemies. It's interesting that Lysithia's light attack movements see, no, actually a lot of her attacks seem to change pretty drastically. Where's Shez? Couldn't find the lost item. Oh, we were supposed to find a lost item? I know that. Well, we have left Byleth attacking the War Master, so hopefully that doesn't happen too soon. Interesting. I take him out. Is the lost item here? Oh, sick. That's convenient. Okay, we probably defeated enough enemies now. I'd have to imagine. Like I said, there's stages I'd use to regrind for XP and such on my own time. This is not one of them. This is just really annoying. It's not hard, but not being able to dodge at all is like actually super annoying. Perfect. That ought to do it. Me too, Jeralt. Me too. Okay, Rocky Burdock. Is that? I think that's more strength. We might give that. She has 43 strength, 38 magic. She's a lot more well balanced than Shez is. But to be fair, we've basically just given Shez like all the strength items. So. Alrighty then. That's every area conquered. We could do this extra battle, but I'm not going to. Holst wants to go on a... I don't really want to go on an expedition, Holst.
Oh, no.
Does that raise their dex? Her dex is 31. Byleth is 33. We're not really using Shamir anymore. It's 56. We'll do Shez's. The way I see it is probably, if it works the way Three Houses did, at least some of the stats and stuff we can get back. Because you get those points you'd accumulate in Three Houses. And then you could use that to buy perks and such on your following playthroughs. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is likely to happen.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen anyway. Well, let's check out these forges real quick. So, first off, Thunderbrand. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to use this is the issue. So, nothing here that I need to work on. So, Jeralt's lance we did max out. I wanted to see, though. The Brave Lance has 100 might. It does take Root Steel to upgrade, though, so I'm going to hold off on that for now. Because I think someone else had it. So, she needs Umbral Steel for hers. And... the issues in Kevlar Tomb. Exodus Tomb is 60. 98. That's probably not going to be higher. 4 and 2. Interesting. We have a lot of black sand steel, actually. In that case, let's upgrade Hilda's weapon again. Because why not? Without trading smithing stones and stuff to get the correct materials, it's actually really hard to upgrade her weapon, I've been realizing. So it can't possibly hurt to do that. Kind of goes back to, we probably have better options, but I'm just going to sit on what we have. We need to go to the... We haven't messed with battalions in a long time either. We'll have to do that eventually, I just keep forgetting. So, Supply Master, Battalion, Item Shopkeeper. I'm not worried about buying affinity materials anymore. That's such an issue in the past that... I mean, it wasn't really an issue to begin with. We just... I thought it was going to be like 3 houses and we would need to. We never really needed to. Let's spend the rest of our points here.
Care to make yourself useful?
Bon Dieu. Sure. Raphael's been with us since the start and we really haven't done like anything with him.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make
Alright,
yourself
and
useful?
then... Pythia and... Keep going with the characters that we've recruited recently, because why not? Perfect.
We all must do our fair share.
Oh, we have a facility that can be expanded. I probably should check that.
Allow me to assist with any
Oh, it's the marketplace, not a big deal. Increase the gold gain. That's what I want, actually, really, really badly. Merchant slice and then quality, okay. So what all can we get? Reduce the cost of gifts, further increase types of goods, increase the types of gifts. Yeah, sure, why not? That might have been why we weren't able to buy the spices. So let's check that real quick.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
So, because if that's the case, that is still three master seals for some spices, you know. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. I don't know how many we need. It was probably just one. But now the big thing is to go to the tactics instructor, and then we'll go to the training instructor. Learn tactics. Oh yeah, third bar. This is going to be kind of pricey to do on all of our characters, actually. So we'll only worry about our 4 active characters first, and we'll see how much gold we have after that. Yuri, well, there's not that, but go. Yeah, because it's 4,500 for all the units that were already maxed out, let alone the ones that had extra things to do. Alright, Claude, we'll give the extra warrior gauge to do stat limit. Ability slots, recovery items. I'm not super worried about that. We'll do one more there. Hilda will do all 3. Same with Shamir, because we used to use those 2 a lot. There's a chance we go back to them eventually. Now, we don't have much gold to level up units, though, because that's fine. Training instructor.
Time to work you into shape.
Nice. Get some mastered classes out there. Does anyone have classes that they can acquire? Do we even have any extra master seals? Would be my next question. Happy. Oh, Happy was a base monk, really? No, she's a warlock. I was like, what? Yeah, we don't have any master seals. Ooh, had to hiccup. In that case, let's give Jeralt a couple levels. And then let's save some gold going to the next chapter, because we've been basically running our pockets every single time we go into a new chapter. Not the best deal. I don't anticipate having level be an issue here for a while.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
So then, on to see what's about to happen. Oh, don't forget about this.
What say you?
Yeah, 3 master seals for 1 exotic spice. Super worth it. We'll get another master seal here. Again, we could be using a much wider variety of units, but my thought is you can only use so many units, so why not trade up a small elite squad and then on consecutive playthroughs? If you really want to, you can try other units. Just depends. That's where I think Warriors does suffer a bit compared to regular Fire Emblem.
You think there's any way we could slip past it instead of trying to take it?
I feel like that's a bad idea. Yeah.
You know they'd just get us from behind if we tried.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Come to think of it, what are you even doing here? I don't remember
requesting extra muscle. Are you going to complain? Midair being here is still really helpful.
Find a souvenir to bring back since I borrowed all those ships.
Oh, okay.
What kind of souvenir are you hoping to find in Fargus?
In case it had escaped your notice, Nadir,
Truly forbids
the
plundering.
Federation Army strictly forbids plundering enemy territory.
That's interesting.
Is that so? Well, if I can't
Rip-roaring
get any actual
stories.
souvenirs, I'd better have some
Interesting.
rip-roaring stories to share when I get home.
If we manage to topple Ferdiat, I can guarantee
Yeah.
it'll be the rip-roaringest story you'll ever tell.
There you go, so he doesn't just come back saying he didn't do anything.
We'll need to do something about that fortress.
So the king, I had initially thought the king had lent the help though. Yeah. That, you know, it was his son. Now that we know he was Shahid's brother. But I get the feeling, again, the king being super incompetent, not really paying attention, it does make sense, you know, that he just wasn't paying attention at all.
The former Duke will be here as well.
And of course, there
Yeah.
will be plenty of soldiers inside
Rodrigue.
that fort. We will need to proceed with utmost caution.
I could practically hear your
Yeah.
teeth chattering, Lawrence. Don't worry, I'll protect you.
I am perfectly capable
It's just the funniest thing is even though we don't use Raphael or Lawrence is still like twice Raphael's level.
We need to be ready for anything here. We're going all out this time, folks, so spare
Okay.
no effort.
Here we go, onward into battle. Let's see if we get any more recruits here. Combat engineers, okay. Persuade Ash, that's the archer, I believe, with gray hair. There's only one persuade here, okay. So we have 30 energy, call the guards. Combat engineers numbers, reducing time needed to break explosives. That would make things go by faster, I'd imagine. We'll do that. We won't have guards for them though, which is a little bit worrying, but eh. Summon a mounted unit. Slightly weaken the enemy. Stock with healing items. Let's try summoning a mounted unit. If we're not going to call guards for the engineers, we might as well have an extra, you know, extra hands on field, I suppose. So here we go. So we've got our 4 main units on field. I don't know why it wants me to use Lawrence so badly. I don't want to use Lawrence. So Shamir, Claude, Hilda, and either Marianne or Holst. I don't know who's stronger, Marianne or Holst, because Marianne's 4 levels higher. But Holst is a... I'll try this. Holst is also a master class, and I don't think Marianne is right now. This should be fine, though.
A head-on assault would work as well as trying to break a boulder.
Oh, it's so nice being able to dodge again.
We can't exhaust our troops before we hit the capital. So we're going to blast open the gates and take them by storm before they have a chance.
Interesting. So we're just doing a blitz attack here.
First, we'll need to secure the surrounding area to create a path to the gate for our combat engineers.
Crazy having 3 A-bars now, because now we can theoretically just save those up and just chunk through big enemies. That's always the really nice part about it. Now let's send a team to each of these. We've already taken the forward gate here. I'm going to push through with these 2. And then we'll work on the other side fortresses. Oh, we dashed so far. It's actually really cool how far we dash, I'd say, but I gotta be careful not to dash straight past the enemy we're looking for, too. Alright. Alright, Lysithia's in a fortress. It is interesting how some of your much of Lysithia's magic seem to change towards like light and dark based, rather than before where it was so varied. I think it makes sense to like specialize in one. It just surprised me because I didn't think that was going to be the case. Nice, okay. That's these side gates taken. There's a sword master here. There are some units behind our lines. Not too many. Usually these types of units I don't think are strong enough to take the, you know, any of the forts back or anything like that, but I like to clear them out just in case. Protect the combat engineer, okay. Let's send... where's she? Let's send Shez and Jeralt to protect the combat engineer. And then we'll take control of some other people until some units actually attack the engineer. Yeah, there's the ambushers. We need to take control of Jeralt here. There's 2 snipers, huh? It takes 2 minutes, really. There we go. That strategy, theoretically, I think should make it a little bit faster, no? That was the entire point, I thought. Because otherwise, maybe guards would have been a better idea. But if the reinforcements make it go off faster, that would be pretty nice. Just my skates open. Okay, Jeralt's still on guard, pretty good. So Shez. Yep. Oh, that's a lot of paladins and such. Yeah, come back, come back. I don't want those paladins just running amok. Did they go down? Oh my gosh, they still have health. Why are they still running away from me? Come back. Oh, come on. They're so fast. Are they running for the engineer? Would appear to be so, yeah. That's really annoying. I probably could have left them to their own devices then if they're running for the engineer. Who else is... Okay, Byleth is the one charging in. Okay. Have... Yeah, I didn't realize they were going straight there. Have Lysithia head to this fort. We're about to take this one here by ourselves. Yeah, the combat engineer seems to be in a bit of a sticky spot. Yeah, I never really saw Byleth as like specializing in fire magic, but that really is the route. I think I've said that a few times now, I guess. But that really is what they've seemed to have taken with it. Oh, that's a lot of enemies, jeez. Just use his skill. That ought to do... Oh, the paladin still. What? Why do they keep showing up? That's crazy. paladin defeated the paladin defeated him. That was our reinforcement paladin, I'd have to imagine. Yeah, that one right there. Alright, do this, then Lysithia's in the enemy fort. She's taking some damage too, actually. Oh, I thought these were all enemies. I was about to be really scared. Yeah, it looks like they're just spawning paladins in until we take these strongholds. So maybe I shouldn't have worried so much about those particular ones.
Take a breather.
Now there should be fewer enemies targeting the engineers.
Nice if you see the guardhouse, good. I think there's a couple more paladins on their way though, which is annoying. I want to use all my weapon art points here actually, now that I think about it. We've used them to drive off the paladins, but we do need to be careful just because there's obviously more enemies to fight here. And it's always annoying getting to the end when you don't have any other abilities. Shez does have 3 A gauges though, so that'd be helpful. Yeah, that took a really long time. There's another paladin right here, isn't there? I'm just gonna run over and... Okay, I was gonna say, I will 100% just run over there and hit him with an A. But if the gate's blown open, I don't think it's actually an issue. Does the combat engineer have to do something else?
That blast was everything I hoped it'd be. But it looks like there's another gate ahead.
There's another gate, are you serious? I mean, that does make sense in terms of defensive, you know, building. Because why would you... There's Ash. Oh, he's already on his bike, so he's probably already on his master class.
I won't let you take another step into Fargus.
Sorry, Ash. Here we kind of are the bad guys, I would say. When we were fighting the Empire, I didn't feel so bad. Because they were invading us. Now I feel a little bit more bad. Give me the switch again, but eh. Just, like... Oh my gosh, really? Just... Paladin, please. Oh, ow. Yeah, at this point we have so many healing items, I don't see how we'd possibly, like, lose anyone except for Shez, and that's if we weren't paying enough attention. Oh my gosh. You know what, let's just do that real quick. Sorry, Ash. I mean... Eh. It's one of those, it's either you or me types of things at this point. Although we are recruiting him, which is nice.
Ash, Dimitri wouldn't want you to die. If you care for him, you'll surrender.
There you go.
Okay. I give up.
He persuaded him.
Alright, we're gonna blast through the other gate. Protect the engineers.
We have to go through another gate. Are we gonna have to do these side forts here, I'd imagine? Interesting. Yeah, there he is. I don't think we recruit Felix here. I wonder if Felix is one of the units that you can't recruit from other house. I don't remember a whole lot about the kingdom. Like I was mentioning, that's always been the house I've done the last. So I actually couldn't tell you. Okay, we need to assign a couple people to protect the engineer, though.
I'm here to help. You can count
That's
on
fine.
me.
Let them destroy another gate. Take out the engineers.
Okay, yeah, the ballista stations are okay. Not only are there the sword masters here, there's also the hackers. Where is Jeralt? Here. Yeah, have Jeralt start taking those stations. We'll start working our way around. Oh, there's Felix.
I see no reason to spare invaders who forced their way to our home.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's really... We're doing the same thing. Can't really blame him, but it's just kind of what's happening right now. Do we have a... I think that's just the timer for the ballista, so we should be good. Okay, have Jeralt just do that and then switch to Shez will work. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of enemies. There we go, come on. That'll do it. Okay, switch to... Wait, why is... Oh, why is Felix here? Oh, Byleth didn't end up actually fighting Felix as we did an order or two. Oops. That's awkward. Well, Felix, I'm just gonna need you to keel over. You don't have to, yeah, I was gonna say, you don't have to die, I just need you to not be here. There we go. Pretty nice. Alright, now we have both of those. Are there any more reinforcements at the gate bothering the engineers? No, we're good, okay. In that case, let's take over Byleth, keep taking some other... Why is everyone with Byleth? I didn't order, like, any of the secondary units to do something, so they all just said, you know what, we're gonna go with Byleth. That's pretty funny. We really haven't been paying attention to these chess keys a whole lot, have we? I just saw that on the map and I was like, huh, I haven't grabbed one of those in such a long time. I'm a little sad, though, that this special class for Byleth doesn't have a casting ability, since the one she came with initially did. I wonder if we could change it to that. I get that it probably wouldn't be the most effective thing in the world, but you also have to consider, like, she has a pretty close magic stat to her strength stat. It's not like she's as lopsided as Shez is. And her kit clearly makes use of magic, so... It's interesting. The remaining kingdom soldiers. Oh wow, that's a lot of soldiers that I didn't think were still here. Interesting, okay. If they're fortress knights, it's good for Lysithea. I maybe didn't even need to use that, honestly. Ah, dude. Her old attack looks so cool, but this one looks so cool too, just combining the light and darkness magic. But like I was mentioning, like, Lysithea, I think I was right. She ended up being pretty strong. Who knows? I'm sure people have, like, actual tier lists and stuff of characters already. But it's just knowing how good she was in the base game. I figured if I invested into her magic, she'd probably be pretty strong, and she's performed really well. But that might be because of the amount of investment we put into her. So who knows? But luckily it is a bunch of knights, so, you know, very easy for her to take care of. Oh. Jeez. Yeah, we haven't used Awakening a whole lot, but like I said, I just think it's annoying that... It's cool that you can teleport. We did do that once you're in Awakening mode. But I'm just not likely to use it, you know? I'm going to switch to Shez real quick, because Shez appears to be next to the chest. Because seriously, I just realized we haven't been picking these up, like, at all, because we've been so concerned with doing these efficiently for the S rank, that we really haven't been worried about this. And I think it's... Oh, it didn't tell me what it is. Hopefully we don't kill Felix and Roderick here, though. We really haven't been killing most of the actual, like, 3 house characters. Roderick doesn't count, but, like, the actual from the houses. Like, we've killed other playable characters. Obviously, Catherine's, like, dead. But... for the most part, it's not actually been the case, I would say. Like, from the original in the monastery 3 houses characters, a lot of them have survived. Either been recruited or recruited, like Ferdinand ran away like 3 times, even though I think her name was Ladislava, stayed behind and died. Like, stupid. Ugh, I still can't believe that. That was so dumb. He just dips, disappears into thin air. Ladislava stays behind and dies for him. It was noble of her, but I was just like, really? Really, Ferdinand? Priest disadvantage immediately enemy general. I mean, I don't think they can get to Felix in time. Jeralt is fighting at disadvantage. Okay. Was Jeralt the one fighting the priest? Turn around. There it is. Okay. Oh gosh. It is a little bit awkward sometimes fighting non-mounted units. Oh, we do have this really long... What is this charge attack? What? Why does that last for such a long time? And it didn't do any damage. Didn't do any damage either. There we go. poor priest is literally just trying to run and do their job, and we're just beating on him. Alright, Lysithia's at Rodrigue. Oh, and it's a mounted unit, so... Unless we miss. Why not? Let's awaken. Yeah. No, this isn't good for you, Rodrigue. And we'll just finish off with this. Okay, it is just the same attack. You used to get a completely different animation when you do your A-bar or end in awakening with a special attack. But that doesn't appear to be the case here. Oh, that wasn't the end of the fight. What? Well, we've taken every stronghold and everything. Guess we could just run around and defeat some more units. We've only defeated just shy of 1,300 units here. So if it is 1,500, we might be a little bit short. Who is that? Oh, it's, Matthias. Huh. Oh! More reinforcements. Okay. And that explains why the stage didn't end. Did he just show up by himself in here? Dude? Are you serious? Here I was thinking it was like a full-on horde of reinforcements. Now it's just like... How many of us are beating up on this one cavalier? Is this the guy that they're gonna retreat to save and he's gonna die? Because he doesn't look like he's in a good position. Well, they retreated, but... What is this guy supposed to do? There's literally like 8 controllable units and like 5 paladins here just whooping on him. I'm so sorry. To be fair, members from the Empire did the same thing. And we didn't admire Ladislava. Like we've been talking about, we literally just murdered her. So... There's that. This poor dude. He can't even move, he just got stun locked.
I'm sorry, Rodrigue.
Oh.
Lambert and I will be waiting for you.
I wonder if we could have... See, I keep wondering if we could have spared these units or if we're just choosing violence today. But I don't really... If it's the main mission, you know? It's the main mission. I don't see how we possibly could have saved him.
Well done, everyone.
Well then.
It would appear the kingdom forces have withdrawn. I guess that means we've won.
Yeah, that's what that generally means, Holst.
That was some tough opposition, but we've gotten pretty tough ourselves.
Yeah.
Really? Because it still feels like you're barely trying out
Oh,
there.
Lysithia.
Do you see how much I'm sweating? I don't think I could try harder even if I wanted.
Poor Hilda. She's actually giving it her all, and people still just call her out every other, like, 5 minutes.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me you thought Claude was lying.
No,
Did they?
it's just...
Starting to feel real. What do you mean it's starting to feel real now?
Yes. Let's all do our best.
We've been at war between the Empire and the Kingdom for, like, how long?
You don't seem all that happy about our win.
Did you see Margrave Gautier's last stand?
Okay, so he does definitely die.
He sacrificed himself so his allies could escape. Let
He
me
did.
ask you something. What do you think about chivalry and the other knightly virtues?
I admire it, actually.
Not something that a mercenary put a whole lot of stock in, so I can see why they'd say it's stupid, but...
You certainly
Yeah.
hide it well. I can't say it speaks to me, but all the same, watching someone as famed and
Yeah.
respected as Margrave Gautier die for the sake of others. It was something
We really are just murdering people left and right, though, in this path. And again, I assumed that this path of the 3 is probably going to be the least violent, given the Empire's the Empire, and the Kingdom... Apparently, Dimitri doesn't go insane. You know, he doesn't have his eye patch, he doesn't know about that stuff, but I was also expecting the Kingdom to be a path of Dimitri going insane again. So, there's that.
We have to create a world where deaths like these are no longer
Necessary. I wouldn't say they're necessary now, it's just an issue that we don't have the ability to, like, I don't know, if we captured all these enemy generals, how are we going to hold them? That's the issue with wars, you know? Not to mention every other soldier that we fought on the way here, you know?
None of that's changed.
But it's glad that he's seeing a bit of a change of heart, given him literally baiting an Empire soldier ally.
A world where everyone will be free
Just to let him die.
Whatever they choose.
People being able to live as they please. That certainly does sound amazing.
I really hope, though, if the same time skip and stuff doesn't happen, that Lysithea doesn't have that sickness still. Because we clearly didn't learn anything about it in our support conversations. So, could be an issue.
No. Wait, I take that back. All of us can.
There you go, Ignots.
Now that's a future worth believing in.
I feel like no matter what path I do, though, there's at least a couple characters, like in this path, it's Raphael and Ignots, that we just don't use.
Shall we press on?
Not that they're terrible characters, we just don't use them a whole lot.
Let's go end this war. We won't stop till we reach Ferdiad.
Talisman, okay. 3 res. I feel like defensive stats... I mean, again, if we were playing it on the hardest difficulty on Classic, yeah, we'd want to be careful. But, we're in combat. As an adjutant assigned and uses combat arts and magic, the adjutant uses... Oh, okay. Support level C. Combat order. Corresponding weapon must be in combat arts. I still don't... Interesting. So if they have proficiency with the weapon, they can also learn those combat arts. Nullifies effectiveness against flyers. That's really good for our flying units. Basically like Iote's shield that Minerva used to use a lot. There's Ash. Alright, onward to a new chapter though.
Listen well, Sylvain.
It's Sylvain.
To be the next Margrave Gautier. I expect you to stand in
Yeah, Sylvain's definitely not joining us. We just killed his dad.
Protect your king, your people, your friends,
and your family.
And which, of course, I failed to do.
Ah.
Forgive me, Sylvain. I know I was a terrible father.
That's really sad.
So this is the part where you command me to succeed my father, right?
Yes.
Yep.
The Srang forces are growing bolder in response to the Federation's invasion. We dare not leave so important a position as the Margrave of Gautier vacant.
And he is the heir to that position.
Except, of course. I've been bracing for this since the moment my father departed. Me, the head of House Gautier.
Does he have an older brother?
My brothers say.
I doubt he will have much to say at all at this point. But
Or is it a younger brother? I don't remember. Again, there's so much to know in every Fire Emblem series, like,
Sylvain, you have my deepest apologies.
pretty crazy, but...
It was only because the Margrave sought to secure our escape that he...
Don't apologize.
Yeah.
Make my father's sacrifice meaningless.
It's just hard, like, how do we patch things up with some of the knights now? Sylvain's gonna be mad at us forever.
Protect his friends. It was what he wanted to do. My father did whatever brought him the most satisfaction. That's how he lived his whole life. I promise you, he had
Interesting.
no regrets. In fact, when he left the castle, he was beaming in a way I'd never seen before.
But if we'd only fought with
Interesting.
a little more skill, the Margrave wouldn't have...
I don't think that's the case, though, Felix. You were super outnumbered.
Poor Felix. No matter how hard you fight, there are going to be times you just can't win. House Fraldarius fought well. The battle was so brutal that even Ash had to surrender. No. All of my
Yeah, that's,
threat. They take everything from us and think nothing of it.
I don't think it's necessary that we think nothing of it. And again, Claude did make the argument. They did the same thing in the past. The Empire's been doing the same thing. It's just like, it would have been best if the Empire hadn't instigated anything to start with. That's what it comes down to. Because if they hadn't instigated anything, I don't think Claude would have either.
The Federation army moves through Fraldarius like lightning. It will not be long until they march on the capital city of
Full chess piece aesthetic, though, is really cool.
However, it is unclear how the Federation forces
We'll be able to capture food. Where's the Empire? Yeah, I was gonna say, at this point, where's the Empire? They're supposed... We pulled part in this war to help the Empire, and now they're just off doing their own thing. Like, we even secured the help of Elmira. We're fighting their war for them that they started. And now we're just here.
Perhaps you've forgotten by
I
now,
low.
but think back to the battle at Aelel.
Aelel, okay.
Amidst that blazing battlefield,
Mycin
was
is
a man
steam
named
flesh.
Mycin, a system
Yes, actually, yeah.
Do you remember him?
Yeah, now that you mention it, it had
I
totally
remember the
slipped
name.
my mind. What with all the excitement
Yeah.
of Jeralt's company joining us.
I have to say, your companions don't seem
That was the one who... Yeah, I don't think they really care. It's not like, at this point, they think she's gonna betray him.
But have you yourself forgotten as
Tomas,
well
when she witnessed at the
about
monastery.
Tomas and what you witnessed at the monastery 3 years ago?
So it's been 3 years,
Yes,
yeah.
I did, yeah. I think I see what you're getting at, though.
So it has been 3 years since the
Similar powers, and
monastery
they were
group.
probably working together.
Yeah. We never saw what happened to Tomas. Didn't he just teleport away and we never saw him again? Interesting. I mean, even if that's the basis of the powers, as long as we don't turn on them, you know, it's if anything, that means it backfired on them.
There's something I'd like to discuss with you all.
Okay.
Verdiad is already in our sights. What exactly is there for us to talk about now?
Don't tell me you're calling off the attack.
No, that's kind of, it's a little bit too late for that.
Actually something I've been mulling over for a while now. Let's say we win the next battle and manage to get the kingdom.
Thanks for following. I thought you had a plan. We're Shez, we're just a mercenary, it doesn't really matter to us.
I imagine we'd work out some sort of joint governance plan
Yeah.
with the Empire, then negotiate the rest from there.
But are we really just gonna get rid of the kingdom?
Difference in power between us and the Empire. Most of the kingdom's territory.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The Emperor is quite a bit stronger. Leicester making us a vassal. Yeah, and that's not what he wanted. See, that's why I was wondering if he was trying to be a little bit iffy with dealing with the Empire.
One big happy family again. I don't think that would come as a shock to anyone.
Mhm.
So, what are we gonna do about it?
We yank out the root of this conflict ourselves. We'll bring the war to an end on our own terms.
How?
And by root, I assume you are referring to the Central Church?
Yeah, are we just gonna avoid the kingdom and just go straight for Rhea? I don't think we need to kill Rhea at this point. Like, it just,
The church wields
I don't
their
know.
authority like some sort of righteous
They do. But that was a lot more evident, I would say.
was never theirs to begin with.
See, I think this is an issue that was a lot more evident in Three Houses than it was in Three Hopes. Because here, I genuinely don't think that the church has been doing a whole lot wrong from the perspective of most of the characters. Like, Edogar's just super angry about him. You know? But from what we've seen in this path, it's not like it's been that bad. They've just been getting dunked on by the entire Empire and the Alliance.
And what will he decide,
Sever ties, he'll submit to the Federation. He'll probably just sever ties, in theory. I don't think he'll submit to the Federation.
Ah, I see you do not need me to
Yeah.
explain this one.
Exactly.
But the King of Fargus
Yeah,
committed
see,
to the Central Church when he
that's the
granted
problem,
them sanctuary.
is if Dimitri hasn't gone insane, he did give them sanctuary, he made a commitment, and he is the knight, the leader of the knights, like, it would be really hard for him to go back on that.
The kingdom's lands will be ravaged, its people hurt or killed.
Yeah.
I know Dimitri doesn't want that, and neither do we.
Ending this war with as few
And if we leave the kingdom as strong as possible, that lowers the chance of the Empire taking over everything.
If you do the math and weigh which option involves the fewest casualties, the answer is quite obvious.
Lysithea also isn't that short anymore. I don't know if that was just perspective, but she seems about the same height as Hilda.
But would they do something so dishonorable? Fargus places a high value on chivalry after all.
I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's the
But
issue.
It's not going to matter unless we can actually get in a position to ask.
Well, we kinda hurting that option when we
We'll
killed...
have to deal with this after the next battle.
Ugh.
That's assuming we can defeat Dimitri and his army. As
Yeah.
always, I'm counting on you all to get us there.
So we're still fighting them ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Which is fair enough. Ooh, we've got quite a few battles to do here. Interesting. Alright, what options do we have here?
Will this work?
Alright, slightly increases the chance of racing uses magic. Ooh. Dexterity or speed. Yep, magic. 100%. Not useful for every unit, but having a slight chance to increase magic for every unit could be really good. Oh, don't forget to collect our owl feather from the owl. A lot of these little blue sparks too I haven't really paid attention to. I don't know how important they are. Where's the owl? What's this? Oh, it's Arvel. Owl feather, okay. Interesting. Let's see. Trying to decide what we need to prioritize here. Double check our supply master as always.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
We just tend to lug around our, Oh, we can't actually... Okay. Interesting.
Everything has its use.
Yeah, we haven't really been upgrading some things as much as we maybe should be. But let's do kitchen and chores real quick. As always, might as well. Awakening Warrior Gauge, Awakening Guild, Warrior Gauge. I like the Warrior Gauge filling faster. For her and... See, I'm pretty sure it gives the effects to the entire army, but I'm not 100% certain. And that could be important, because if it only gave it to, like, these three, that would actually make it way more important who we feed. But I'm pretty sure it just increases Infinity and then it raises for the entire army.
I can tell you were trying to make something that would appeal to a...
This is one of my...
Uh-huh. Perfect. Yeah.
Come back whenever you're hungry.
Let's do some chores, raise morale. I really don't know how much raising morale actually affects our combat strength. But whatever it does, it's surely pretty helpful. I mean, because any help is help, you know? That's my thought.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Alright, let's see. Run a street stall. We did that. Byleth and Shamir here. We've got a pretty good setup. I'd like to level up some of our sport units, Claude, Shamir, then keep them at least semi-up-to-date, so that they can kind of do their own thing, even when we're not in control of them. But as always, we'll leave 2 energy, just in case we have the opportunity to do something we want later. Jeralt is here. Let's go with Holst. Oh. We'll go with Claude, actually. I think we have max affinity with Claude, but it's still good to have their affinity raised. Not affinity, morale raised, I'd say.
We all must do our fair share.
Right, on to the training instructor. Tactics should be fine.
Time to work you into shape.
Interesting. Do we have anyone that's not in here that needs to be in here? Off the top of my head, not that I can think of. Let's double check Lauren's though. Baltish, Yuri. I mean, we have people that maybe these two have mastered their classes. Do we have a class for them? We have Master Seals now, so. Jeralt. Holy Knight. What's this one? Holy Knight or Dark Knight? Versed in Black Magic and Lances. I mean, does it really make a difference? He gets higher magic, lower HP, lower res. I have no idea if that makes any difference, honestly. Like what the moveset is. I'll leave him on the class he came in for now. Oh, Shamir, we can give her Master Seal. Didn't even think about that. Pretty sure that was her endgame class usually. Happy give me a Grimoire. I think we need to make sure that... This was Marianne, I think, wasn't right? No, Marianne is. Okay. Make sure that our main cast... Or all of our main cast now should be at their Master Seal class. So... Get some powerful backup units, maybe. Yuri's level 33. I think Yuri's already at max level, though. Ash is. Petra isn't, but she's level 25. Ghost is. Yeah, I actually think that... Go with... I mean, Happy and Constance are potentially helpful. And then we'll have one extra Master Seal for whoever we find. I'm still, like... There's still multiple units, though, that we haven't seen at all. Like, seriously, did Dorothy just disappear off the face of the earth? We spent so much time fighting the Empire to not see all the units from the Empire. So then, let's just... Oh, wait, no, let's train up first. I wish you could just do all of your training points. I get why they only did it until you master a class. I do. But, I don't know. I guess, to be fair, the only way to fix it then would to add another option, but... There we go. I guess it's to help people min-max at some point, but for someone like me who's just kind of going through just bluntly being like level, 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 I wish it was just a little bit simpler. Nice. Okay, 40, 40, 40. Lysitheus 40, 41, 41. Give Claude some levels. Because we have been using him, it's helpful to have him strong. We're going to give some levels, actually, to our early characters, because it should be cheap. And we do still have their paralogs. And I think these guys' paralog was at, like, level 30-something. So slowly investing in them could be wise. Same with, yeah, Leonie's pretty low level, too. That way all of these units at least have some ways to go. So they're pretty much getting, like, their endgame classes, but we're not actually working on them otherwise. So it could be helpful. Or their paralogs. I don't know. We're probably just going to do the paralogs all at once. The Ashen Wolves reunion, huh? Oh, that's gotta be just the Ashen Wolves, no? Yeah, that's what I thought. 39. They could probably do that, honestly. It looks like a lot of these just give battalions, but they give really good battalions. So honestly, I don't know if I care for that. It's probably still helpful. But let's see. White Corona. You can only take one unit into the battle. Interesting. Well, try it. We'll see how long it takes to do all these battles, because I was thinking about doing maybe one more chapter after this, but with how long this is probably going to take with how many battles we have to do here, we might just go straight up until the chapter and then call it there. Because yesterday's stream was like 6.5 hours, and I don't mind doing super long streams, but I was kind of burnt out by the end of it. Maybe we shouldn't have taken Shezing, because we're going to be permanently below half health, but it's probably fine. I think maybe Lysithea could have been better, but overall I don't think it's a huge issue. Jez is still our strongest unit, I think, in terms of just pure damage output. It's just the danger of always being at half health or lower. And we have 5 concoctions as well. Eh. And when you do have that extra crit bonus, it's actually really powerful. Yeah, wow. Not bad at all. We just have to defeat 500 enemies. Don't see it being a huge issue just to kind of fight whoever. These big clumps of enemies, though, are very helpful. Fortress Knights are going to be annoying for us, though. Yeah, like when we see a tough enemy, though, we can just heal up, get the extra crit chance. And go for this. That Gremory is really far away from us. I mean, it's a side mission, it's free stuff if we do it. Let's make our way over there. Get some units as we go, though, as always. So we've already defeated 400 enemies, like... But I like how, like, pragmatic Shez is about it. Like, that's a... I mean, it's a fairly obvious point, but it's like... They're not like, we're gonna win no matter what. They very much have the mercenary mindset of, well, it's better to still be standing afterwards than to go down. Which is honestly very, very true. Is the commander really all the way back there? Oh no, they're all the way over here. Perfect. Have we... was this Warlock one of the enemies harassing the mage? Oh, there's 2 enemy leaders, okay. Okay, yeah, there's 2 main enemies. Well, might as well defeat the one next to us first. Alrighty. Great Knight. Give me a Great Knight. Have this. Nice. Oh, that didn't even kill. Wow. Well, doesn't have much health. There we go. Okay, so the other enemy is a Gremory. Crazy that we're starting to see actual, like, Master Seal enemies, too. I mean, it makes sense. But, still kind of crazy. I'm hoping I've defeated enough enemies for an S rank here. Maybe we could stop and swat down some of these here, but... eh. For a single unit map, I'd have to imagine 600's probably enough. Yeah, we don't need to fight these. Oh, what? Wait, no, the Gremory's the enemy. Ah! Is this the... I thought... Was the Gremory the enemy leader, or was it... I don't remember. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, no, it wasn't. We just... stop freezing me. Okay, I think that was just one of the mages that was attacking us. This is the enemy leader. Perfect. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. It was, to be fair, pretty decent to do this with such a high level character. Like, we've successfully kept a few levels ahead of the requirement, but like I was saying earlier, if we just hadn't done any grinding at all, for a few levels here and there, in between streams, we would be basically at that level. Like, it's been hard to consistently gain enough XP. Nice. We should probably be checking some of these weapons, though, and trying to equip some new ones, because seriously, I don't do that very often. And we probably could be doing that a lot more. So...
Your Majesty, the Federation army has
Eastern
reached the eastern
yeah.
Already?
This snow's
than I anticipated.
Yeah, it's the snow.
I was sure this attack would
Oh,
come
hey,
at
it's
the
a
same
net.
time as an offensive from the Imperial Army. But from
And,
all I've
to
seen
do.
at our western front, that doesn't seem to be the case at all.
So the Federation
So
army is
then,
trying to
yeah, we've already seen
It is true that the majority
We're
of our
slowly
forces
seeing more of the
have been
kingdom's,
divided between the
people.
weapon situation most likely engineered by Claude himself.
Regardless,
Hmm,
it is
interesting.
preposterous to think that an army of that size could capture even if they were to defeat us now. Their victory would only win them the capital for a brief period of time.
I mean, that is what Claude mentioned.
The lords of Fargus would converge upon them and retake Ferdiad with ease.
And that must be part of their plan. If they do not intend to hold the capital, there must be something else, something that concerns the central church, perhaps.
Hey, you're pretty smart, Dimitri.
Maybe they're trying to curry favor with Edelgard by
Nope,
destroying
that's
the
not it.
church before the
You're wrong,
Imperial
Sylvain.
army does.
Dimitri gets it. Sylvain does not.
It would suggest we could avoid a battle entirely if we turned our backs on the church.
Rodrigue also gets it.
Doing so would divide Fargus and lead to
Yeah.
even more bloodshed. Is that not the conclusion we reached when
He's in kind of an impossible position.
And that's why we're still in this war today.
We could force him to abandon the church, but like,
If our involvement needlessly
difficult.
spills even more blood, then our calculations were gravely mistaken. However, the church has saved a great many people.
That's true. Like, it's hard because they're trying to discount everything good that the Saros, you know, and Rhea's group has done.
All at once, but
They've saved a lot of lives in their time.
sacrifice one of those things. The answer
Oh.
is clear. I will do what I must.
Perfect. So he's actually going to follow through with the plan.
Your
Ditch the
Majesty,
church.
We must act soon
Interesting.
if we are to meet the Federation army. I await your orders.
As long as I didn't misunderstand what he meant there, but
Act without first verifying Claude's true intentions. We must
that too.
take the field. At the moment, we have no choice but to play the part Claude has written for us in this charade. Sylvain, don't let your enthusiasm get the better of you. If you find yourself too far ahead, fight your way back to us.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Your Majesty. I've
No,
got a
he
much cooler
doesn't.
head than you think.
Rodrigue,
Mhm.
send an envoy to Camulus and arrange for the evacuation
Evacuation
of
of
Lady
Rita.
Rhea and the others.
Like, it's hard because if I was in Dimitri's position, I would have still tried to shelter them, you know? That's what I would have wanted to do personally, but
Won't we need them to aid
if
in
it's
defense of Ferdiad?
in his position and it comes down to his people
I'd like
or
to get as
them,
far away from here as possible.
Understood.
it's very clear, you know, what you got to do as a leader.
Find cause to sever ties with the church.
Speak no further, Rodrigue.
Yeah.
Not yet. Right now, we fight to defend our capital.
I wonder if this is going to be the type of storyline, though, where at least in this path, we end up all uniting. Like, none of the three groups are wiped out completely. And then we just kind of end up taking down Rhea together. And maybe she shows her true colors. Maybe, you know, they are actually crazy. We have a couple... I just hate to go back to the town after every single one. So let's do a couple others. Commoners Rock. Okay, so we need to protect it. Why are they all the way over there? Okay, did it give us the correct units? Ah, that's why I really hate these. Like, I don't like the system they did that with, because it constantly takes out the units we want to be using whenever we have to switch out. And it doesn't take that long to fix, it's just annoying. Like, we haven't used Lauren since the start of the game. I don't know why it assumes automatically that we want to use him, you know? But we immediately need to send our fastest moving unit probably over to protect the commoner. We'll have everyone else kind of do their own thing.
My job is to ensure we emerge victorious.
Fight our way over to him. I don't think Byleth's skills need to be leveled a little bit more. I feel like she does alright damage in comparison to like Shez and whatnot, which would be the most, you know, blatant comparison I think you could make. But I do think it is still noticeably not quite as reliable. But I don't think my skills are all the way maxed up. Beat the summoner crud. Well, hopefully Jeralt can take care of that. I'm gonna have Lysithea go take care of that summoner. Shez is fine.
Think I'm in trouble here.
Alrighty then. Hi summoner. Have this. Okay, we need to have Byleth go help Jeralt probably. I didn't know what enemies they were gonna have actually attacking the commoner, but if it's something that puts Jeralt at a disadvantage, probably don't want just one there. Yeah, I don't think we've had a single stage where damage has actually been the cause for us failing in S rank. It's always been, it's actually not been timed that often either, despite my concerns about it. It's usually been us not clearing out enough enemies before we did it. We've had a couple times where it's been timed, but it's usually just been us not clearing out enough enemies. Maybe we should have time stopped before we did that, actually. That is a lot of enemies, jeez. Byleth just took out all of them, though. Nice. That was convenient. Alright, is Shez close to... That's the commander already. There's no way we defeated enough enemies for the commander right now. I want to defeat at least 400, I'd say. Just to be safe. Yeah, reinforcements arrived as well. Yeah, that did so much damage there. What? Those two probably don't need to be defending anymore, but we'll keep them there for a little bit. Before they go pick a fight with the commander. Beat 300 enemies? Okay. There's a side quest to do for that. There's Shez. Just do this. Interesting. Let's head to this port back here. Yeah, see, we've only defeated like 57 enemies since we got that quest. That's kind of interesting. Well, there's like another 40, but... just want to make sure we get this done in time. Oh my gosh, I missed. Never mind. Go somehow it. Alright, let's have someone who's over here start taking care of things. Just, I don't know. This little slam attack doesn't seem too bad for destroying enemies, though. Oh, there's a great knight here. So am I, given that we definitely could have just not taken Byleth with us. They haven't really appeared in the story since then, but I think that's because they could potentially, you know, not be here. Which would make it very hard to kind of integrate it into the story from this point on. But it's interesting that their position in the story is basically just that of normal mercenaries. There we go. Okay. Now we can just go wipe out the boss. So Wyvern Lord, perfect. Let's We did bring a sword user, so... Keep forgetting to time stop before I do anything. I know how to do it. Neat.
I don't know how we held them off, but we did.
Sure did. Sure did. Yes. Grammary Master. Is that from having the sheer number of grummaries we do? Because I feel like we have a ton. Just kind of the generic caster endgame master seal class. So it's kind of just what we've gone for. Where's Anna? We really haven't paid a whole lot of attention to Anna this playthrough, actually. Slightly increases the strength. You know, to be fair, that's probably more generically useful than magic, though I do like raising magic. Oh, raise morale, okay. Well, we haven't used Hilda at all yet. Or Post, sure. Just in case. Still, I'm not 100% certain. We have expanded facility awards available. Let's do one more. One more. Before we go back. Pirates return. We get a Wold Dao. A Master Seal. A Devil Sword, huh? Is the Devil Sword different than the sword we're currently using? A Brave Sword? You know, the Brave Sword might be what we need to replace what we've got. Well, to be fair, the Brave Sword didn't require the same just basic smithing stones to upgrade. So let's try the Devil Sword, maybe? I don't know, I just need... I would really like something on chest that isn't so detrimental. But again, given the drawback for it, that's probably why it's such a strong weapon. Because 170 might, I don't think we still haven't found anything coming close to that, you know? And we found this weapon way back when. So, pretty crazy. Although, to be fair, like, the Devil Sword had that drawback in other games, and the Devil Sword is not the strongest weapon in most of the games. That was convenient. We push that sniper back into the fort and then use the special attack to take out everything in the fort. Yeah, genuinely, I kind of wish, if I'd known, there's no way to know, that I knew Byleth was going to be playable probably in every path, because I knew they were on the playable characters list, but there's no way to know how long it was going to take, so that's why I went with Lysithea. But potentially, it could have been really crazy to have Byleth's time stop on 2 units. But honestly, still pretty satisfied with having Lysithea's. Interesting. Alrighty. And just make sure that we've cleared enough units out. I don't know. That's been the majority of our S-rank failures, so I'm just a little paranoid about not taking out... Jeez, why are they all after this commoner? Just like a regular dude, and there were 3 bow knights and like a ton of soldiers messing with him. That's messed up. But we just evened the numbers a bit. I actually think that light beam attack is better for clearing out normal enemies than her previous strong, which was just the, oh, dropped the tonic. Because her previous one was when she shot out a bunch of little, like, lightning balls, followed by, depending on how full, like, the bar was, another really big one. Whereas this just, like, unanimously hits everything in front of us, whereas those little orbs weren't always hitting what was directly in front of us, and it was kind of annoying. Jeez.
Shall we take up position here?
Like I've been saying, though, we haven't replaced our weapons nearly as often as we probably should have. I don't think it's mattered, though, like, given how much damage Lysithea is still doing, and she's had this killer tome for, like, a long time. Now, you could argue that we could be doing more damage optimally, but, and you probably wouldn't be wrong, but overall, I don't think it's actually a huge issue. Until we genuinely are having trouble, like, we can't get enough KOs and get enough stuff, you know. Most of the time, it's just me not been paying attention. Time, you know, it's usually been me dilly-dallying, Chaos has been me just rushing way too fast through. Until it actually becomes like, oh, I don't think I can do this in time. That's when we'll probably worry about weapons. But until then, eh. Like I said, we saw this Devil Sword. I wanted to see how good it was. We can't avoid going to camp super often. I'm just trying to not go back to camp in between every battle still. Just because it is a little bit annoying. Oh, we can move that laser. That's actually really cool. It looks like we can move it about as long as we have charge bar. I'm telling you, I really like Lysithea. In both 3 houses and in 3 hopes, she's just such a good unit. Just like the light and dark circle, it's just so cool.
I'll win the next one too, if I just stay focused.
There's the Devil Sword. Let's see. The problem is we're getting to the point too where all the new weapons are also going to require special mats to upgrade. And, I mean, like, we got some Mithril, for example, there, but it's kind of annoying to try and actually fill out everything there. And strategy resources, okay. Does Anna move? She does not move to an area we can go to. Yeah, I see. There we go. So it looks like 3 fights where the supplies become full. Perfect. Perfect, yeah. So 3 fights. We still have oh, drop my controller. I keep mentioning these paralogs though. I do want to do them eventually. It's just, I feel like we want to get towards the end of the path, get everyone where we have a good amount of gold income, level up all our other units, and just tear through them all for extra resources. Because like I said, right now we have like some level 30 some options for some of them. I'm just not going to be doing that. Sounds like a bad idea. Alright, supply depot. What can we do to this supply depot? Increase the amount of materials that are periodically global. See, my issue with this upgrade is I don't know if that affects the amount of storage we have. Reduce the number of smithing slots to trade. All of these upgrades are pretty solid. Let's try it though. Because I don't know if that means it'll still fill in roughly 3... Oh, hey, camp level A. That'll roughly, you know, still fill it up in 3 battles and then we just get more. Or if it's literally just like going to be really annoying. We need to get... Let's go get 6 merchants license real quick. That's one of those older upgrades that I think if we don't trade for it, we're not going to be able to get it. And we do want that, so... Those merchants license we need. 6. Yeah, because we're not trading too many smithing stones in. The actual, like, we still get them passively. But outside of trading, you know, materials in, it doesn't feel like it's that fast. If we do this... Perfect. Now we'll get a lot more gold when winning a battle. That's super important. We should have done that, honestly, much earlier than we did. 6 basic furnishings. Volunteering really hasn't been that much of an issue, even if we're not getting perfect every time. Let's do our chance of successfully cooking the meal, because that hasn't been going well. Maybe Expedition next. Tactics Academy. Just another one of these upgrades. Okay. Press level to be increased further. Let's see. Unique tactic ability. That was for ordering units to do stuff. Support ability. We really don't use support ability a whole lot. Unique action. Let's do unique action. Alright. Perfect. Oh, we have no ward. Perfect. More owl feathers. How many? 450. That's pretty crazy. 500. Wow. Okay. A lot of rewards available and up for grabs. Alright, so then... Trying to think what all we need to do. Probably more Chore Master. I don't think it makes sense unless you really want to change your food buff to cook more than once. Let's see. Claude, Marianne. There we go. See, we're still getting perfects occasionally. Without that, we'll do 2 more. Lysithea's already happy. Okay. What about Byleth? Byleth's already happy. Let me do Hilda Shamir. Why not? Nice. Double perfect. We'll do 1 more. Leave ourselves with 1 energy. Just do some random units, I guess. No, I'm not too worried about morale at this point. Wow, we still got perfects on him. That's pretty interesting.
our fair share.
Save one just in case we go for an expedition with someone. Do some training here. Perfect. Let's spend some gold to level up here. So max level is 46. Let's go to 44. That's pretty expensive. Let's go to 44 with the main 4. And we'll check the levels of our other characters. Because hopefully, I'm hoping our gold income will spike here. Where is... Oh, she was already 44. Okay. Let's see. So we've been using Mariana as our backup. Claude as our backup. Let's take Claude up to 40. I want to leave myself at least like 10k gold just in case we have something to do. Hilda's already 40 plus. Let's level up Holst a little bit. Perfect. Because Holst has been a pretty good backup unit. That, I'll call it good there for now. Alright, let's listen to what's a board conversation. I really just been, like I said, I can't bring myself to just sit down and do them. Okay, let's talk to Byleth. We didn't have a C rank conversation, did we? No, we did, right? I don't remember.
You ready for this? Come at me. No hesitation.
Oh, we're sparring. Okay. Okay.
You actually managed to dodge that.
Hey.
Not sure dodge is the word I'd use. I just let my power loose without even thinking. Guess I'm still no match for you.
Give yourself a little credit. It took everything I had to keep up. If you could avoid
I like that these two are getting along.
then you're easily on par with me.
But you barely even used your power. You know, the one that throws off your enemy's perception or whatever. I wouldn't have
time
stood a
stop?
chance if you hit me with that.
So you've noticed it.
How could I not?
Yep.
We've fought about a million times by now. Your power's not exactly visible, so it's definitely tougher to catch on to than mine.
Yeah, I mean, her hair changes color and stuff, like when Shez uses her special awakening.
Fully aware of the damage you can inflict.
Whereas Violet doesn't quite. Yeah, that's fair.
Pull any punches back then.
It's fine. Water under the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, it was her job.
Where'd you learn it? I was kind of wondering if I could pick it up myself.
I doubt it.
I only became aware of it when I was fighting hard against you. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's something a person can learn. Even I barely understand how it works.
Right.
Is Violet actively able to communicate with Sothis still?
We're in the same boat then.
They haven't really mentioned it a whole lot.
Just two strange people with even stranger powers. And I'm not only talking about your sword. Do you ever feel like there's some sort of
Okay, so she's
mysterious
asking.
presence within you?
Oh,
It's just that sometimes it's
Huh.
hard to tell what you're thinking. Like you get distracted by something from time to time.
Do we admit it?
Almost like you're talking to someone else. Inside your head.
are
Do you?
asking because that's what happens to you?
No, it was just
Oh.
something I noticed.
Neither of them's gonna admit it. Maybe they'll admit it in A rank.
If you say so.
Interesting. Maybe they'll admit it to each other, because that's a very, very solid point. Oh, we have Arya and, or sorry, Byleth and Jeralt probably. This is nice though, because I didn't get to have these conversations before.
Hey, I was looking for you. Didn't think I'd find you down by the river. That's an awful lot of blood on your cloak.
I thought
Hmm?
soaking it in the water would help you.
Oh, she's just trying to wash her cloak.
I don't know. That fight went on for a while. And blood doesn't come out so easily, even if you start washing it right away. If you ask me, it's more trouble than it's worth. You have another one, right?
I do.
Is it one special though?
I'd still like to use this one if I can. Something wrong?
Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Probably a gift from Jeralt.
It's just, you reminded me of Citri,
Oh.
your mother. Back when we
Interesting.
first met.
How so?
There was this one time when she was trying really hard to get some stains out of a handkerchief. She had your same quiet composure
Interesting.
and everything. And when I asked her if she had another one, you know
When
what
she told me, I'd like to use this one if I can.
And said, if I
Yeah.
can still use this one, I'd rather not throw it away.
Well,
That's fair.
not exactly the same.
Maybe
Yeah.
not. But I still see so much of her in you.
Did she have
When I
blue
was
hair?
first getting to know her, I never saw
Interesting.
her laugh or cry, just like someone else I could mention.
You know, you never really used
Yeah.
to talk about her, but you've been doing it a lot lately. Why is that?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm feeling a little regret for dragging you into
Well, if it's the only life he could have given, you know,
You've never had a
don't
place
think
to
there's
go
anything
home,
wrong with it.
and you don't have any friends your age. And it's been one
They have Shez
bloody
now.
battle after another since this war broke out. If she were still alive, your life would be entirely different. You'd be with her, and things would be peaceful.
I don't regret my life here.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't think Byleth was ever unhappy. Even if she isn't able to, like, she didn't have the life with the monastery and being a professor, she still has Jeralt. Like, genuinely, from Byleth's perspective, I genuinely think they might prefer the Three Hopes timeline to any of the Three Houses timeline. Because she gets to keep Jeralt.
You know that?
And she still gets to meet everyone and everything, but, like, she gets to keep Jeralt, and that's really, really probably important to her. Do we have the ability to just do all three of their conversations? We might do that before we move on to battle. Why not?
There you are. What's going on? It's not like you to send for me.
I have something to give you.
Okay.
Well, this is new. What is it?
Here.
It's a bouquet of flowers.
Flowers? Oh, I'm really surprised. I mean,
interesting.
You've never given flowers to anyone before, have you?
I had to ask some of our allies for advice.
Aww.
Because I wasn't sure the best way to communicate my feelings.
That's really wholesome.
I'm really thankful that you're my captain, but also that you're my father. I've never really told you that, so I wanted to make sure you knew.
That's really, really wholesome. Because Byleth has a hard time expressing their feelings. And so,
Apparently that's what they used to do back
at the Officers Academy.
Academy.
But they very clearly have a hard time expressing their feelings, so.
The Officers Academy, huh?
But now she's wondering kind of what it would have been like.
You might have just been a student there if things had happened a little.
Or a professor.
Or who knows? Maybe you'd have ended up like alliace and forced into giving seminars or something.
Yeah.
Not that you're really qualified to be a teacher. Anyway,
Yeah.
these flowers did the trick, kid. Consider your message delivered.
That's so wholesome.
To be honest, I kind of already knew.
What do you mean you kind of already knew? You're her dad.
But you're not completely unreadable. Sorry for making you think I had no idea.
That's all right. I'm just glad you know.
By the way, why'd you choose this kind of flower?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Suggest them?
No, I picked them out myself.
Just thought they were nice to look at.
Nice to look at. Calming, in a way.
You
Really?
even like the same flowers as your
What a coincidence. That's actually really cool.
That kind of thing? I used to give these to Citri all the time. I'd pull them out from behind my back, and her whole face would light up like the brightest torch you'd ever seen. Maybe this is how she felt whenever she got them.
I'll keep that in mind for next time. I want to see how this mercenary life of ours is going to play out. Together. Those feelings are never going to change. And I'll do what I must to make sure you know that.
Thanks, kid.
That's so wholesome. That's really, really wholesome. Oh, that was the A rank conversation. That's still really, really wholesome, though. Kind of crazy to know that they, you know, happen to... we have so many support conversations to go. Jeez. We'll get to him eventually. We've been slowly doing... There was one point we'd actually started to slowly catch up to him, but then we got so many extra units that it just didn't happen. And I was like, well, fine. Alright, here we go. We gotta protect the mortal savant here. Guard the correct units. Let's go. Yeah, ice magic attacks may inflict the frozen status. I mean, ice magic just seems so weirdly specific. I know, I think Lysithia's had a couple spells that do it, but I don't feel like I've been like, oh, this person can just do this, and I'll freeze it, because I haven't been paying attention, but... Like, Lysithia's started to lean more towards, like, light and dark magic. We know, you know, Byleth's now using a lot of fire magic. So, kind of hard to tell. But it is really hard to... I'm genuinely curious because, again, I don't think Byleth and Jeralt are going to play a huge part in the story from this point on. Just because they could potentially... Again, I'm pretty sure they could have been dead. From what I can tell, they probably could have died. So if that's the case, they probably won't be heavily influencing the story from here on out. But, like, the whole deal was, like, Rhea trying to influence Sothis, all that stuff. That was a big deal she had. So I gotta wonder, will they, you know, will that affect anything? Because it said it'll drastically affect the story, but if... Drastically affect the story, I mean, like, when they said that in Three Houses, it was the decision between two different routes and two different endings. When they said that here, if it was just, okay, Byleth and Jeralt are going to be here, but they're not going to do anything for the rest of the story, not quite the same thing, in my opinion, honestly. Not quite the same thing. Let's see. Gerald's currently okay. We probably need to help with the actual. That's of the unit we're trying to protect. Perfect. Okay. Are there other units attacking the Mortis locked? Okay. I just hate to be stuck on a unit that's sitting there protecting when there's other enemies to be dealt with. Okay, that was apparently one of them. But I do genuinely wonder if the A rank conversation will be them admitting to the existence of Sothis and Arvel. Because that could drastically actually change the story if they're aware of that. Perfect, okay. Because I have no idea if they're aware of each other. Like, I think Arvel and Sothis maybe... It's hard because we haven't interacted with the Sothis a whole lot. But I think Sothis might be slightly more aware of that than Arvel is, in all honesty. But, who knows? Find their missing ally. Okay, well, hopefully they're here. Why am I burning?
Hold strong, everyone. Don't let fear get the better of you.
I actually can't tell what. We'll just do this. Hopefully that just takes him out. Perfect, okay. That is a lot of holy knights. Use this opportunity to just wail on him. And break this one's guard before it dies. Perfect. Can we just search the missing strongholds for the allies? Hold up. We'll just... Yeah, give me a sec. We should probably actually send, like, I don't know, Lysithea to check this one.
So this is defeat.
I don't know if I have to be actively controlling the character that is searching, quote unquote. It would be really annoying if they're just sitting in our base.
We can ill afford defeat here.
But how do we... Okay, we are searching... Is that her? Was that the friend? I'm confused. Were they actually just in the back of the base? Really? I swear. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Because we kind of dilly-dallied here for a second. I don't know if we have to kill that enemy to reveal the, Bow Knight is confused and attacking the fetish. What? I'm confused. Did I just not... Oh my gosh. Maybe that was their friend and we were just supposed to wake him up. Okay, so Lysithea does have a, you know, ice ability. But Lysithea, I swear, can just do everything in terms of magic. Where is... Immortal Swan got their deal done. General's alive. The bladed... What is that? Is that bladed? That would be my first guess.
No escape. Of course I did it.
Perfect. Okay. Nice. Alright, where's the general? Right there. Just go down, please. Oh wait, I have another A-bar. There we go. That ought to do it, I'd imagine. That do it perfect.
We said we'd defend this place, and we did.
We sure did. There we go. Another S rank. Yeah, getting S ranks hasn't been a huge issue for some time. Maybe I don't need to be worried about it at all. A Sora Master. Alrighty then. I do kind of want to go to the end of this chapter just because I'm curious to see what happens when Dimitri and Claude meet. But that's like another 4 battles. Jeez. Okay, let's go find Anna real quick. We may now advance to the capital. Like, I guess we don't actually have to full on do every single thing, but it's just one of those... I'd rather not accidentally not and miss something. Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze. I'd rather not miss something important, you know? And if we don't do it here, we don't get the chance to do some of these survey things again. You're gonna have some coffee beans. Let's, perfect. Let's just go ahead and do them. These fountains usually are something pretty good, aren't they? Yeah, maybe we'll at least try and finish this out. We're only gonna go on stream for... Yeah, we could go for a while more. Alright then. Let's speed through this. I think I've mentioned this before, but the loading times for this game are so much better than some of the other Fire Emblem and Warriors games that I've played, like, and I can really appreciate that. It's so funny how far we can push enemies back with that little dash attack. They just move so far back. Alright. So we need to basically just send everyone out to different forts. This will take care of control of Byleth then. And we'll head to this corner. And hopefully they can rescue them on their own. Because it appears as though the Mortal's Vaunt kind of shows up once we've arrived at that base. But I'm sure they're still taking damage until that point, so... Not entirely sure. That ought to do it. Yeah, we rarely need the full duration of the time stop in all actuality. Not that much of an issue. I don't know if we have to defeat these extra Fortress Knights. Because they have the big, like, they have this big blue symbol on their heads. I don't know if that just means that we have an advantage or something. But, ooh, gosh. Give me a second, we're working on it. Unless there's not a... You know what, there might not actually be an ally to protect in every single fort now that I'm thinking about it. There wasn't in that last fort that I fought in. So... Oh, never mind, well... I'm still confused on some of these missions. Well, I feel like we need to make sure. Is Byleth actually for sure trying to... Oh, they were not. Take that Holy Knight. There, that's one saved. I don't know if we fail if any of them actually die or if it's lesser wards or something. Can't remember if we've ever let that happen before, but I don't feel like letting it happen now, so... There is that. When I'm nearly routed, Byleth there, okay. Ah, they still had some health. They would have been fine. Ow. In that case, okay, all of them are safe, I think, except for that one. Oh, Lysipia. Back the Thief. Perfect, okay. Now then, let's start clearing out these base captains. Really hasn't been an issue. It's not hard, but I don't think it actually like affects anything. I was worried that it was going to be one of those things like the original Warriors that, especially on higher difficulties, maybe that became an actual issue. It hasn't really been. Who's this? Oh, it's Ingrid. They keep popping in some random enemies into some of these members of the houses into some of these battles, and I'm just like, oh. Wasn't expecting you to show up here. Hey, Fiona, like, not just run away from me, please. Currently defeating Ingrid here. When they show up in these side missions, though, I don't think it actually matters if we beat them, because I don't think we can recruit them here. Stop running, Beef! Oh my gosh.
We'll make good use of this.
This thief is driving. You know what? I wanted to save that for Ingrid. This thief is driving me insane. I'm trying to, like, stop for a second, cast his spell, and he just keeps running. There we go. So Ingrid's over there. I think Lysithea is still probably a better match than Byleth, if I'm not mistaken. Falcon Knight and a Wyvern Lord. It's probably fine. I think we can probably take out Ingrid before that becomes an issue. And it does say claim victory, so should be okay. Crazy how many weapon points, though. Lysithea has 120. We can literally just spam the skills for most of the fight, unless it's literally a long fight and we're only controlling her. Like, really not an issue. There we go. Oh, now it's meteors, what? I'm sorry, Ingrid, that looks like it hurt. Nice. Well, that'll do it. That will indeed do it. Stage complete. Nice. More S ranks. More weapons that we should probably be investing into that we haven't been. Saint's Power, huh? More Master Seals. It's always fun when you get to the point where just everyone has their master classes, though, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. We are getting close to that point. Alright, is this just... Oh, Owlfeather. I think Owlfeather's just generally... I don't know if Carnations are as well, actually, but I'm pretty sure those are just generally helpful. Let's go for the Wood Owl, sure. And if I'm correct on that whole prediction that 3 fights for filling up our material collection, then after this fight we'll have to go back to the base, but not a big deal.
Fight starts now.
Thanks for the enemy performance, yeah. Offensive combat arcs, perfect guard. Honestly, I don't ever guard. Even when I did like other game modes on, like in the base warriors on the hardest difficulties in classic, stuff like that, on different playthroughs, I don't ever do it. I just don't worry about it that much. Maybe, you know, could cause some struggles, but yeah, I was gonna say, I think guard button is, yeah. It could be helpful, don't get me wrong, but like most of the time you can just overwhelm enemies, so it doesn't matter. That's one down. We should maybe have ordered everyone to start attacking specific enemies, but it's probably fine. Ooh, that Wyvern Rider had the jukes. No, they're not. That always makes me hesitate for a second, then I realize who it is, and I'm like, ah, they're fine. Please go down, Wyvern Rider. I mean, the guarding certainly stalls out time for the enemies, I'll tell you that much. Allies are okay. That could be bad. I don't think it'll be a huge issue, but we don't have to. I mean, nah. What we have Jeralt and Byleth over there. Where's Jeralt? Have him take care of the War Master. Oh, hey, a demon. Uh-oh. Well, we should probably do something about that here. Where's Byleth? Byleth, I need you to take care of that Wyvern move. Oops. I probably should have used that guard break there. That spear like move right there does so much damage to you, that's crazy. No. I don't know if we'll worry about the Wild Demon Beast. We probably will take it down. Spear is better than sword one, huh? To be fair, we probably didn't have that achievement because Jeralt's the only one we've used that has a spear. Huh. I figure too for achievements like that, if it does carry between save files, eventually we'll have Dimitri. And Dimitri is a spear user, you know? If those achievements don't persist between... Because I'm sure I just feel like it probably does in New Game Plus. If it doesn't, though, it's not a big deal. Really don't anticipate it being an issue. Would you stop dodging my magic? Ow. You know what? Fine. I wish you didn't have to sit through the animation of this every time, but it's still... This one in particular looks really cool. The light and dark disc converging, doing a big light and dark attack. I really like it. The War Master and claim victory versus the... Okay. Let's take this opportunity to take out the beast here, I think. Yeah, so we do have a nice magic spell. I thought that was the case, but... It's just one of those you have to, like, count each one. Like, yeah, I guess you can do it off the animation. But I'm just never like, oh, which attack am I using, you know? Because I'm not paying enough attention. This one has a light weakness, sword, spear, axes. That's convenient. Shez is nearby too, so... Perfect. Now, we switch over to Shez. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. I just hit the wrong button. Fine, we should still be able to... no, well... Yeah, admittedly, that was pretty stupid. Let's heal up. I have to keep forgetting, like, I've just been sitting under half a lot on Shez. If we go above half with our concoctions, or is it elixirs now? It might be elixirs now. They do still very much get the extra damage from losing health when they attack or higher crit chance, which is still helpful. I could call over Jeralt here, but I'm not super worried. I can back. Not super worried about it. It's on his last legs. It's cool that they do show us that total damage bar every time we do something, but it's one of those, like, outside of just comparing it to damage we've done before with similar characters, it doesn't really tell me a whole lot, to be fair. Oops. We just ran all the way over there, jeez. Lysithea have any... that's low enough. I was about to say, does Lysithea have any weapon points left? Is it trying to recover? Oh, okay. We're good. Alright, Jeralt's probably the closest to the... Jeralt and Byleth, I think we're sitting on top of each other, but... Use Jeralt to take out... Now! Take out the War Master. Unless Byleth had A gauge. I don't know if Byleth did, though. Jeralt almost has A bar, and that'll finish it. Or if we guard break here, that'll probably do it too, honestly. Yeah, that ought to do it, right? Is it? Wait. Okay, I was like, did we really not break its guard there? Perfect.
Looks like we held out.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Da-da-da. They get the low down 60 might. Yeah, it's hard to tell though if they're going to be better because you have to consider those are unupgraded. So, always got to keep that in mind. Okay. Yeah, supplies are full. Oh, is this a fight? What do we get out of this fight? I don't want to do this fight, sorry. Gonna be honest with you, don't care that much. Well, it doesn't tell us what the rewards are, so maybe it's worth it. I don't know.
I see.
Maybe we'll do it. Raise the magic level. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take care of our camps stuff. Maybe we should do that battle. If it doesn't tell us what the rewards is, it could be literally nothing useful, and it could be something really good, is my thought. Let me go. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright. Well then, go to our facilities first. I think it's just always worth checking what you can expand before you do anything else. Yeah, we really haven't messed around with the battalion guilds a whole lot. We need more of these. Try this. Okay, and we got the blacksmith. What else have we got? We can do B-level weapons to be repaired. Greatly reduce the cost of... Yeah, why not? We are getting noticeably more gold, though, from doing our fights here. I underestimated how good that that effect would be. It's like, it's very noticeable.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Everything
has its use.
Double check weapons again. I'm sure we have better options. I just, yeah.
Need something?
Let's check the... Ooh, can we reforge some of these weapons? Like Cursed Ashia Sword. Improved Bellows. Okay. Okay, so we could potentially make them much, much stronger if we get improved bellows. What do we need for that? Advanced blacksmithing. Okay, so we need 8 artisan smithing sets.
See you around.
Let's grab that. We probably have the smithing stones to do it.
Supplies are the lifeblood
Great
of
smithing
any
stones.
army.
8 artisan smithing set. Okay. That really drained out our... Yeah, that really does drain out our resources here. But I hadn't even thought about that. See, there's a lot of stuff like that I just didn't think about. So we need 5 master smithing sets. This is a unique weapon effect. Okay.
See you around.
But yeah, I mean... A little bit of time here could save us a lot of time in the long run. We have quite a bit of stuff that we could probably deliver here, like silver sword, flipping edge. At this point with B rank weapons, maybe we don't need to worry about those, like these. One of these, one of these. These. I just don't feel the need to, like, I don't know, craft a lot of these. I'm just gonna get rid of all these, but it's not like we're using lances or axes very often. But seriously, we've been sitting on a lot of these weapons thinking, oh, maybe they'll be helpful eventually, and then never using them. Gauntlets especially, I think, we're guilty of this. Like, we'll never use steel weapons, most likely, for quite some time. Yeah, we'll keep that. Okay. Ah! Dang it. I'm an idiot. What all did we get rid of here? Can't believe I just did that. Oops. Just wasn't even thinking. Yeah, at the very least, all steel lower upgrades on these can go. In theory. Maybe we'll regret it later, but worst comes to worst, you know, we figure something else out. Not a big deal. Like I was saying, it's not like we've really been messing around with the weapons a whole lot. So we might as well make use of the benefits now. And then if we regret it later, we regret it later. Yeah, that wasn't bad. Quite a lot of smithing stones there. We needed the... what is it? Artisan? I think it was master smithing set. Let's see what that'll do for us. But see, that's what I'm not much. We've been sitting on a bunch of that stuff, and eventually we can just do a big payoff like this.
Hey there.
Need something?
That Master Smith. Okay, so it does just take Master Smithing sets from here on. We need artisans for durability gain. I'm not super concerned about durability gain, but yeah. So we can do this. Do this. This. Yep, perfect. So now can we do it again? Black Sand Steel, okay.
Is this it?
Can we do... How many times can we do this?
Is this it?
Okay.
Is this it?
We should probably save some Black Sand Steel so that we can still, you know, upgrade the weapons, but... I wasn't expecting that, honestly. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have done it that many times in a row, actually. Now that I'm kind of looking at how this works. That would have to... We should have been doing this earlier. For sure. Does Killer Tome also use those same things? It does require Black Sand Steel, okay. Well, it's not like we have much money anyways. Let's go to the training instructor real quick. And we'll listen to a few more sport conversations. Like I said, I'm just going to do them here and there. Eventually we'll either catch up or we'll get to the very end and we'll just have a bunch to do, but... I just don't think it affects a whole lot this early.
Can't wait to see how you do.
But whose do we want to see? Let's see our own, I suppose. Can't do Claude's. I just don't care about a lot of these.
Oh, ease up, kid.
Oh, he's fishing too.
We're on the same side now, remember?
I know. Guess
Yeah.
I'm just not used to it yet.
To be fair, we didn't fight with Jeralt as much as we fought with Byleth.
We can just sit here like
I feel like we had other people do that.
catch some fish. You're a mercenary, right? For us, there's no such thing as friends or foes once that contract's paid.
Yeah.
That is true.
I know that too. You, don't remember me, do you?
Do we know Shez from a moment? Thanks,
I used
Jeralt.
to run with Burling's mercenaries.
Burling.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yes. That woman was an army unto herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you and your company wiped us out. My captain, my comrades. Every last one of them died in that battle.
So that's what this is about.
To be fair, we spent like 3 years chasing after you. I wouldn't say any more, but yeah.
Wouldn't be much of a merc if I held a grudge against everyone I fought, but it was
That's
tough
true.
at the time. I really liked that scruffy crew. All of us got along, even the captain.
You know, if everything is said and done and they're still fighting and such, I think it'd be cool to join Jeralt's mercenaries for Shez.
After what happened, I made myself a promise. I was gonna get stronger.
Someday I
And
would defeat...
someday I would defeat you and the Ashen Demon.
It kind of became her goal, and then...
So you're gonna
Jeralt's like, don't hold it against me.
Looks like it. But you know, part of me is relieved. I don't think I could have beaten the Ashen Demon anyway.
Hey now.
Yeah.
Or are you saying you could take me?
Jeez.
Oh, no, unless I try. By the way,
Here's the Blade
for a
Breaker.
regular guy just catching some fish, you haven't even got your hook on.
Yeah.
Well, these old mitts aren't exactly made for tying tiny knots.
Yeah.
Here, I'll do it.
That's fair.
Not half bad, kid. Thanks.
People call you a legendary mercenary, but you're a lot less dexterous than I imagined.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is what they call dead people. I'm still alive and kicking, you know. Hey,
That's fair.
and about what happened with Burling. I'm sorry. The whole thing was just
Yeah.
two minor lords trying to get the better of each other. If Burling hadn't come for us, we could have avoided all the bloodshed. But she came roaring in, yelling that she would take us down and make a name for herself.
Yeah, that kind of seems to be the way a lot of the mercenaries function in the Fire Emblem world, though.
That doesn't make it better.
It kind of goes back to Hilda's conversation with Shez as well. Kind of just noting that
You were just doing
that was kind of what they did. They run in, they do their best, they try to make a name for themselves. It's not just about doing the job, too. It's about making sure that everyone knows their name so that they can find more work. But, let's talk to Raphael. He's been with us since the start, and we really haven't done anything with Raphael. He's one of our lowest level units.
I was wondering if I could ask you something. I heard that you don't have any parents. Is that right?
That is a really insensitive question, Raphael. He just came in swinging with that, huh?
That must be tough for you, huh?
Yeah. I think it probably would weigh on Shez, honestly.
About it or anything, but I do think
Because that's the difference, is even though Byleth has Sothis, and we have Arvel, Byleth obviously knows who her parents were. Whereas, Shez doesn't really know.
But you still work hard and you keep your chin up through it all. That makes you super strong in my book.
Thanks.
Hey, Raphael, your parents are gone too, right?
I thought he...
Both my mom and pa died in
I thought he raised an inn with his folks.
Well then, you're just as strong as I
Huh.
am. You work harder than anyone I know.
Interesting.
And you do it all with the biggest grin in the world.
Of course.
It's nice when they cheer each other up, though.
You love training as much as I do. Hey,
I used to do a lot of, like, weightlifting and bodybuilding and such. I was, like, a state-level tennis player, and I did varsity track, like, pole vaulting, long jumping stuff, just from experience. I don't like training. I know some people really do. It's a lot of energy.
What can be more important than that?
both of us have got some serious brawn.
I appreciate
Uh-huh.
that, but our body types are completely different. Not sure this really counts as brawn.
Sure, you're a little scrawnier than me.
Maybe a lot smarter.
Maybe a lot smarter.
That's nice of him to say.
My brain's been getting a constant workout ever since we opened the inn.
So he did open the inn. Who did he open it with, then? I'm confused.
Oh, yeah. I went home and
Grandpa and
started
Little
working
Sis,
like
okay.
Grandpa and Little Sis.
That makes more sense. That wasn't, like, directly explained.
Running a business like that takes a surprising amount of muscle. Sure, there's regular stuff like hauling things around, but you need brain power too.
Any kind of business, definitely, you know. It takes some effort. You gotta keep in mind what's going on.
I mostly let my sis handle that stuff though.
Oh.
That muscle still needs more work for me, which means I'm in charge of the cooking.
That's what I was about to say. You got cooking, you gotta take care of all of the finances, you gotta take care of cleaning, the bedding, everything like that.
If you have to start doing things
But
outside your wheelhouse.
I'm glad that Raphael, like,
I've had my fair share of
he
growing
kind of,
pains
I can't remember who he discussed it with, but the point of,
Everything
even if they started up this whole business,
Seems so different to me.
he's indirectly protecting them, you know, if there's never any more conflict, which is a bit naive, but
As a mercenary,
different.
the only thing you're responsible for is yourself. Show up and do the job right, and you'll get your pay.
But like Chiz was saying, you gotta stand out. If you don't have a name for yourself, then you're just a no-name merc, you make a lot less money.
That's a huge change for me.
If you're someone like the Blade Breaker Jeralt, you probably make a lot of money and you have jobs coming in a little bit more.
Stuff like managing resources,
Hmm.
making sure everyone has the weapons and armor
Yeah.
they need. I don't think
So I'm sure mercenary groups have like a quartermaster, stuff like that.
that's something I'm used to doing. And the
Hmm.
more stuff there is to keep track of, the harder it all gets.
Hey, you're not so good at using your brain either. We're practically twins.
Thanks, Raphael.
That makes us pals now, right?
Hmm.
I've got your back. So you just keep on working hard, buddy.
Right back at ya.
Thanks.
Let's keep fighting the good fight.
Alright. That's a couple there. We still have so many support conversation to do, but I can't sit still and just do it. What I'm gonna do here is we do have other upgrades to go through. I'm going to try and get some more black sand steel, yeah. How much can I get? 17? That'll be enough to keep raising potentially Shez and Scythia's weapons a little bit more, and that'll get them a little bit more immediate strength. Because we did reforce their weapons without realizing that we were going to need a ton more black sand steel. But here we could go. Do like 2 here, 2 here.
Is this it?
That gets her over 100 on might. Killer tone plus 20. And then Shez's weapon, I think I'm a little actually worried more about durability here. She only has 55 in terms of using skills. So do that. Because her sword's up to 261 might. But it does drain us down to a half health pretty fast. Let's hop into those last 2 fights before we do the chapter. I wasn't gonna do this, but let's go ahead and do it. Shouldn't be a super long fight, I'd have to imagine, for something like this. Might as well get it done. Beat the courier and other enemies, okay. That's it. Perfect.
Let's earn our keep.
Ugh, playing classic mode when I reduce to 0, yeah. That just telling us if we do classic mode, they're dead. Don't know why, unless there's achievements or stuff like that for playing in classic mode, I have no idea why you would. It seems like a bad idea. But yeah, we really hadn't paid enough attention to upgrading our weapons early on. Good to know that we kind of got a little bit more to work with here. We defeat the courier. Oh, they were by Byleth, not Lysithia. We probably need to raise... So the problem with raising Byleth's weapon is it is a special weapon as well, and I don't think we can actually exchange for the material we need. I believe it takes Orichalcum. Similar to, like... Well, we might actually have the materials to increase maybe, like, Hilda's weapon or something. We aren't using Hilda as much anymore. But what's nice is, like, Jeralt's just using a normal run-of-the-mill Silver Lance. Makes it a little bit simpler to take care of. But we know we need the Black Sand Steel for Lysithia's, as well as Shez's weapons. So then it comes down to, you know, potentially what everyone else needs. But having at least one unit that uses basic things like Jeralt is very nice. That assassin just moving everywhere. That little slam attack that Shez has here, I feel like I miss it a lot, especially if I use the other skill first. It just feels like it whiffs way too often for me to be happy with. Oh. Come on, just... There we go. But I don't know, I just really like the dual wielding, Was that the entire mission? We probably didn't take out enough enemies for that to be an S rank. I didn't think it was going to be that fast. I'm going to be completely honest. No, never mind. No. There's barely any, like, time commitment for that. Got bullion, we got... Yeah, it's not nothing. A little bit of gold out of that. Still helpful. You can never have enough gold. But let's do this last one here. And then we'll hop into the story mission. Don't know how much further we'll go beyond that this stream. Just because it feels like it takes forever to do anything. And we still have so many support conversations to burn through and everything, but... like to see where the story takes us a little bit further. I still have no idea how long the story on each path will go, because you have to consider we still have the entire Empire path, we still have the entire Kingdom path, and that's if there's no other splits beyond like that, like there are in the Empire path in Three Houses. Because I remember, that's the biggest shock. I don't know if that many people, because you have to talk to Edelgard on a specific day, you can get the option to side with the Empire. Because I genuinely think a lot of the people who started out in Three Houses probably did the same thing I did personally. Like, I know a couple of the YouTubers that I've seen play through Black Eagles did the same thing. Where you get to the point where you're a bit on autopilot, and then all of a sudden if you didn't talk to Edelgard on a specific day, you can't side with her. You side and you end up doing the church route with Rhea. And then if you want to see what happens and Edelgard's full on path, you have to go through the entire thing again, which is pretty funny. But I'd imagine a lot of people probably did that on their first Black Eagles playthrough. Whereas Golden Deer and I think it's Blue Lions are still way more straightforward. But yeah, I really like Byleth's moveset. Like, I'm really glad that we managed to first try figure out how to recruit them, because I just had that gut feeling. You know, I feel like it was personally pretty obvious, just don't fight Byleth. Arvel wanted us to fight Byleth, but when the option was either fight and kill Byleth, as Arvel's saying, or Claude is saying avoid Byleth, and you know you're probably going to recruit them at some point, felt like it was very clear, just don't engage Byleth. Because all we had to do to recruit them, really, was to avoid actually fighting Byleth at that point, escort Claude back to the base, and then defeat the actual commander before Byleth was able to link back up with them. Which, sounds a lot more complicated than it actually was. I don't think it was... I genuinely felt like it wasn't that crazy. But, always interested to see, like, eventually I'd like to look up more playthroughs after this game's been out for a while, see what other people did for their first path, kind of see what happens. Because I always find that really fascinating. Just to kind of see how it went. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, the time freeze just feels a little bit overkill, honestly, at some point. But it's nice that it kind of holds them still. Yeah, Shez's weapon still only has 65 durability. We need to gain enough smithing stones or enough just time to get enough durability that we can actually use Shez's abilities way more often. That's something that can wait. I'm not too concerned about it. It only really affects the longer fights or when you're controlling a specific character for a long time. There we go. There we go, did that side mission. I don't think the side missions are too important, in all honesty. I think it just gives you some extra resources, usually. Little bit of extra. Is that the general? Okay. Dear General. You almost feel sorry. You don't have to feel sorry for us. We're probably gonna kick the crud out of you. Trickster now. Okay. Okay. So we technically don't have to defeat all these enemies, I guess. Now we just have to defeat the general and then the main thief. That was interesting. Like some random enemy shows up and they're apparently the same priority as whoever we were already fighting. But nobody's really close to that. So let's just have Shez take out the... Where's the general? There it is. Take them out. I'm paranoid. Streaming 1280. We were streaming at 720 for quite a while, just because I felt like it would be a little bit less intensive. But it should be going up to 1080 here. If it's up at 1280, I'd be pretty surprised. Yeah, I wanted to see how it worked out. I haven't had any issues with it so far stuttering, but I also think you got to keep in mind that we're streaming off the Switch as well. We're not playing a game on my PC at the same time, but generally speaking, it's not been an issue at all. I've been pretty glad. We can't cross that, dang it. Dwarven Lord is in trouble. They'll be fine. I doubt we lose if they go down. It's probably just side quest. But yeah, I think the quality's been quite a bit nicer, actually. Pretty happy with it. Does it look okay? Are the graphics and everything appearing great? Enemy leader should be... I don't know who the enemy leader here is, actually. There's so many enemies here. It's probably not that. Is it the sniper? There we go. Perfect. Guard break. Don't explain the tearing or anything. That's good, that's good. That's what I was concerned about. Again, it'll kind of depend on, you know, how that all affects everything once we're actually playing the game on my PC instead of on my Switch, but I don't think it'll be a huge issue unless we're playing something like Elden Ring. And I can't stream Elden Ring anyway. It hates it. So. Protect them, gather forces. I don't know who else we're supposed to be... Actually, you know what? I think I see it. Take out the trickster here. That's good. And worst comes to worst, I'll probably just... I was more just curious if I could stream at 1080 instead of 720. But at the end of the day, I don't think it makes a huge difference in terms of resolution. But I was curious. So I knew I could record stuff if I needed to at 1080p. But I was curious about streaming. That's all it really was. Okay, that was apparently the end of the mission. Good, good. Nice. Yeah, overall, the actual... I raised up, like, the amount of bandwidth OBS can use and such, and I think that really did help. And it's still not using that much CPU, but it could be more intensive on the graphics card, so I gotta keep that in mind. But still pretty satisfied with it. But I'd really like to go to the next chapter. We've been ending right before the chapter, honestly, each playthrough. Just because there's usually just a little bit of detail as you're doing, like, some of these extra clearing modes. And you don't technically have to clear everything, but it gives you extra strategy resources and such, which is helpful. Take the sword. I suppose. And see what this is. Okay, select a unit of speed 22. Okay, yeah, let's just hop straight into this. Oh, I guess we had a couple more, like, points we could use for morale. But I'm not too concerned about it. Alrighty. But, honestly, I might just... It's just hard. Like, last stream, I left a couple stages to clear in my own time. Didn't take too long, it just kind of inflates that, but here we go. Here we go.
Even from here, I can tell they're out for blood.
They must be trying to drive us back before we can surround the royal palace.
That makes sense if they have, like, a good defensible position.
These soldiers are being led by the king himself, so you can...
Are we actually gonna fight Dimitri here?
I can't wait to take them on.
We haven't actually fought Edelgard, so... Kind of curious.
All right. Get ready, everyone. Let's see if a crushing defeat can get through
Dimitri's. I dropped my controller again. Alright, time to take Dimitri on.
Something wrong, Jeralt? We're gonna miss all the action if we don't get going.
Huh? Oh, yeah. We're not entering the capital yet, right?
Does appear to be the case.
The kingdom armies come to us, so we're gonna be fighting them outside the city.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You don't think Lady Rhea is in Ferdiad anymore? you?
I don't think she is, no. I mean, we know for a fact she isn't, but from their perspective too, I wouldn't be expecting that.
No, it's nothing like that.
Okay.
Just got a past with Lady
Yeah.
One I don't want
So they do mention the whole, like, because that's why Jeralt left the Knights, was because she did something freaky to Byleth.
Let's get out there.
And that's what caused, I think, Celtis to be within Byleth as well, so I can understand why he'd be a little bit apprehensive about that. Alright, so do we have any... Okay, interesting. We don't have anybody to recruit here. I think that kind of makes sense given the circumstances, but reduce station. Supply depot. I don't want to use my supply depot to do that. Okay, so we'll just do... Well, try this. We waste 10 tactical points here, but I don't want to use my own supplies to defend that. Who have we got? Ignat. See, it keeps putting in people we don't want here. Like, Claude's much stronger, Hilda's stronger. Lawrence we don't want here, Miriam's fine. Then we have Shamir. That should work. Let's hop into battle. Let's see, though. I'm a little surprised, though. Just, I wonder if this is a more, again, defensible position than wherever initially Dimitri was going to fight from. Oh, wow. Look at how much, yeah, we weakened strongholds initially. That's helpful. Makes it go by a little bit faster. Alrighty. It's a massive map. The story maps have been huge, though, in comparison.
The enemy is already on the move. We must stop them from recapturing
There you go. Here we go. Alright. Who's close to a stronghold? Oh. Interesting. So Lauren studied... Is this where the, I still have no idea where the monastery is in relation to, like, the other nations. Gotta figure that out eventually. I'm sure it's been told, and I'm sure I've heard it, I just can't remember. We should actually be giving people orders to take things, though. Let's see. I have Shezmove here with us at Byleth, and then take certain ports. That lets it so they can usually take it on their own, honestly, because they're pretty strong. But even if they can't, that and we can just take over them real quick. Because I think the units that you're not actively in control of are meant to be a little bit weaker. I don't know why there's so many Holy Knights out here, though. But the more and more we get into this, the more, like, time it takes just to do every single stage. Pretty crazy. Jeralt's got a checkpoint, okay. Have Jeralt go ahead and move forward then. This one, yeah, see, they took care of that pretty fast.
Let's see how it goes.
I don't really know where to send Byleth. Oh, she's still taking care of it. Okay, never mind. She's still taking care of that stronghold. Messengers, reinforcements. Who is by that messenger? I think that's Lyc... No, it's not Lysithia. Is it? No, it is us. Okay. Oops. Take care of the messenger real quick. Ah, it's still Lysithia. That means so cool. Nice. That should just instantly nuke the messenger. Nice. Perfect, perfect.
We took out that messenger.
Right. See if we can't take care of this stronghold. Oh, this is the one Shez was taking care of. Perfect. Does that open the doors to the... Confused. Yeah, you have to actively control so many units in this, though. Like, before you could just kind of let them do their own thing because they weren't going to do anything. Now it's kind of important to actually keep an eye on them. On these story stages, what's prevented us as well from getting S ranks is we need to make sure that we're actually defeating an adequate number of enemies. We're only at 232 right now. But, Ned and Gustav are here. We didn't get the opportunity to recruit them. We didn't have a persuade them, and we did clear every other stage. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but... Hopefully. I mean, I just want to recruit everyone I can instead of, you know, murdering them. But, let's see. Protect the strongholds, perfect.
troops to the western front.
Yeah, we didn't have the option to persuade any units, so... That is a fancy-looking hammer, I'll tell you that much.
I don't care who I have to face. I'm fighting for the safety of my people.
But yeah, if we accidentally kill Net or someone, maybe we'll have to go back and double check. But I'd imagine they're just going to retreat here. Because if there was going to be a strategy that we had to like gain, I think we just get strategy points, to be fair, from doing all the extra fights and such. But if I don't have to kill someone, I don't want to, you know? There we go. Is Shes still going for that? Make sure that they are.
Not a problem. Move out.
Have Lysithea take on
You can count on me.
that. Mostly just worried about making sure our active characters are taking things out. Oh, could she not get into that? Hold on. Can she not get into this fort? Oh, she can't. That's awkward. Gustav, Eddie, Dominic. I can't remember if Gustav... I think Gustav was like an ally character for one of the first big monsters you fight. If I remember correctly. Okay. But we need to start taking all of these forts here. Peter, Net, and Gustav. I don't even know where they are, actually. Armored Knights are good for Lysithea. We are burning through their skills pretty fast, but this was always going to be a pretty long fight. Alright. Oh, fire castle. No, we don't have the opportunity to persuade Annette. As far as I know. Okay, yeah, she does fall back. Unless they fall back and then we kill them later. Like I said, I didn't see the opportunity to actually persuade any of them. So I don't think that was an option. Make sure that everyone is actively trying to take control of strongholds here. Since that is the goal, is to take control of all the strongholds. So let's go take care of... Lysithea. Here's Gustav. Perfect. Wow, Gustav was way weaker than Annette. What? Annette actually took a few hits. Gustav, we literally just ran in there, hit him once with Lysithea, and he keeled over. That's pretty crazy. Seize all the strongholds. Okay. I don't think I can gain access to some of these strongholds, though. I don't know why. Oh, like this one here, we're blocked off by a gate. Byleth and when I was after gate and engage the enemy inside. I feel like that's not the strategy you should employ. Oh look, all the citizens are evacuated. Let's open the gates and fight them inside our castle. Good idea. There's the dude. Lots of kingdom members here that we hadn't fought before. Interesting.
That stronghold is a key part
Oh,
of the
that's
city's
another one.
defense. If we take it, we'll be as good as one.
Well, let's just keep fighting, I suppose. That's all we can do. Interesting. Well, now we have the opportunity to start taking control of some of these strongholds. We'll at least have Byleth take care of this one, and then we'll worry about the other ones. Yeah, that time stop is crazy. Kind of funny that Byleth told in the B rank conversation that we couldn't learn it, when in reality, if we'd saved up the whatever it is we gave to Lysithea at A rank to get her power, we technically probably could have. I still think I'm fine with Lysithea's, and I think it helped a lot in the in-between fights. So I'm not too sad about it, but kind of funny that she said no, and we probably could have. Stronghold captain down. One more stronghold. There. Let's get this Great Knight out of the way. There we go. Great Knight here. Oh, there's the dew. There's more strongholds, apparently. Didn't we capture this already? Ah, whatever. Perfect. No, well, there's Sylvain.
Guess it's finally time I got out there. You're dealing with me now.
Okay.
Well played. We'll be like rats.
I didn't think this was the kingdom's quote-unquote last stand, but we're fighting all the heavy hitters. I don't even know if we're gonna have to fight Dimitri because we never fought Edelgard, so... That is a lot of enemies, though. Jeez. Dude's down. Combat engineers? Oh, okay. They're employing the same strategy we used earlier. Alright, who can we send after them? Send Byleth. After that one. We'll send Lysithea after that one. And then we're gonna go run after some of the forts, I think. Where is Jeralt? Oh, Jeralt was here as well. I want to try and retake some of these forts if I can. Yeah, maybe we should just... Maybe we should just go for it.
Were they trying to reinforce the stronghold?
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we stopped them.
That's probably the idea they had. Gerald's really good at breaking sword guard as well, which makes sense, you know, weapon triangle and everything, but... Oh, dang it. Not exactly something I've worried about a whole lot, but now that we actually have a competent lance wielder... Because the other two, again, we still have Leone, we still have a couple other options, but they're amongst our lowest level characters, so I haven't worried about using them. Perfect. Alright, we need to capture that fort all the way up there. As everyone's on the other side. Send Jeralt up there, he's probably the fastest. And we're gonna go take care of whatever unit this is hiding in the back. Is that Sylvain? Or is he up here? What is fighting? She's fine. Claude's fine. Not worried about it. It just means there's an archer up there somewhere. Who is this? Who is this hiding all the way down here? It's Sylvain. What is he doing in this base? Well, whatever he's doing, Lysithea is just destroying him. Jeez. Don't worry. Lysithea's super magic attack is just gonna destroy him. Yep. Nice. I'm telling you, this is why I invested in her early, because I figured she was probably going to do a lot of damage. Ow. Interesting. There we go. Gerald's all the way up there. Could switch Jeralt, take this stronghold. I'm just gonna use his ability. Wow, that didn't kill it. Perfect. Is that... No, it looks like there's another mission here. Because when you're completely done, it stops you from attacking anything. We only defeated 900 enemies, though, which has me concerned that we won't get an S rank. Oh, there he is.
Fall back, everyone.
Hmm.
I will handle the rest.
That's interesting. Who's the closest? It is probably actually Lysithea. But to be fair, we pretty much defeated every enemy that was here, so... Never mind. I was about to say. Because it's just on the last story mission we defeated about 1,400 and that wasn't enough enemies for an S rank. Which has me concerned that us being just shy of 1,000 isn't anywhere near close enough either. But there's a few more Holy Knights here. enemies with them. We'll just blast through them immediately. Perfect. Yeah, Lysithea has an absurd amount of magic compared to everyone else. It's the lance wielder. Oh, the ring. Perfect. Let's just take out Dimitri. If this ends the fight and we don't get an S rank, I'll come back and do it later. Like I said, S rank versus everything else is just a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of extra resources. It's not a huge deal if we don't get one. In fact, this should end the fight. Perfect. Did that do it? We get a cutscene here. Oh. Something attacking Dimitri, or is that us? Oh, it's Claude. I don't think Claude's actually trying to kill him, so... Builder protects him. I do feel a little bit bad here. Unless Dimitri actually has backup. Nope, it's just all picking up and just ganging up on Dimitri. That's awkward. For him.
Sorry, friend. Had to. You and I both know I could never take you down in a fair fight.
I mean, Dimitri is supposed to be freakishly strong. There were a lot of like memes and comics about that. Dimitri is actually unnaturally physically strong. Although, you know, Claude's also an archer.
Does this mean we have succeeded in containing the kingdom army?
Does seem so.
There'll be serious casualties on both sides if we have to go in for a direct attack.
Yeah. By the way, where's the Empire? I know we kind of stabbed him in the back on that one singular fight, but they're the ones who wanted to attack the kingdom more than anyone.
What is it? An attack from behind?
It's an urgent message from home.
Oh.
You're ordering a full retreat after
Oh no.
This far?
We're one last push away from achieving our objective.
You think I don't know that?
Yeah, what's happening?
We've got an emergency on our hands.
Did the Empire stab us in the back?
But Lester is in grave danger. If we don't turn back now, we'll be too late to stop it.
Having to
Oh
retreat
no.
right on the brink of victory. It's like
Who could be attacking other than the Empire?
territory all over again. Wait, too late to stop what exactly?
Lysithea, Ordelia territory is right
Oh,
at the
no.
center of the crisis. And it seems like things are already spreading from there.
What? But that's... The Empire wouldn't attack us. And
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like,
imagine Elmira
I thought the Federation was surrounded by the Empire, who we're allied with, the Kingdom, who we're currently fighting, Elmira, who we've caused a ceasefire with. Who else is it? Is it...
Other enemies. Could it
Oh.
be? No.
Who could it possibly be? It's gotta be obviously something crazy major for us to pull back right as we're about to take down the Kingdom, but... Yeah, we didn't defeat enough enemies. Ah, dang it. It's fine. But that's what I figured would be the case. Okay. No, I'm genuinely curious who this could be. Interesting.
We have been forced to take refuge inside the palace.
Exactly as Claude wanted. Well, we're about to dip, so sorry about that.
Now comes the siege. When do you think they'll send over an envoy? It'll be hilarious if it turns out they really do want to occupy the capital.
No, we don't.
Seriously
Yeah.
doubt that's what they want. But maybe we should send word to the Western Front
Cringe.
just in case.
Oh yeah, it's a bot. Paranoid. 100% I think it's a bot.
If we are willing to lose
I just ignore him. Always talking about buying like Pine viewers and stuff.
spare some troops. And perhaps it is time to alert the other lords of the kingdom as well.
I have a report, Your Majesty.
What is it? Has Claude sent his envoy?
No. The Federation...
Federation, yeah, we just left.
Wait, what?
Who could it possibly be?
Entire capital surrounded.
You know, I don't think it could be the Knights of the Church of Saros either, because we took out Catherine as well. Catherine was the main, like, one of the strongest knights there too. Like, I can't imagine who else it could possibly be, because we've taken care of every major enemy that I can think of.
Are they trying to make us think they've pulled out so they can lure us into a trap?
I never pull out.
They were already in a position to win without such armies. Something must have happened in
Yeah.
Leicester.
Hit the nail on the head though.
Reasonable explanation.
Golden Wildfire. darkness attacks.
I don't know why, but I definitely had like 3 granola bars on my desk. I'm kind of hungry.
After securing an initial victory at Ferdiad, Claude prepares to negotiate with Dimitri. But then word of an
That sucks, though.
crisis back home.
We were right about to negotiate, try and get rid of things peacefully with the kingdom, and then something else happens.
The glimmer of hope that the war was nearing its end has been snuffed out by those who seek to spread chaos and destruction throughout Fodlan.
Are you just gonna pretend like we just zipped all the way back to all the way back there that fast, though?
We made good time coming this far. We should slow our march.
Yeah, nope, we're already back in Federation territory.
You've probably all heard what's happening by now, but I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Several days ago, there was a sudden spike in bandit activity.
Bandit
within
activity.
Territory and the neighboring imperial territory of Frim. The bandits have attacked rural villages and larger towns alike.
What is wrong with, like, why bandits out of nowhere?
House Ordelia fought to restore order, but the attacks have increased to the point where we could no longer contain them.
That's crazy.
Territories were completely secure before we launched our invasion. How did things change so quickly?
We don't know what's motivating the attacks.
It's clearly someone trying to stir the pot.
Some suspicious figures working alongside the bandits.
I'm not sure who. I would guess that they're probably the Knights of Saros, though, because they can't do it by themselves. Oh, you don't think so?
No. These people were a little more like Tomas.
Oh. He hasn't shown up in like 3 years. Because it was the 2-year time skip, and it's been like a year since we've been fighting. Like, that's crazy.
At least that's what the Empire calls them. They can
Interesting.
They command dangerous powers.
Yeah, Tomas in this game just showed up for like a second. We influenced, we called him out in the monastery / cathedral area back in the Officers Academy, and then he dipped. He like teleported away, and we never found them again.
Yeah, well, some of them escaped.
Oh, apparently the Empire dealt with some of them.
Seemingly up and vanished.
I'm sure if we do the Empire Path next, we'll find out what happened there. Like, we'll actively be the ones to deal with that.
In light of the circumstances, I am afraid I must ask, do you know anything about this?
Sorry,
Nope.
Honestly, I'd like to interrogate them myself.
See if there's any connection there.
Between us.
That's true. Because seriously, Shez really doesn't know much about themselves.
It was a boorish question.
That's fine. It was a very, like,
There's no way you have anything to do with that.
very relevant question.
Well, your powers are similar. Maybe we'll find out more in the battles ahead.
It's entirely possible that you came into contact with them when you were still too young to remember.
Yeah, maybe. Guess I should take this opportunity to learn what I can.
I know we're all dying to find out what their endgame is, but restoring order comes first. The flames of unrest are already catching in neighboring regions. We'll have a full-blown catastrophe on our hands if we ignore it. This is why we need to abandon our battle with the kingdom. We need to stomp this out, and fast.
Gotta deal with it now.
For all you know, you could be a part of those who slither in the dark. It's entirely within the realm of possibility. And yet,
Maybe,
not a single one of them seems to be considering that.
By this point, they definitely trust us. That's a big thing with Fire Emblem protagonists. I think Chrom was the one that people used to blatantly think about, though. Because Chrom found Robin lying in the middle of a field wearing clothes from, like, the whole darkened, like, group area. I think it was, like, from... Because he's supposed to be, the child of Valadar, I think it was. Robin is. And, like, he's wearing their cloaks, like, their uniform and everything. He's just like, cool, I found this person with amnesia in the middle of the field. They're now my best friend and tactician. So, there is that.
I've got an idea.
I would have got maximum activity points, maximum training points. Let's just do all of allied morale. I'm not worried about activity or training right now.
One step at a time.
Perfect. That does make things easier. Alright, time to do some housekeeping around the base.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Alright. We really haven't used Venom Stone at all since, Oh, that's not Darlin. So we haven't used Venom Stone, like, at all since we stopped using a lot of the basic materials. So here we could trade some of these here, maybe, and get some upgrades on our actual weapons that we're using. I didn't even think about trading these in, honestly. Keep, like, 20 Venom Stones. Because we haven't used it for any weapon, and there's a chance that we find another weapon that we do use it for. Same with, like, Arcane Crystals, but until we use them, I don't see why we wouldn't just use some of them just for the sake of upgrading our weapons here. And it was black sand steel, right? I believe it was. We get a total of 41. Let's grab 13. For now, that leaves us with a solid 200. We got a lot of stuff to do around the base at the beginning of every chapter. So it's not like we don't have to do it now, but let's see. Upgrade. It was black sand steel. Upgrade the durability here 3 times. That gives us another 15 weapon durability to work with on Shez's weapon. I want to upgrade the might on Lysithia's. Might and that. Okay, perfect. Gave her some more power, some more of that. Yeah, that black sand steel is really what we seem to need. I guess we could also see if Jeralt's lance... I mean, Jeralt's just using a silver lance. We could restore... Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that. We could probably just reforge Jeralt's weapon, depending on what it costs. Smithing stones? Okay. Forge it up to a brave lance, which would require root steel. That would make it a strong... I mean, a brave lance is obviously stronger overall. I think what I might do is just increase the silver lance ability now, before it goes into a different material. Because right now, it still only requires smithing stones, so it's very, very easy to upgrade the silver lance, whereas once we get to the brave form, it's a little bit less easy. So I'd rather just get that immediate might now for him. I think that might be more useful. Alright, what else can we do? Gotta visit the owl. We gotta cook. Let's see, what do we got? Greatly fills awakening gauge. I'm really not worried about awakening gauge. I like the warrior gauge. Vegetable pasta salad. Is it really a salad at that point? I don't know. Let's bring along... Let's do... Culinary Commander 2. You get so many achievements just through doing everything in this game, I swear. Okay, we perfectly cooked it, though.
This is... Someone knows...
Perfect. The morale is really helpful to have early on. Participation. Chore master. Let's do some chores. I don't understand how volunteering for chores makes everyone happier, but somehow it does. I'm not going to tell them no, you know. Makes their stats better for the chapter, so... Does not matter. We don't have the upgrades to make it more likely that the volunteer becomes better. Like perfect, but I don't really care. I think that just affects like the amount of affinity and such they gain, which isn't bad by any means, but is not hugely necessary. Yeah, we got perfect there anyway. Nice. Expert mood maker 4. Like, they're just handing out like achievements and such left and right, I swear. Throughout the entire game. We just get extra resources and such.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Alright, let's see. Manage the payment, sure. Jeralt and host. Perfect. As always, we'll leave a couple unit points in case someone that we want to really raise affinity with comes on an expedition with us. Just in case, you never know.
Training can be the difference between
Do we really have any? I don't think we have any classes still to acquire. Like, we could trade Jeralt over to, like, a Dark Knight, for example, but I don't know if, like, White Magic Lances versus Black Magic. Like, I don't know if that makes a difference. And basically every other unit that we need to have a full-on... Well, I guess Balthus doesn't. Most of the characters that we need to have a full-on master class on that we'll ever use do. It doesn't hurt to give everyone else their classes, but it's not likely. Ooh, it's not likely that we use them. Like, made Petra Trickster here. We'll do a couple here. Why not? Oh, I didn't change your class. Oops. I'll figure that out later. Here we'll train. Do we have anyone else here that needs? Like, Balthus will need his experience now. Ash needs it as well. I've kept some of the people that are already at Mastered there, though, for Affinity, because it doesn't really matter. Perfect. Alright, we have some money to do... spend. Oh, no, let's see what we can do for facilities real quick. Because at worst, we just use all our gold to level up some allies. We kind of catch up, but Facility Master, I mean, there could be some important things to do. We get, in 12 facility upgrades, we go to the next level. Interesting. So for this, we need storage compartments. We need Knight Insignias to do some of the levels for I'm not super worried about the battalion guild here. We need some basic building, basic and sutlers. Okay. Okay, basic and sutlers for the marketplace. Basic furnishing. Artisan smithing sets. We should probably grab 10 artisan smithing sets. So basic, sutlers, artisan smithing sets. See if we can afford all of those up to 10.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
So basic, sutlers, artisan smithing set. See, like, it costs so much. That's 80 right there. Basic, building material, here we go. I think we needed enough of that. And then it was sutlers. Yeah, we can only get 3 here. What other... do we have equipment to trade in? Killing Edge. I'm gonna get rid of the rust swords that aren't ranked... the rusted weapons that aren't rank A. There's a chance that they turn into something really, really good. But I feel like it's not a huge chance, you know? Why not? Again, get the resources now for something that we know will be an immediate upgrade, and then if we have to go back and figure the rest out later, that's when we'll do it. Especially like gauntlets, we just don't use gauntlets ever. It's 108 smithing stones. Okay. We needed sutlers licenses here. We need 4 more here. Leaves us with 90 smithing stones. It's just weird how so much revolves around the smithing stones of all things. It makes sense that they tried to do some kind of common currency that wasn't gold. It's just kind of funny to me. Here we go. Perfect. And yeah, there we go. Just so that some of those basic upgrades that we kind of had to catch up on are done. We're out. Let's go do a little bit more levels, and then we'll do maybe a couple fights just to see if there's any more basic like dialogues before we get into this next part. Max level right now is 48. Jeralt's 45. She's 45. Let's give a couple levels to the team that we use for backup. We haven't been using Shamir anymore, but same thing with Marianne. We should give a few levels. You should never know if you end up using them later too. Because sometimes you just get those weird requirements where you have to use specific types of characters. And let's level up maybe our bottom characters like Lauren's. I'm really happy that we're getting more gold per level now though. It's very noticeable. I wish I'd done that upgrade sooner because it's very noticeable. Is anyone else below Leonie? Was there? Okay. There we go. Perfect. Basically our gold down, but now most of our characters are at least level 20, right? Yeah, all of our characters are at least level 20 from what I can tell. So that's something. Maybe not necessary, but for certain paralogs, eventually we are going to have to level different characters so that they're usable. Okay, there we go. Bunch of random fights here. Another paralog. Might as well see who it is. A reason to fight. It's Byleth, Jeralt, and Leonie. Interesting. So Leonie's involved in multiple paralogs, even though we haven't like used her at all. Yeah, we're up to level 40 basic fights here, so let's take this one on. Alright, Holy Knight can't be routed, that's fine. On to battle. That just means we assign someone to defend him, basically every time. Perfect.
Stay safe.
We will assign Jeralt to do that. He is the fastest moving one, but eh. Yeah, I've been talking for so long about potentially changing out our weapon here so that it doesn't hurt us down to 50% health. But then we just steadily have been getting so many upgrades for it that this weapon that we got from defeating Shahid way back when we fought the Armayans ended up being so strong. But like, I'm just gonna keep using it, and then just have to be somewhat conscientious of where our health is at. Ooh, did you just cast a bunch of dark magic on us? That hurt. Not much, but it hurt a little bit, you know? I love that Lysithea just gets a controllable laser. You just call it down like an orbital strike for her basic charging attack, and then she just fires at him and chases him with it. So funny. Come on, just go down. He dodged. What a legend. He still went down, but he definitely dodged that.
We'll be taking this now.
Another elite enemy. Lots of enemies here. Defeat those who slither in the dark and the thieves generals, huh? Interesting. Come on. There we go. Come on. There we go. Alright, it looks like... Yeah, I was gonna say Byleth and Shez are next two enemies that we have to take on. And one of them got all the way to Jeralt as well. So hopefully he's doing his job. Enemy commander up here, okay. Wonder if we just defeated enough enemies for that to happen. Oh, no, both commanders are here. Interesting. Pittacus. Apparently that's a woman's name. Pittacus. Remembering Dark Bishop. Lots of enemies are appearing this stage. Okay. Okay, do you really need to show... They spawn in like 3 enemies and then they just show us a quick little picture of them just waving their hands about casting a spell. I'm like, well, that's neat and all, but did you need to tell me that with a cutscene? I think they just want to bring your attention to it, which makes sense, but like, it's still kind of unnecessary. Right, yeah, I was gonna say. Well, Lysithea is currently dealing with Pittacus. What a name. There we go. Wow, Lysithea just demolished all of them. One A-bar attack and she just... Jeez. Let's go grab that chest real quick, actually. Beat the Grammar and the other enemies. I think Shez is the closest to that. Or the injured. Okay, let's have Byleth go escort the injured soldier. And then we'll take control of Shez. Here we go. Stat boosting item, interesting. It's been like an accessory a lot of the time. We need to actually go through our accessories probably and equip something. I haven't thought about that, but we haven't done that in a while. Your soldiers nearly routed. Give me a sec. Currently dealing with other issues. Grammar should stop firing these, right? Perfect, okay. We can claim victory. Oh, that injured soldier died really, really fast. I'm so sorry. Jeez. Why were there 3 Grim? Oh. That would explain why they died so fast. I was on my way to defeat him. I was just dealing with the other Gremmaries. That's awkward. Means we failed a side mission. Nothing too new, honestly. Oh, there isn't. How many Gremmaries were in here? Jeez. Apparently those who slither in the dark just have a ton of dark mages. It's crazy. That's a fairly fast stage.
See? We mercenaries know how to get things done.
Yeah, that's right, Gerald. What a guy. S-Rank Battler 3. Nice when you get those achievements because it tells you before you even see it that you got an S rank. Like when they have an achievement for doing something really hard on a stage you're grinding out, like half the time Steam, like Steam for example, will tell you you did it before you even know. Okay. I didn't mean to push that again, oops. I'm not doing this stage again.
We've dealt with bandits before.
Oh, okay, no, it's just a dialogue.
Could have imagined.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The damage done to the larger towns was upsetting enough. But the horrors unleashed upon some of the villages borders on the unspeakable.
We saw entire fields trampled and destroyed. Whole
Villages
villages
burned.
burned to their foundations.
Jeez, what is wrong with these bandits?
Attacking innocent civilians like that. It's inhuman.
Yeah, even in wartime, we haven't been attacking civilians.
Cruel to torment people like this and then walk away laughing. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that those who slither in the dark are behind this, pulling the strings. It makes perfect sense, seeing as they already know Ordelia territory so well.
What do you mean?
Many years ago,
What's
the
Ordelia?
Empire accused House Ordelia of participating in the Grim Rebellion. This was just
That's
an
interesting.
excuse to begin meddling in our affairs. During that time, they sent a group of strange mages into Ordelia territory. Everything about them felt wrong, from the way they looked to the powers they possessed. It was clear they weren't regular people.
Are you saying they were really those who slither in
Well, I
the
remember
dark?
with Lysithia's condition, I think they said in Three Houses that they got involved with some shady people trying to fix it.
And now they've wormed their way into Ordelia and Hrim territories.
Or was that, maybe it was the experimentation is why she has white hair, stuff like that? I don't remember.
Their base of operations could be somewhere near here. Do you remember
That's
ever
true.
having lived in this area?
Yeah. My mom and
We
I
did,
spent
huh?
a few years in a mountain village somewhere in
Interesting.
Ordelia territory, but she wasn't
Oh.
born there, and I don't know where she lived before that.
Interesting.
There could be a connection there. Or maybe it's nothing. Either way,
Might
dealing
be.
with them needs to be our top priority. We gave them this opening. They never would have been able to take advantage of us like this if we hadn't been at war.
That is
There's
true.
another reason why we have to end this conflict as quickly as possible.
Mix
We
it
have
down.
to ensure nothing like this ever happens.
Well, I think the goal here is just to oust the church out of kingdom territory and then leave the kingdom standing. As far as I understand, which is honestly not a bad plan. Claude wants to go on an expedition? I don't want to go on an expedition. Here's the Frights of Faultland, huh? Lots more materials. What Ordelia? Okay, defeat the bandits. Let's get going. I want to do a few more stages before I end the stream. We've been doing really long streams on this game. But it's just because it takes such a long time to get anything done.
The fight starts now.
So, let's get on this stuff. See what he's running.
We'll get it done. Always do.
You're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Dancing in the court town. Oh, okay, they're all going for there. Okay, that does make sense. We'll handle this side, hopefully they don't just, you know, go to the other side. That would be awkward. Although it looks like, yeah, a couple of our units are dealing with the other side, which makes sense. Nice, okay. Who's on the other side? Jeralt and Byleth. There's a lot of enemies here, jeez. I like the fire tornado though, it's sick. Nice, okay.
Face my comrades after this.
Messenger appeared. We are nowhere near that messenger.
Let's get started.
Kind of an issue. Got a minute and a half. Okay, we gotta switch to Jeralt then. I think that's the only way I make it there in time.
How can I face my comrades after this?
Come on, Jeralt. Let's ride over there.
Let's see if this plan works.
Oh, now there's a sniper firing on us. Jeez, that's always annoying. Well, this is the sniper we have to defeat, but we need to take care of the messenger within a certain time limit. So I think that takes priority. Yeah, they're there. That messenger was really weak. I get that they're a messenger, but jeez. Oh, that's the messenger down. Have Jeralt go take care of the sniper now.
You were no match for me.
Yeah, you are right.
You're doing even better than usual.
Perfect.
Take a breather.
Shez is fighting a bow knight. Yeah, Geralt's the one who's furthest in here, though. Closest to all these enemies that we have to fight.
Still improving.
Oh.
Seeing you give it your all motivates me too.
Master advancing on the... Okay. The last couple of enemies are advancing on the checkpoint. Well, Geralt's fighting one. The other's gonna have to go through either Byleth or Shez and Lysithea, I think, right? Okay, we're just gonna... I wasn't gonna use it, but we'll just use the A ability here. Take him down. Yeah, it's Lysithea right here. Take care of this trickster right now. That damage though. Use both skills and it's already almost dead. Definitely a far cry out from using used to being able to just one-shot everything in the previous Warriors, practically, but by comparison to what I think everyone else can do right now, still pretty nice. Did he just spawn in and find much more enemies? No, he just spawned in an enemy commander. Well, let's just head straight for the Mortal Savant here. Interesting. Nice. We can break the... Ooh. Nice. I was going to say, if we can break the Fort Captain there and then use the attack on Mortal Savant. That was a really fast stage. Nice.
We said we'd defend this place, and we did.
Perfect. Extra large bullion. Perfect. Alright. I'm thinking there's probably not going to be more dialogue for this area. So I might do some of it on my own time.
What if we do
Shamir,
this
increase the number of vulneraries. At this point, actually, I don't think the morale will go back down, so yeah, we'll do that.
Greetings.
But this does seem to be kind of a filler chapter. I mean, we were literally in the middle of the war, and now it's like, by the way, you gotta come back to home, you know? So, I can't imagine it's, like, super, super important. Yeah, let's do a couple more stages, maybe listen to some support conversations, and then I'll probably end the stream. Again, maybe do some of this on my own time, and then hopefully we'll be able to hop right into that next chapter when I come back. But we'll just see. Kinda depends. Control of all strongholds, okay. Perfect. Just because this really does feel like a bit of a filler chapter. Just having to run back and defend from those who slither in the dark. I mean, I'm sure there's someone focal behind it. The actual, like, overall purpose of just going back through and tearing through all these extra stages is just annoying. I just don't like to do too many new stages on my own time. Like when we ended the stream yesterday, we did a couple stages by myself. Just because they were, like, these filler stages I want to do to make sure that I get all the rewards and such, the extra resources and everything, but it's not actually important to the story. Like, they literally had no story, so we're pretty much at that point, but probably do a couple more by myself. I did just realize we are doing a fort capture, so what we're going to do here is we're going to send Jeralt all the way to the bottom one, because he's the fastest. Lysithea here, and Byleth here. Perfect. And then we'll just run around in Shez and get some KOs. That way we can probably make sure that we still get attack from the strongholds, that's fine. Yeah, see how fast they travel though? Like, compared to the old Fire Emblem Wars, it took them a hot second to get all the way over there. It's pretty crazy. Nice.
Let's take it down at once.
I do think it's sad that the, I still don't know what it's called, but the A bar, it does charge way slower in this game than it did in other games. Like, noticeably slower. Which makes sense to some extent, because it was really broken when you could just spam it every, like, 5 seconds. Especially once you had the crest leveled up for it. But it was still nice. Yeah, Byleth's time stop ability is just so crazy nice, because nothing near her can move. You just rack up a bunch of free damage, and then it does a little bit of a shock when the time shock ends, and it's basically just free DPS. Like, it's pretty crazy. Why is there a scout all the way back in the base? Jeez. Interesting.
We'll be taking this now.
Interesting. Oh, ow. That should be all the strongholds. Perfect. Might as well clear out some units here. We've only got 340 KOs. There's the commander. Weird that there are, like... I get that they're our current main opponent, but there's weird that there's, like, the knights all the way back here in our territory. When, theoretically, it should just be, like, you know, those who slither in the dark and such. Yeah, the more durability we get, the more we can just spam out these abilities, and it helps our clear, so... Pretty nice. Oh my gosh, why were there so many enemies on the scout? What? I think it's just a side quest to escort this scout here, but we'll probably do it anyways. Give us time to get some more KOs as well. Perfect. There we go.
Couldn't hurt. I'm in. Looks like that's it for us. You know what they say about playing with fire.
Just out of the game. Ah, there we go. Right. Yeah, scout's almost all the way down there. So I'm going to run all the way up here and just smack the... Is it a Holy Knight? Ooh, maybe I should have brought Lysithea. That's probably fine. Oh yeah, it's fine. Like crazy good too is it doesn't even freeze your own allies. Like they can also hit him. You just freeze them all for a good chunk of time, and that lasts for a good chunk of time. What's up here? Yeah. Man, perfect. Not bad at all. Strength, perfect. We're almost at a max level 50 here. Shez is getting real close. Chapter 13. We've made some good progress today. I think we started out at like chapter 9. More strategy resources. Letting us know we could go there if we wanted to right now. The Sword of the Galta. I think that's a... interesting. Right. 3-4 juices is nice. Facility can be expanded. Yeah, I expected that.
Allow me to assist with any
Training grounds is surprising though. What have we got? Training slots to 7. I don't think that's that important. Reduces the cost of leveling up. Yeah. Yeah. Now that we're having higher gold income, that's super, super nice. What do we got? So unlock the use of elixirs. I really don't think we need elixirs. Concoctions have been fine in terms of healing. Let's see. Ability slots to 10. Tactical abilities. Do we really need 10 ability slots though? That feels a little bit overkill. Try this. Perfect. Marketplace. Increase the goods sold by the item shop. That would guarantee we'd have every type of thing we need. I really want to level up this here, yeah. Oh wait, no, that's not the one I thought it was. Oh, we'd already done the gold from running with. That's fine. Reducing costs in general I don't think is bad. Just wasn't thinking of the right thing.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Perfect. How many more blacks and steels can we get? We still definitely need these. It's crazy. I'm just gonna get the max we can. Because that's currently what we need to upgrade, like, most of our important weapons, you know?
Hey there.
We'll do it for free. Thank you. Here we go. So, first, so it's at plus 33. That's crazy. Do that. Nice. Pillar Tome. Asithia's is at plus 22. That's also pretty insane.
Is this it?
Asithia's weapons up to plus 128 might. Reforge. Don't think we have what we need to reforge anything. I mean, we could reforge. Never mind, we don't even have any smithing stones. Forgot about that. Alrighty then. Let's do a couple more support conversations before we end the stream, and then yeah, like I said, I'll probably just do the rest of these stages off stream. I don't know. We'll see. Just so that we can hop straight back into hopefully the war after we clear out those who slither in the dark. We still can't talk to Claude. Let's talk to Host. Why not? Hi, Host.
Just the person I was looking for.
Do you have plans for this today?
Plans for the rest of the day?
I don't know. Do you?
No, not really. I'm
surprisingly free.
for once. Thought I'd put in some extra training.
An admirable use of time. But I have a task I could use your help with that should prove even more enriching than training.
What is that? Yeah, why not? We trust Host.
I'm in.
I thought as much. Come, we leave at once.
Okay.
Holst, isn't this...
Shh! Lower your voice. There may well be sentries on patrol nearby.
So this is enemy territory.
See that encampment over there?
Just set up a few days over. He's about to... Does he want us to just 2v everybody right now?
But it doesn't seem to be that big of an operation.
Wait, so this is a recon
Oh, it's just a recon mission.
Don't we have scouts?
To be fair, the people with bright pink and purple hair probably not the best for scouts.
Trying to ascertain how far the enemy has advanced. But lately they've tightened up their security. Too many of our scouts have gone missing.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it would be more efficient to look into the matter personally.
That's fair. I mean, we're not going to go down to a bunch of a small group.
It saves everyone time if
Yeah.
I do it myself, and I don't have to risk any more valuable soldiers. And besides, this way I can gain even more experience in the field.
Yeah. Host is definitely like I'm going to do it myself instead of asking everyone else to do it for me.
I had no idea what I was getting into.
We could have asked though.
Close to ready for whatever's ahead.
I know you're not the type to go down so easily. Trust me, you'll thank me for this later.
Okay.
Don't make light of reconnaissance. There are many lessons to be learned out here that training could never hope to teach you.
Okay.
Alright, so what's next? We gonna take a closer look?
Might as well, yes. It couldn't hurt to get into a little scuffle and gauge the enemy's strength.
He really does want us to just fight them all, just 2 versus everybody. Jeez.
Fight up close. Alright, let's do this.
That's the spirit. Now let's move.
Oh my gosh, why?
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, it's the kingdom.
Been spotted.
My name is Holst Sigisvald Goneril. Those with any skill or courage, have at thee.
Oh my
Tell
gosh.
the enemy your name. Maybe recon really isn't his
Yeah, I'd imagine so. That's really funny. He just outright just runs at them. I'm telling you my name. We're supposed to be doing recon. Constance.
That is the only logical course of action. Excuse me, are you even listening?
Nope.
Sorry, I got got distracted and missed the last part. Something about your plan to restore House Nouvelle?
That was where the conversation started. Clearly you have not
Sorry,
listened to a
Constance.
single word I've said. Creating new magic,
Hmm.
charting unknown
Oh.
sorcery waters. Therein lies the means to make my dream a reality. To that end, I have decided that you
I don't want to be a test subject, Constance. That sounds like a terrible idea.
No thanks.
Yeah.
What reason could you possibly have to refuse? Do you not want the honor of helping House Nouvelle regain its former glory?
I don't mind lending a hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's one thing to help a friend, it's another thing to become a test subject.
You don't even know what'll happen. Wouldn't it make sense to experiment on yourself first?
Huh.
Hmm.
A rather astute deduction for one such as yourself.
What do you mean, one such as yourself?
However, there is one critical flaw in your reasoning. Were I to do as you propose, I would be unable to properly observe the results with my own eyes.
Well then,
Okay.
you'll just have to be patient until someone
Which might not
volunteers.
happen.
We'd have a big problem on our hands if something happened to me before the next battle, right? Actually,
probably
that
goes for everyone.
goes for everyone.
Yeah, have fun looking for a volunteer.
Correct. But then, my research has reached an impasse.
I
Oh.
guess so. Okay, how about this? Since we're at war, why
What
not
is
try and
distinguish your
distinguish
weapon?
yourself in battle?
Yeah, there you go.
Still conduct your research at the same time. Combat's more my wheelhouse anyway.
Hmm.
In fact, we could even start right now with some training. What do you say?
I respectfully
Yeah.
While I am not entirely opposed to the idea of military prestige, I am unable to accompany you at this time. Training at night will
Okay,
surely
fair enough.
At night? But you won't have enough time if you don't train during the day. You're not planning on pulling all-nighters, are you?
Oh, please! I am not that foolish.
She's not
I
training.
do not wish to train at this very moment.
Fair enough.
If you work out at night, that means
You're
you're going
going
to
to bed
bed
right after. Yeah.
That's going to reduce the quality of your sleep. You'll wake up sluggish the next morning, which will drag you down all day. It'll turn into a vicious cycle. See what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
I never expected you to put forth such an eloquent counter-argument. Be that as it may, I have my reasons. Reasons that I, unfortunately, cannot ignore. Nevertheless,
Okay.
I shall succeed in all my endeavors, be they magical or military, and I shall do it all in my own way.
Well, there you go. You know, you don't have to rely on anyone else that way. Let's see, you have to talk to Bernadetta? Sure. I'm still a little bit partial to the Empire members of, like, the Black Eagles, just because I used to... I mean, I did my first 3 houses playthrough through the Black Eagles, and my second because I did the Church route and the full-on Edelgard route. And I just really like a lot of the members of Black Eagles because of that. Hi, Bernadetta. Were you spying on me, Bernadetta?
That?
Yeah, you said just a merc buddy.
Asking if I had any jobs for him.
Oh, he was a mercenary?
Oh, she's maybe looking out for us.
Hey, come on now. You shouldn't assume the guy's a common criminal just because he looks rough around the edges.
But, what about the way he talked? Oh, so scary.
You'd sound like that too if you'd been a merc your whole life. Most
Yeah,
of
it's
these
fair.
guys didn't have a mom teaching them how to sound nice and proper like I did.
I see. I guess I don't really know you that well, but are all your friends like that? Is that too nosy? That's really nosy.
No, that's fine. To be fair, most of our closest friends are definitely dead because of what happened to our mercenary company.
Now that I think about it, it's kind of impossible to avoid in that line of work. Guess that means
Yeah.
you won't be signing up for merc jobs anytime soon, huh?
Obviously not. No, wait, not happening.
That's probably a good idea, Bernadetta.
Wasn't as shy as I am. I'd never be able to handle all those scary.
That's sad. Yeah, I mean, that's how Shez's story starts. Paranoid. Is our entire mercenary group gets messed up. Real bad. We're the only survivor.
And hey, isn't basing your opinion of strangers on their appearance just gonna make you feel
Probably has a lot of acquaintances as a mercenary, but not a whole lot of people left.
Just spend some time with them. If you ask
The poor
me,
Bernadette is another one of those really, really shy characters.
is either on the battlefield or over the
Yeah.
dinner table.
I already told you I can't.
We have Marianne in our current house, the Golden Deer. Marianne's our really resident shy character. Back off a bit. And then Bernadette in the Black Eagles. I'm trying to remember if there was really one in the Blue Lions.
Is
I
his
think they're the blue
appearance
lines. I can't
only
remember.
thing that's making you distrust him? There are plenty of guys out there who look just like that.
Yeah, she is like really paranoid of that one mercenary.
Folks you'll ever meet. At the same token, there are some
Yeah.
real horrible people who cover it up with niceties and honey.
You can't just trust people based on their looks, or distrust people because of them.
My point is, judging
Yeah.
a book by its cover will only get you in
But to be fair, a lot of these characters were in the Officers Academy at first. They were nobles who were kind of sheltered. So.
Trying to scare me. Nobody's tricking the iron heart of Bernie. Not today. Not ever. Well, probably. Maybe. I'll be fine, I swear.
Okay, that's good. But there's a lot of characters here because of that I think are unintentionally offensive. They're not trying to be, but they're super unintentionally offensive. Lysithea talks to Claude, sure. Yeah, we have so many support conversations to burn through. I'm just gonna go through a few more, I think.
There's something I need to talk to you about.
Fine. You can have 1 minute. I might not look it, but I'm actually pretty busy here.
He's your leader, you shouldn't sass him.
I can't remember the last time I saw you take a break. Anyway, I'll keep it quick. It's about what happened in our last fight. Charging in head first like that isn't like you, Lysithea, and not in a good way.
And what, in your expert opinion, makes it so unlike me?
You like Lysithea too? I like Lysithea a lot, yeah.
End the battle in the quickest, most efficient way possible. Which in turn kept damage.
A little bit sassy, but like
anything,
I said, she has a really sweet, if you look up her support conversations for Three Houses, it's really sweet.
But there was a good chance it could have failed too. You shouldn't leave things up to fate like that. If things hadn't gone your way, you could have lost your entire unit. You and your soldiers alike would be at the feet of the goddess right now. My point is, you need to make decisions based on strategy, not chance.
Yeah.
I thought someone as smart as you would understand.
Don't be, that's kind of mean to say, but
that's enough lectures for today.
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily partial to the tsundere so much as I just really like Lysithea. I mentioned it before, but so my favorite characters in Three Houses are Lysithea, for like romance options especially, but like Lysithea here. Shamir, she's the archer. Catherine's the knight that we met her once this playthrough and then she died. The issue with Catherine is she's one of the knights. She used to be paired up with Shamir a lot. But the issue is like Shamir's kind of still partially a mercenary, so not in this one I don't think, but you can in Three Houses. But yeah, there's romance options in Three Houses. But yeah, so there's Shamir. Catherine, I'm really sad though. We actually played the stage twice at the very beginning of the stream to see if we could save Catherine instead of, you know, murdering her, and we couldn't this path. Yeah. But Shamir, Catherine, Lysithea, and Dorothy. We haven't met Dorothy either. She's in the Black Eagle's house, so I thought we would have met her through the Empire, but she's like a performer. I really like Dorothy though. But those four are like my favorite romance options for Three Houses.
I can't do that.
You know, it's not just your own life you're rolling the dice with. Every single soldier you command would die with pride by your word.
So, you're saying I fail as a leader?
I don't think he's saying that.
Yes, maybe I do. Well, feel free to remove me from my post if you don't.
I don't think that's what Claude was going for.
That's wholly within your right.
Claude's like, yeah, how do I deal with this?
Until then, I'm going to do what I will. Now, if you'll excuse me.
She's not happy about that. That's fair.
I don't know what's up with her, but I can't help if she's gonna be that stubborn.
Yeah, Lysithea is really stubborn. Because this isn't quite the same parallel timeline as you know, the exact same timeline as in Three Houses. I really do hope she doesn't have the whole illness issue. I was really worried about her because of that. What did she have to say to Hilda?
Hey, Lysithea. Taking a little break?
Ah, Hilda. Yes, I reached a good stopping point in my latest magical research.
Wow, your dedication to that is really something else. Still, it's break time. Do you want to chat?
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, hit me with your best gossip.
Does...
I heard Holst took
It hasn't said, does Lysithea really follow gossip?
Your brother is such a valiant warrior. There truly is no end to the tales of his mighty victories.
Yeah, I guess. Though honestly, I care more about him coming home alive and in one piece.
That's fair.
He's the head of House Goneril now, So he shouldn't be running around like he's got lives to spare.
This is more hilarious after we just did the recon support conversation, where he and Shez just go pick a fight with a bunch of other people for no reason when they're supposed to be scouting. So funny.
An upstanding head of your house.
Hmm.
Your land should be in good hands for many years to come.
Speaking of years to come, I haven't heard anything about who the big lug is gonna marry. I mean, it's possible he just hasn't found anyone he likes, but that only makes me more worried.
You know, sometimes it takes time, but
Perhaps he'd have
to
time
be
to look
fair,
if
he
wasn't
is
so
also... Oh, you don't need to say that, Lysithea. But to be
he's
fair,
popular
he is the
enough
head of a
already,
major
so
noble
I'm
household,
sure
so it's a little bit less optional for him.
What about you, Lysithea? I haven't heard anything about you inheriting your family's title. Or being involved with a special someone?
Involved? No. I'm simply making my own way as best I can.
Oh, you shouldn't have to do that. What about your family? I'm sure they'd give you a shoulder to lean on.
My parents have already been through a great deal. I don't want to be more of a burden.
Well,
Yeah, it is still really important to her there, clearly, to help her parents.
Well, since I don't have to take over House Goneril, my schedule's clear for, pretty much forever.
Yeah, unless Holst dies.
That means I've got time
There's
to
that.
help a cutie like you with whatever. I can be your second family.
That's nice of her to say, though.
The thing is, I'm not sure I could do that. Ask you for help, I mean.
Well, it's not like you have to suddenly dump everything on me all at once. We can take it slow. Baby steps and all that.
I'm not following.
Okay, so if we're gonna be our own little family...
Don't say baby steps, that's gonna make her so mad.
Like one. Maybe we could bunk together, or just...
What are you doing, Hilda?
You're such a hard worker,
Jeez.
Lysithea. And I just wanted you to know how proud I am of you. And since I'm your big sister now, you can count on me for anything. I mean it, okay? Anything.
Jeez. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is gonna make Lysithea really mad.
Suppose I could get used
Oh! You can get used to it when it's Hilda, but if it's Shez or anyone else, you get really mad. Jeez. At least she gets along with her, though. Alright, then. Oh, we still have so many to go. Let's see. So we have Hilda with Linhardt. Hilda with Linhardt. Holst with... Probably Balthus, I'd imagine. Yeah. Constance and Happy, I'd imagine. Yeah. Yeah, who's Bernadetta and... Happy. Okay. We'll do... Let's do one more. Because seriously, we probably have like another 20 minutes of just support conversations. And I just can only sit here and listen to them for so long. They're sweet, I like them, but I can only sit here and do this for so long. That's why I've been sprinkling them in between stages.
Here.
Hello, Hilda. I see you're organizing the gear again?
Mm-hmm. She can actually try and rub them in anymore.
Is it?
Sadly for me, no.
Hi. Sad you lost a fellow lazy bones?
Jeez.
So.
Wait, really?
Why?
But actually explaining it in detail will take far too much effort. So let's just leave it at that.
Okay. Now I'm extra curious. I know all about your dirty secret, you know. About how you actually take charge and work when there's no one else to step up.
Interesting.
So why do you keep playing the I'm so lazy card all the time?
Because it makes it easier on him.
People would understand this, Hilda. After all, are we not peers who work only when absolutely necessary? Even when you push your own work on someone else, you do so only after carefully assessing their situation.
I told you I don't push work on people.
Right, let's go with that.
Maybe I maneuver myself so they end up asking to help, at which point I leap at the offer, but I never actually
Hilda.
ask. But I suppose you're right that I always assess the situation first.
Previously,
That's
I
good.
said you and I would never be able to reach common ground, but now I see that I was mistaken.
You're sure quick to change your mind when it suits you.
I merely find it unfortunate seeing you working as you are now. when before you only ever did what was strictly necessary.
Literally, this entire support conversation chain line has them been talking about agreeing on being mutually lazy.
The only idler.
And?
As such, I will
Jeez.
offer you my assistance. Let's hurry up and finish here so we can rest that much sooner.
Wait, but why?
Just as I told you.
Yeah.
It won't do me any good to be.
Well, see, if there's multiple people who are super lazy, Linhardt does have a point. There's multiple people who are super lazy, he can get away with it a little bit better. But if it's just him, it looks much worse.
Force you to explain.
Pretty funny.
But I sure wish you would.
Oh, very well. But only because it benefits all parties involved. If you split the work with me, the work becomes easier. And by
Doing this easier work.
I can then avoid being
Oh my
detained by a
gosh.
common bed slug. If the pair of us
Oh,
work
Linhardt.
a little more than before, things become easier for everyone. So
Oh my
let's
gosh.
both work hard together.
A little.
Alright. I mean, I guess that's good. Although I feel kind of like I'm being tricked somehow, so I'm not exactly happy about the whole deal.
That's
yes,
fair.
yes. Let's just get this done already so I can return to a life of ease. I'm already asleep.
That's pretty funny. Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream there though. We've got some good work done today on the stream. We're all the way up to, like, I think that was chapter 13. I still don't know how many chapters there are on this path. I still want to do the other paths as well. We've got a lot of content to do on this game, for sure. But so far, we got a lot done. I mean, we just have a few more conversations on sports to go through. We'll probably have some more done. I'm probably going to do those extra stages on my own time. I don't know how many of them, or if I'll do all of them so we could just go into the next chapter. But a lot of those filler stages, it's just kind of busy stages to do. Gets us some extra golden experience and everything, though, which is always nice. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream there, though. Thanks everyone who stopped by. I know Paranoid stopped by. We had the bot, as always. But I will catch you guys later, though. Bye.